We did this. Yeah, that's been a few kind of like tribute shows. We did one a couple of weeks ago in Gothenburg where all the proceeds went to the cancer fund in his name, and
Mhm.
it's really, and it feels necessary, but it also feels good to just share it, to be in the room with everyone else, and just talk and cry and tell stories, and
Mm.
get to hang out with his son, seeing us play some at the gate songs, and with his wife, and just I don't know, it's so hard to take in, and so hard to kind of fathom, but at the same time, like, of course this is real, this is what it is. And but I think mostly, I mean, we grew up together. Like, I Tompa was my closest neighbor from when I was 14,
Mm.
and so we and he was older, and I always looked up to him because he was very knowledgeable, and he was such a force when it came to how passionate he was with everything, and especially music, of course. That became the thing, that's what we did, and that's how we started to hang out. I remember when he turned like 18, that was the first time I got drunk at a party, and with me and Nicholas and Anders and Anders, like we were 16 and I was 16, and we were just drinking and had partied together. It was the greatest time. And uh,
Mm.
so it's always been like kind of the integrity that Tompa had, and the kind of passion that he showed for a music that was so extreme and so different from anything else that I knew. Was so inspirational to me, and also kind of like he led. Uh, when we started, I was kind of like, it has to be as good, or it has to kind of live up to the standard that I think Tompa set, because of
Mm.
how seriously he took his writing, his lyrics, his kind of form of expression in the band. And it was never kind of like, hey, this is just for fun, we're hanging out, we're friends, and of course that was part of it, but it's also something bigger, like something you need to say, something you need to communicate, or something you need to get out of your system, uh, or stories you want to convey, in a different way. And that was fascinating to me, because I thought that so much of music at the time was just, hey, this is just, frustration and anger, aimed at society, whatever. And then it was uh, gore-filled lyrics, and it was horror, and it was black metal, and it was that never really interested me. I kind of liked the allure of it. It was cool, but it was never interesting. And so when I met Tompa and he started talking about like what he wanted to write about, and the kind of books that inspired him, of course, I kind of I took him up on it. And every time I left his place, it was always kind of like, oh, take this record, and take this book, kind of read this, listen to this, like you're gonna love it, because he wanted to kind of share and you know inspire or share the stuff that he had found or that he loved. Of course, that was a huge inspiration for me. And so when I got to see, I saw Grotesque rehearse, when I was 14 or something like that, and it blew me away. And I was like, this is actually real. Like, people are so
Mm.
passionate. They buy, instruments, and they, build a rehearsal room and a small studio, and they go nuts, and following, their path, like with Grotesque. It was fascinating because they were an extreme black metal band, like with all the all the stuff that you see at a black metal concert, but way before many other bands were doing it. And
Mm.
so it was really unique at the time, and that was the only thing that you could see in that genre in Gothenburg, at least. And it was just that driving force that Tompa had. And then, of course, like, they moved on to At the Gates, and that became, what it is, which was fascinating. But it was always kind of this way of thinking about music, that it should be different, should be artistic. It should never kind of follow the trends, and should never kind of be obvious to where we go, and it should be inspired by anything. Anything goes. There are no kind of rules, unless, apart from the rules of being elitist as you are, when you're young and into something that no one else likes.
Okay, got one more song for you guys now. I want to thank everybody for coming out. It's been a pleasure playing for you guys. Hope you're back real soon, okay? I know this breaks my promise to Chris, but this is the last song from the new album. This one is World of Lies.
Oh, well, I don't know, like done a lot of these, and it's been um, it's it's been so really difficult, but also feels kind of good to talk about it, you know.
On Swedish, like.
Yeah, you know, not necessarily, but yeah, it's something that has been like on my mind for the last 2+ years, knowing that he was sick and he was going through this horrible thing, and it was just so frustrating. And I know he was, you know, he was scared, and he told me like 2 years ago, like, yeah, I just got the news. It fucking sucks, but I'm gonna record, you know, some of the songs for the album and stuff like that, and it's gonna be fine. But who knows what's gonna happen, you know? And you know, and I had just gone through kind of like a similar thing, of course, with Frederick, and also my dad heard time he had cancer, so I was kind of like, if it's normal, and usually it works out, it's going to be fine, and you know, it's fucking Tompa, no worries, you know.
Right.
But and it was always kind of like, and it's frustrating too because I was constantly on tour. So I was just checking in, going like, "Hey man, everything all right?" And it's like, yeah, sure. You know, it's the getting there, and you know, going through. It's been rough now, but it's getting better, and all that stuff. And it's like kind of keeping it positive. And it was always kind of like, you know, talking about cool things that we're gonna do when we get home, and like the festivals we're gonna do. And we had this project together, or not together, but it's something that we were working on together with a symphony orchestra here in Gothenburg, which is going to be super, super amazingly cool for next year. And he was very much involved in that during the time he was sick. So he was kind of like, we had tons of meetings about that, just me and Martin and Tompa, just because he was excited, because he was kind of leading this project of doing a symphony orchestra celebration around the music of At the Gates and Big Flames and Dark Tranquillity. So that was kind of like, I'm not doing anything else. I had to be in recovery. I can't work. I can do anything, but I can do this, you know, and be kind of like spearhead that project, which was awesome. And so we just, yeah, this. And then I promised also like I wouldn't tell anyone, so I didn't even tell the guys in the band, you know.
Wow.
And that was frustrating as well. Just like not keeping a secret, but you know, like just not. I had a lot of friends who I could talk with, but not necessarily the closest people to me. And that was frustrating as well. And then this summer, when they kind of announced the statement that they're going to release an album, and that Thomas is really like in a bad way, then I got like a million phone calls from really, really close friends who didn't know anything, you know. Maybe hadn't been in contact with Tompa for a while, but they just didn't know. For Niklas, for instance, you know, he had no idea, and he called me. It's like I was like, and I was devastated. Like I kept this from anyone, but it's not about me. But it was such felt so horrible to knowing that they found out something that I've lived with for such a long time, and it's so devastating for a lot of old friends as well who maybe lost contact a little bit, but now kind of we got together kind of and started talking just because of what Tompa was going through. And, I don't know, it brings things into perspective, obviously, and you realize that how important a person he has been to the whole scene and to everything that has happened in Gothenburg when it comes to anything heavier than hard rock, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the last time I saw him was we had a 50-year-old party for Per Stålberg, who recorded the vocals for the coming At the Gates album, and also the last 3 albums. And he's an amazing guy, and it was his birthday, and Tompa was. He told me like a couple of weeks before that he was kind of like 98% free of everything, and his kids were ecstatic and everything was good. And I talked to his wife, and we we kind of said like, oh, cool, then let's celebrate. As soon as Tompa is better, then we all the things that we had planned, and that we're moving to a new house, and we were gonna go and just, have a housewarming party with tons of beers and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And this party was awesome, and it was just fun to see him kind of like back at it, and having fun drinking beer, just exactly like always.
Mm.
And it just felt fantastic, and I was so happy. And I was going on tour the following morning, and I was like, this is awesome, just great to see you. Tons of hugs and cheers. And then I had to go, and I said like, okay, I'll be home in a month, and then we do, we'll see each other, and it's going to be awesome. And then a week after that, he got word that everything was back, and I got a couple of texts. It was kind of like, yeah, this sucks. Like my family was so happy, and now I have to kind of bring the devastating news that it's definitely not, and it might be even worse. And that's the last so I heard of him, because he was in basically ICU for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
So really cut off and couldn't communicate. So everything was through his wife, and that was kind of devastating as well, knowing that, you didn't know, like you had no idea what was going on. And it's just every day I was afraid, like now I'm going to get the call, I'm going to get a text, and then we got that. I was in Cemetery Skyline with Cemetery Skyline in South America, and me and Victor, just when we landed, we were sitting next to each other. We both kind of switched on our phones at the same time. We both got the same message, and it was like, oh fuck, they're turning off life support, and now it's over, and
Wow.
that was just devastating. Also being on the other side of the planet, and I needed to be, I wanted to be home with my friends and family, but it was good to have Victor there. But we had a show that night, and we did a little moment of silence, and of course, like everybody was there was 100%, metal fans, and it's beautiful because we could just hang out where everybody stayed inside the venue. We just stood there and talked and cried, and got kind of through it the first day together, and that was really meaningful. And it goes to show, and of course I know this, but it is fun to see how impactful. At the Gates, of course, I've been to people all around the world, and yeah, which is, it's a beautiful thing. And of course, not everybody knows that, and not, everybody of us knows that, but it's, the people who he worked with at school, he was a teacher for many, many years. They knew of it, but they had no idea. So it's kind of sweet to see, like, now I talked to a few of them, and they're like, we had no idea, like the amount of kind of love from all over the world that came in after he passed them.
You just heard World of Lies, and the earth collapses behind, and to be drawn and to drown. Wow, these are not easy to pronounce for me. That was from Signs of Cain and from At the Gates Accordingly. This is a testament of Thomas Lindberg, the Requiem Metal Podcast. I am Mark.
And I'm Jason. And yeah, this is part 2. We were joking in the show notes. I called the World of Lies the Grand Rapids Surprise, and Mark thought it sounded like a good sex move or something, or like a wrestling scandal, like the Montreal Screwjob, the Grand Rapids Surprise. So yeah, it was cool. We ended part 1 with a little surprise for you folks from that Grand Rapids show that Chris Dick and myself, Jason, were able to go to on the Curse the Tour concert, and they just put it up on YouTube. So we ripped the 2 songs where Tompa dedicated some music to us. So I thought that was kind of a cool personal connection and pretty neat there. So
sounds remarkably okay for being recorded on a mini DV or whatever it is.
Yeah,
probably just a VHS. Yeah,
something. Yep. And I remember I have it on VHS upstairs. I don't know. I think I bought a bootleg off of eBay in like the late 90s, early 2000s. And I think I got a bootleg of the Opeth Metal Fest show, their very first one. And I think even the Catatonia and maybe the Anathema as well, just because, I don't know, it was like I don't know. It was like a thing you did in that era. Like sometimes, like it seemed like something you wanted, and then after a while, you're like, oh, I got these VHS tapes I can't do anything with anymore. And
Well, if
I
you
don't
look
know.
at them, I got one of the Dismember from like '92 that me and Chris are at
Oh,
in
cool. Yeah,
Detroit.
yeah,
I got
yeah.
that digitized from VHS. It looks like hell.
Like, it's still pretty
If
rough.
you watch it
Yeah.
full screen on a computer, I've got like a 20, I think a 28-inch monitor or something, and
Uh,
on there it looks like a light bright.
oh no.
It's
Oh
just all
shit.
these dots and like it looks like shit. So it's probably less than 400 pixels wide or whatever the original capture or whatever that was. So if we were watching it maybe on an old, cathode ray tube television,
Hmm.
it might be one thing, but I think I'm too used to watching things in very high quality.
Yeah. No,
It's cool to have them. I mean, as a little,
it's a cool little monument. Yeah, and I've kept all that stuff. I definitely haven't gotten rid of it. And I do have DVD or VHS to DVD burner converter kind of thing. It's just a pain in the ass to like set up. So if I'm gonna do it, I want to do like a bunch of projects. And there are a few things that like my stepdad gave me to like he has on old VHS tapes that he'd like digital copies of and stuff. So it's like one of those things I just need to like say I'm gonna do it on an afternoon and like reread the directions. Because once I read the directions, I'm like, oh, okay, now I know how to do this. But I forget, So
Or if you ever want
anyway,
to save time, I'm not going to plug them because they're not a sponsor of our program, but there's a couple online services where you can send
I have
VHS
seen that.
tapes and they send
Yeah.
them back on a zip drive or whatever.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen that before. It's just,
It's a lot more affordable than it used to be.
is it? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's good. That's good to know.
I think
Yeah, I
for
kind of
40
worry about
bucks, I
that stuff.
did 3 VHS tapes.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. So you heard it here first from Requiem Podcast. If you want a good VHS conversion program, that should be like our low level
Jason, when I'm
sponsors.
a little tired, I like to have a really good cup of coffee.
Yeah, and I like to watch my old VHS tapes that remind me of the good old days, Mark. And
When I watch my 4K, I only do it on a Sony.
that's true. Yeah, that's good. Sony makes a pretty good 4K player.
Oh, do they? I was just blowing smoke, but
Yeah, no, they do. They do.
I think people are glad that we don't have baked-in advertisements about
Yeah, I
selling
know.
gold or any other random bullshit.
We should just start up and make up our own like fake companies that we drop throughout the episodes to like see if people actually figure out if they're real or not. If they're real products that we're kind of like talking about.
With our discount codes. Just have to.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, we're part 2 of this massive endeavor and tribute. Part 1 went remarkably well. I felt pretty good about the contributions that we got from Dan Swano and Joseph Schafer and Daniel Ekeroth, sorry.
Yeah. Until the Zoom decided to take a shit at the very, very end.
Oh yeah, that was yeah. I forgot that they sort of happened. Did that happen on the recording, or was it after we had stopped recording?
It was on the recording.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Well, luckily,
when we said our
you thought
goodbyes.
ahead enough because you said, "I'm Jason," and then it waited. I don't know, it was like 30 seconds or something, and that was Mark. And I just cut it out, put it back closer together, and instead of trying to like re-record my ending, which most people probably skip over anyways to get to
Magic
the music
of editing. Although after that, yeah. Well, they probably don't skip over that because usually we play music after our goodbyes. I hope So
that's true.
But yeah, we heard from a lot of people on part 1, but I think you're going to be hearing from a lot of people on part 2. There was sort of a slow trickle, and we didn't want to wait any longer to get part 1 out to you because it had already been 6 or 7 weeks, which is kind of a longer gap than what we're used to doing. But we were kind of waiting to hear back from people, and then all of a sudden, as soon as we recorded part 1, the floodgates start to open, and so you'll be hearing from Joseph and Daniel again, possibly people ranging from Mikael Stanne to Bjorn Larson, Dread from Edge of Sanity, Frederick Wallenbach from Skitsystem and Lurking Fear, but we definitely talking to Tony Foresta from Municipal Waste and Iron Reagan, and Mike Schleibaum from Darkest Hour. So there's a
Did you have him
Chris will
pronounce
be on
his
this
name for you?
episode. Yeah, I think he says it at the beginning of the first clip you'll hear in the first set of music here, but I think it's Schleibaum or Schleibaum.
That makes sense. Just looking at it, it looks
German. So yeah,
more wild than it really sounds.
Yep.
Just read it how it looks, and it's good.
Yeah, exactly. And then we've also got, and I'll be talking to them tomorrow night. I'm pretty excited, but my former students who run the Into the Combine podcast. We've had them on before, and I really want to get their insight because they are that exact generation below us that discovered at the gates through kind of the metalcore bands like A Darkest Hour or some of those other American kind of bands from the early 2000s, and they
Are
have
they mid
completely
30s now? These guys?
yeah, I mean, they graduated in like '06 from high school, so almost 10 years after me. So kind of around the same time as Schafer, and so they're kind of part of that. And
Oh shit, that's funny.
yeah, so it's kind of, so just a different perspective than the one we sort of have. So
Yeah.
hopefully you enjoy them sprinkled throughout as well. Chris Dick will be on here as well. I'm
Who's
gonna
that?
be yeah, who's that? He's our third chair is the is
He's
he's
our
called.
third leg. Yes.
Yeah, our third leg. There's a film podcast I listen to called The Big Picture. I know Schaefer's a fan of it as well. That's the one that do the film draft I've talked to you about before.
Yeah.
And it's two co-hosts, but then they have this one guy named Chris. He's also named Chris, and he's always jokes that hey guys, when do I get to be the official third chair? And they're like, maybe, you keep your hope up or whatever. So,
Yeah,
but
we got
yes,
a good guest next week, so you're out.
yeah,
Sorry, dude.
yeah, sorry, man. But yeah, so I'll be talking to Chris in person next week. I'm going to be going down for Thanksgiving to see him and his wife down in North Carolina because I have the week off from school, and it'd be nice to get out of town and go south a little bit, get a little bit better weather, and get some good food, and just kind of, I don't know, it's nice this trimester that I'm on, the stretch from like late August to basically Thanksgiving is no breaks, and it's the longest stretch of the whole school year. And mentally, it can be a little bit draining. So it's nice they give us a whole week off now instead of just like the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I think that we got off when we were kids, So
Yeah.
um,
Although that seemed like an eternity in a great way when we were
yeah,
kids.
yeah, exactly. So
Christmas break was just like, it's almost like you dropped out of school or something.
it's
Like
amazing.
2 weeks off
Yeah,
or something.
yeah,
It's
it
like,
felt
oh my
like a
God.
total different reality. I would just sit in my room in high school and just play like Tecmo Bowl and listen to fucking death metal CDs for like 20 hours. And I was like, whoa, like you have no response. It's like literally no responsibilities. I'm just eating Christmas cookies that my mom's baking. It's like a good life, man. I can't
Yeah,
complain.
like no, it was kind of fun. Like there wasn't if somebody called, cool, but most of the time I was just watching, like there'd be, some movie marathon on television, or, I'd be out, drawing in my room, watching old VHS tapes or something, or.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. It's nice. It's nice to have those kind of days. We were just remarking before we start recording about how difficult it is to, with the free time that we do have, to sit down and watch a full movie without playing on your phone or being distracted by other things or even reading books and stuff. It's getting much harder the older I think we get, or combination of that, and I think the amount of choices and technologies and temptations that are sort of always floating around us, to distract us with. It's hard
Well,
to.
you know what was really great? I don't think I brought this up on the show, but because this happened probably maybe 3 weeks ago. The internet went out here because it's a cellular based internet that we do everything on. So there's
Yeah.
the weather can kind of screw with it, or they, every once in a while they've got to reboot the system or something. It was down for 4 or 5 hours. And I was just like, okay, I'm going to pull out some DVDs that I have access to, throw those on the background, listen to music. I just basically put my phone in a drawer, didn't worry about it. Like, I'm not getting anything. I don't have, if a really big problem happens, at least they'll come out to the office. But for all intents and purposes, it was like the 1990s again. It was kind of wonderful.
Yeah. No, it is. It's nice to be able to have that free flow of time and stuff like that, and
And just
to kind
focus is a big deal for me as a slept
Yeah,
father
I-
with
so
a
dad,
2-year-old
yep,
right
yep.
now. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Well, and also like what I found is, I've canceled a lot of streaming services because I have a lot more, I've kind of committed to physical media, and also I have this other service called Apollo that if I need something I can usually find it there. And so I've canceled Netflix and a lot of these other things, and I find that I'm not like doing the streaming scroll where I'm just like like what do I want to watch, and so it's like more appointment television. Like I'm gonna sit down because I want to watch this, and like
Yeah.
boom, and it's really nice to like have that. Or I have Criterions and stuff, and I'm like, what? I haven't watched this Criterion, so I'll bring like a pile of them upstairs and set them next to my Blu-ray player and just be like, I got 2 hours. I'm going to put this physical thing on and just like watch it. And it's kind of a cool ritual. It's like putting records on, I'm sure for you with vinyl and things like that. So, it's nice. It's nice. And I know not everybody has the space or the money to be able to do that, but I think there's this sort of like reckoning that's coming with the increased prices of streaming and controlling what's actually out there available. And it's starting
There's
to
no
frustrate
guarantee
people.
you're going to have that forever too. It's like,
Yeah.
you buy it digitally, but what is that? Does anybody really read the user agreement?
Yep.
It could be like 15 paragraphs of, legalese. It's like, I just want to watch True Lies or something.
I know. Yep. So, and I think, that's the kind of, I think in line with the sort of, I guess the politics or the ideologies that somebody like Tompa and being part of bands like Skitsystem and coming up as like a punk kind of person, just this idea of not allowing corporations to sort of dictate our existence or what we can consume as for art and things like that is really, I think, I don't know, it's the wave of the future for, I think, people in our ilk that we see that. And I hope that, younger people are starting to kind of come around on that. I know a lot of my students and stuff, they're kind of frustrated with just the way things are. It just seems like everything's kind of like not functional very well. And I think they're kind of starting to figure out like strategies to sort of like control what they can consume a little bit more. Like I think they know the addictions of technology because they've grown up around it, and I think they're kind of like they don't like the stronghold it's having over them. So I think there's going to be some social rebellion against that somewhat, and it might just be in like small pockets. But I think that
I think the
there's
Gen Z, group in general is a little more screwed on. Like they're still a little more traditional as far as like what they want. They want to get a job. They want to have a family. They want to, I don't know. They're not lured by it seems like all of the, like what social media offers, which is usually nothing. I mean,
yeah.
a lot of it is, granted, there's those slim cases. I mean, just like, alcohol, anything to abuse, but like alcohol has definitely, broke the ice between people before, made people like, get in a fight and then break up over, guys beating the shit out of each other. Like we need to have human interactions and not virtual interactions. I think that's the big problem because we need to be able to, we need to be able to get along with people that have different ideas than us. If we can't do that, we've failed as a country.
Well, and I think also like kind of on a cultural level, there was a really cool conversation, and I already mentioned it before, but really good film podcast I enjoy called The Big Picture, and they had Ethan Hawke and Richard Linklater on talking about some of the new Linklater movies. He's doing a movie on the French New Wave, and then another movie with Ethan Hawke called Blue Moon, and they were kind of just conversing about like being a film director that's been making movies for, almost like 35, 40 years or whatever. And the advent of AI and all these other sort of trends of streaming and movies not going to theaters and the sort of loss of that experience. And whether it's like the death knell of, film as we think about it or whatever. And Linklater kind of like pointed out that like, we as humans on a social sort of generational level have always had these moments where television, right, when it arrived in the 50s was going to sort of destroy the film industry, and then film got more artsy and like kind of absorbed a lot of the European stuff and like found a new way to grab audiences that weren't TV audiences but were like young people that were getting into counterculture. And it's like culture always sort of figures out a way, even when there's like a new technology, right? The internet was going to sort of like change like everything, and it did in some ways, but it also didn't, like it's like we always sort of course correct, and we might be in that like weird period of course correction on a cultural level where like we've grown up with this sort of like enlightened thought for a while that social media and all these things were going to like do good things. And in the last like 10 years, we've sort of realized that it was like a false promise and it's actually ruined things. And so, like it's the pendulum effect that I talk about as a history teacher all the time. And it was a really cool conversation. I wish I could articulate it a little bit more, but they kind of got into that. And Linklater was kind of like, look, I'm not all doom and gloom about this. I see like it's going to be bad for in some ways, but like we'll also work around it. We'll adapt to it, or we'll adapt away from it, and we'll like find new ways to be sort of creative, because that's what we've always done as human beings. And we it's like it'll change things, but doesn't always mean it's going to be changed for the worse. Some will be bad, some will be bad, better. It just kind of, and I like that perspective. It's like a very adaptive, evolutionary kind of way of thinking, that it's, not all always one thing, this monolithic way of thinking about everything. There's nuance to all this.
Yeah, a lot of it is anytime any of these industries need any kind of revitalization, it always comes from cheap, independent stuff. Because that's when you take money out of the picture and you replace it with passion, you get good stuff. When you have a $300 million movie full of CG, like there's no reality left in movies except for actors, and even that's not even true a lot of time. I think there is going to be a big turn back to more simple, character-driven stuff, instead of how like these big epics that have no stakes is just beyond boring to me to watch anymore. And I grew up loving superheroes, and I cannot stand that subgenre anymore. It's just like, what can I just get a story about something? I don't care about a blue laser or about, the huge stakes. Like, let's have personal stakes. Let's, I don't know. I watched that Superman movie.
Yeah.
The new one. I thought it was fine. But I thought the most distracting thing was the visuals of it. I think the performances were good.
Yep.
But
You're
like,
100% right. I didn't care about the fight scenes, really. It was
I
like
didn't care
like
at
the
all about
characters,
that stuff.
Yeah.
At all. I would rather watch Lois and Clark talk in a room for 2 hours than
That was the
have
best
all this
stuff.
explosive stuff. And like the sideline characters were Nathan Fillion was great, and all that, but it's just like, man, this just seems like 20 years too late now.
What's weird too, I was just listening to a podcast that they were talking about the movie Weird Science, all right, which is not a good movie, but it's fun, whatever, John Hughes. And they were saying like this movie in 1985 was very specifically marketed and made for boys between the ages of 14 and 16. And they said that kind of niche just doesn't exist today, because it's like everything's so corporatized that it's like, well, we need to appeal to this demographic and
That's
this
the problem.
demographic and blah 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, just fuck it, man. Just like make, and that's what's been so cool about some of like the more, I don't know, rebellious horror and stuff that's been like a little bit more artsy, because it's like they don't fucking care who the audience is. They're just gonna make the movies that they're gonna make, like movies like Weapons or like Sinners or whatever. The Substance.
That genre is always
like that.
key. And then when genre gets picked up by corporations, it no longer becomes genre, and it sucks.
Yep.
Like we don't, for all of the different little subcultures coming together, our counterculture kind of sucks as a general, as like a mass market cultural thing right now. And that's why, like, I mentioned it often, but the idea of like extreme metal is a very unmarketable thing. It's not, it's bigger than it's ever been, but it's never going to like break through to anything. So it's like that's, I kind of I've got like a benchmark for all my other stuff I love up to that, so like new horror that comes out, cool. There's no dramas that come out anymore that are good. Remember, you could go to like a theater in the 90s and see like some, I don't know, I can't even think of anything off the top of my head, but just like a high level, good directors, good actors drama that was good.
Something like that. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I think all that stuff has kind of gone to TV a little bit, with like the rise of HBO and some of that kind of stuff. And
the classic era of TV, I think, has outlived its welcome a little bit. I want to see an hour and 35-minute done movie, no sequels. Just throw it out there. I'd love to see that.
Sure. The one thing that there is something kind of interesting happening, and then we'll get into
sorry to get off track.
We'll come back to Sign of Cain, but I'd be curious what your thoughts are on the new oh my gosh, I've just blanked on his name. The guy who created Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. It's called Pluribus.
Vince Gilligan?
He's got a new show. Yeah, it's I don't want the less you know about it, the more awesome it is. It was truly one of the greatest pilots I've ever seen. It's on Apple Plus, but
See, I don't want to get on another system.
oh, I know it sucks. I don't
I
have
would
Apple
buy the
Plus,
DVD
but
like
yeah,
sight unseen if
yep,
I could just do that for $20 instead of get a stupid subscription to this thing.
I know. And maybe yeah, I'm not sure how that sort of stuff will work, but
Do
it
they
was
do
really
physical media? Apple Plus
um,
shows?
some do. I don't
Okay.
know how many do. Yeah, no, because that's like the bummer. Like, I can't remember if they put Ted Lasso out on because I have some friends that like wanted to watch it, but they didn't want to do Apple Plus, and so they tried to rent it from like the public library and stuff,
Hmm.
and waiting for them to come out with some kind of physical media. And that's the other thing that sucks about all these streaming services. Like, I'd actually want to buy some of these things, but like I can't. Like there's
Well,
just no
Netflix
like
did that early
product.
on with like Daredevil and stuff. They wouldn't put
Yeah,
anything out
I
until
know.
there was such a clamoring for it. But
Exactly. So maybe there will be like a breaking point, for that. But yeah. But speaking of extreme metal, let's get back to some extremes. And we're kind of talking about all these different bands in this episode beyond At the Gates that Thomas Lindberg is going to be sort of part of. And we opened with a pair of tunes after the 1996 live recording of World of Lies there that we opened things up with. But Cain was I don't know much about them, but they're an Israeli metal band who had been active from like 99 to '02 and 2011 to present, but they
Mhm.
only put out one record so far, and it's the To Be Drawn and To Drown from 2017. And yeah, that's again, I don't know how Tompa got like in touch with these guys. It's very most of these other bands we're going to be kind of covering, like I can kind of see where the crossover happened, and I don't
Mhm.
know the story of these guys.
I couldn't really find a hell of a lot to tell you the truth.
Yeah, but I mean it's cool to hear him duet, which is kind of an
Mhm.
interesting thing. He doesn't always do that, especially for most of the album where one guy's doing kind of deep guttural while he's doing the sort of screams and things like that. Um, and it's cool to hear him engage in a band that's kind of doing a lot more like Death Doom stuff because that's kind of not necessarily something that's always been in his trajectory where he's done a lot more faster things or things that are a lot more kind of energetic. And when you rarely get to hear him kind of doing sort of slow stuff, I guess,
Well, this really reminded me of late '80s, early '90s Swedish death metal, like where there wasn't really the sound yet. Like
yeah,
early Tiamat, early Therion, Nihilist, like where there wasn't like this prescriptive, like here's what the guitar sound should be. There's a really weird kind of like vacuous. The production is really weird on this.
yeah.
I don't really know. I didn't really know what to make of it at first. Then I then I had that kind of realization that it reminded me of that early, kind of occult, early death metal stuff. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
that's kind of a cool angle. And
well, and
then
even the
almost
name
peaceful
too kind of
three ish
has
kind
that.
of stuff too.
Yeah, definitely on that title track we heard there's kind of a sort of epic My Dying Bride kind of moments and some weird like black metal breakdowns that but it's not like black metal that you would think. It's more like blackened metal or something.
Yeah,
It's yeah.
the strings and stuff that are coming through is
Mhm.
cool. And
Yeah, that's probably where I got some of the Bride vibes from it. But and even like his vocal approach on it, it reminds me more of the stuff he did on like Red in the Sky. It's a
yeah,
little,
which I
it's a
think is
little,
is Death Doom adjacent.
yeah, because about the slowest that At the Gates really ever got was probably on a record like that. Where they're
Hmm.
doing more angular kind of stuff. But yeah, pretty neat. Indeed, kind of a fun thing. If anyone knows more about them, let us know because I just there isn't much kind of scholarship on them. The record came out in Apostasy Records, and yeah, I think that's an Israeli label. And again, how
2017 or
how
something.
Thomas Lindberg got into these guys in the middle. And the funny thing is, it's
Well,
2017. Like he's busy with At the Gates and lurking. It's not like it was a fallow period. He was like,
yeah, I feel like with a lot of these relationships probably started way back in tape trading days.
it could be, yeah, yeah, it could be.
But, a band will talk like later on. I guess how far late down the road is it? Is it on the second page?
Mm.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I'll wait to
second
talk
page.
about that. But
Okay. Okay.
there's a Greek band we'll be talking about that
Oh yeah.
has a long
Yep.
history with them.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And so, we're going to move now. We'll hear from Chris coming up at the start of this next set of music, but then we're going to kind of get into a trio of tunes that are basically him doing a guest vocals, if you will. Although with Ceremonial Oath, I'm not sure if it's guest vocals or how this band was sort of conceived. I know we did an episode on them many, many years ago, and I didn't do a whole lot of research, to look into the history of these guys, but it was an oddball project for people that aren't familiar with Ceremonial Oath. That originally was made up of Oscar Dronzak, who would go on to found Hammerfall, but Anders Ewers, Jesper Stromblin from In Flames, and Anders was one of the original guitar players for In Flames, like pre-demo era, and then Marcus Nordberg, who drummed for Cemetery, actually. And they put out an album called Book of Truth, and then for their second record, Carpet, which we're about to hear a tune from, it's kind of an overhaul, and the only one that really remained was Anders Ewers, and they added kind of split vocals. Anders Frieden from In Flames does half the vocals, and then Tompa does the other half of the record. And Ewers is related to Peter, Peter's brother,
His older brother, I believe, he played
older
in
brother.
Tiamat and stuff.
Yep. And the other crazy part is that he and the drummer, Marcus Nordberg, were drummers on Cemetery for Black Vanity when we did that Cemetery show last year. And he was also the bass player for Dark Tranquillity from 2016 to 2020. But of course, as you just mentioned, most know him as the bass player for Tiamat. So I don't know, like Ceremony Oath is such a bizarre band. Their Black Sun Records put them out, and there were a couple songs I remember that were on the War Comp. That's, I think, where I first discovered Ceremonial Oath. And obviously we didn't play it because Tompa doesn't sing on it, but the Hallowed Be Thy Name cover from Maiden that Anders Frieden sings is pretty awesome. That ends this record. But it's just a weird blend of Gothenburg styles and different things. It doesn't ever feel like a cohesive band. It's cool. I like this record. It's got personality, but I don't know.
Like the first record, the Book of Truth, too. It's kind of, I don't know. I think they're probably incredibly young. I mean, this came out in '93. I guess these guys are probably like my age, like early 50s or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they were just kind of throwing, shit against the wall.
Yeah.
At least Oscar, because he'd do this, and then he did Crystal Age, I believe, as well.
Oh, Crystal Age, yep.
And then into, 25 plus years of
Hammerfall. Yeah.
But I don't know. I liked after hearing, like, being into this stuff for a long 35 years, going back and like, because Book of Truth wasn't easy to find in the 90s. And because I had Carpet, I might have had a dubbed version of this. But to be able to absorb it got reissued maybe 5-10 years ago. But it was it's just one of those things, like it doesn't sound really like anything else completely. It sounds refreshing if you're looking for old stuff you haven't heard. That's kind of like, where I'm at. My headspace is at for death metal a lot of the time. But
sure. Well, and I think I appreciate it a little bit more maybe now when you don't get stuff like this very often anymore. It's so singular, and like there was a glut of stuff in 95, 96, and maybe it kind of got lost in the shuffle. But now when you kind of go back, you're like, you know what, this is pretty singular. It's kind of neat. You know? So, and I like his performance. I like both him and Anders. I think this is for Anders, his songs, it's about the fiercest he ever kind of came across almost as a vocalist. Which I think
is less breathy than his In Flames stuff.
Yeah. But Immortalized is the tune we're going to hear, and it's, like I said, part of one of the 3 songs that Tompa sort of sang on Carpet. So it's a fun one. And speaking of another band we did a show on many, many moons ago, Blaze My Sorrow. And I think they were like Eucharist, right? They were one of the bands that had a lot of young members, if memory serves.
I think
that
when
was
they
kind of one of the,
maybe their first demo or something.
Yeah, if Sorrows or if Emotions Still Burn or whatever that very first one was. But this is their third record from 02.
Yeah.
96. Yeah, I think they were all like, 14, 15 years old when they put out that first record on No Fashion.
This one I kind of didn't. I had it for a long time, and I hated the cover and the graphic design on it so much that I didn't really listen to it very much. And then when I started listening to it, I was like, it's pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. I remember Like, I distinctly remember it was when you were living in Ann Arbor and Chris was home for Christmas and we hung out at your place, and for some reason we were watching a bunch of old GI Joe commercials on VHS or DVD that you had. It was just like basically a collection of nothing but commercials.
The
And we
PSAs and stuff too, or was it
yeah,
just
yeah.
the toy
Can't
commercials?
remember. But we were doing that, and then we kind of got on like a little side quest where we were listening to Abyssos and Ablaze My
Oh
Sorrow and
yeah,
a bunch of like other Dawn and some other kind of things. And I think it inspired us to eventually just kind of do like an Ablaze My Sorrow show on those first three records. And so that was kind of what got me back into these records a little bit more because I had kind of really only paid attention to their first record. And then I don't know if
it's
I ever
probably the
picked up
best, I think.
their
But
second and third one, but yeah, there's some nice little cuts here, you know, and Tompa lent a hand to this tune called Slit Wide Open, which is pretty fun. And who knows? I'm sure they met in the studio or just met in town, you know, knew each other and they called in a favor and or Tompa just, you know, was like hanging out with him at the bar and he's like, yeah, I'll come in and record a song. It seems like that seems to be the story that you get is that Tompa was just such a friendly guy
he
that
was generous. Yeah, he was a
yeah,
generous ambassador of not even ambassador, but like an evangelist of music,
mhm, yep,
and especially like niche stuff. So yeah, when when we started to do the show and just after he passed, started looking through like everything that he was involved with. It's like there was never really a lull.
no, yeah, he never
Like something was
stops.
always happening, but just he came kind of in and out of critical acclaim or like a visibility that we'd normally see. But he was always doing something,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more Tompa stuff and side projects or not really projects, but like appearances he made than the ones you're going to hear in this episode. I mean, you get a
Sure.
sprinkling of them, but I'll share a playlist that I found that it's a Spotify playlist that somebody made that's got a lot of this stuff, and it's kind of fun to sort of piece through because I found some things I was pretty unaware of, and I was like, oh shit, he's on this, you know, and you kind of have to dig around and be like, what is this, you know, like how does
Yeah.
he know about these guys, you know, I don't even know who they are, kind of thing. So, um, but the next band is a band that he first gets involved with as a guest star, and then eventually kind of gets a little bit sort of more deep into their trenches. I bet. I guess they started off as Crown of Thorns before they had to change their name to just the Crown because there was an American, I think, metalcore or hardcore band called Crown of
Nobody
Thorns.
remembers.
Yeah, with a Z at the end. Yeah,
Yeah.
Crown of Thorns.
Just like
And
Idle Hands had to do the same thing.
yes, yeah, and they kind of hit a zenith in 2000 with Deathrace King, which was seen as kind of an early masterpiece. It was inducted in the Decibel Hall of Fame, and it was on Metal Blade and year 2000, and full on death thrash fury, full tilt. And Johan Lindstrand was the vocalist, and he's just tearing people apart up to that point. But it was kind of taking a toll on him. And Joseph would kind of get into this a little bit more because he kind of knows a little bit more of the story. And so they had Tompa guest on this tune, Devil Gate Ride in 2000. And then I think the Crown does one more record with Johan singing, and then Johan's basically shredded his voice, and he's got to kind of step down for a while, and that's when they bring in Tompa to do a full record, and we get the wonderful, wonderful, Crowned in Terror. So, I love the like even in like just the guest tune, Devil Gate Ride, you can kind of like hear that classic like hurdle in his throat that you can sometimes hear when Tampa's singing that way he is like so throaty. I think that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tompa joins. Yeah, I guess I remember getting Crowned in Terror. I don't know if I got this for Eclipse or if we got it at New Moon as a promo or maybe even the radio station, but I freaked out. I was like, this is fucking awesome. It felt like the sequel to Slaughter of the Soul to me
What's
in
the
a weird
first
way.
thing? Because yeah, the Haunted was doing like the Haunted made me do it, and One Kill Wonder. I don't remember the years on those, but they were kind of picking up the pieces a little bit of At the Gates, or trying to, you know, it was a continuation, I would say, in
Hmm.
some degree of what At the Gates was doing, and this was just like leveled everything. as far as death metal was concerned at that point, because this was a pretty like death metal as far as like straight death metal.
Yeah. No, it was a fallow period for sure. You know?
And the crown, the just like every performance on this, I think going back, Deathrace King 2 is I don't know if it's underrated, but it's not talked about a hell of a lot. But I think this is kind of the Deathrace is their icon. This is their draconian times for
Mhm.
really kind of like nailing down that super fucking fast kind of thrash performance. But the drums are so retarded. I don't know if anything's been, because this is not like, you know, hyper blast stuff, but it's still so fast but so catchy. You hear every hit of the drums, and the drums propel stuff. It passes like the torch off from Tompa leading the rhythm to the drums to the guitar. Like the whole thing is working so well together. That's why after this I kind of didn't follow the band as much, because I had the follow up, but it didn't have, because you can't kind of do the same thing again. You can't up this record. You have to do something
No.
different.
No, it's tough, and I think it was probably wise for them to take some time off. But
Yeah,
you know, like this was it's my favorite Crown release, and I
I would
don't know if
agree.
that's a controversial take, you know,
Probably
or not. But
I
you know, I
like
don't
the
know how other
burning and
people are.
stuff is fine, but it's like, I don't know. It's not, this is like singular, you
Yeah,
know.
and like you said, it's the way that Tompa and the drums are kind of like talking. They're almost like doing call and response throughout,
Yeah,
and
they're
they're like,
like barking at each other. It's awesome.
yeah, you know, there's like that weird sort of like breakdown and like under the whip where it's like the and like you know like the I don't know, I can't really articulate it, you just kind of have to hear it, but it's just
There's
like
no silence on this record.
yeah, it just
If
goes
there's
for it.
ever a spot, it's almost like it's like a jazz solo thing. Like, okay, here we go. Like, drummer, you do your thing, and then the bass will come. Like,
Yep.
everybody's got a spot, but
Yeah.
it's so well put together.
Yeah, it's weird that this doesn't get talked about more. It's like this lost masterpiece, and I just I I don't know, it does confound me. I don't know why more people don't elevate this performance. And I don't know if it's maybe because the Crown, you know, a few years later re-recorded this with Johan on vocals. If as
I
if
think
to
that was
like,
kind of a dumb move. I mean, I get why they did it, because he was like, he was welcomed back into the band. He was the vocalist through the whole thing. So,
yeah,
you know, why not do that? But you know, if you go and listen to any of those songs, they do not hold a candle to this performance of anybody.
no,
You know,
no,
I think
yeah,
it's
everybody's
kind of a
locked in
muted
here.
version of it, a neutered version of it.
Sure.
This is
Yeah.
like right on that, on the hinge of, or right on the edge of being unhinged.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't. It's almost kind of its own, like its own weird little genre too. I don't even know anybody that sounds close to that.
Well, and that opening salvo of those like first five songs, it's like a bulldozer. And I just
The
remember like
Terminator 2 intro thing, and
Jesus, yeah. And then you get the title track, and then you get, you know, Under the Whip, Drugged Unholy, and World Below, which is the trio we're going to hear. And I mean, Under the Whip just like grabs you and beats you down. And then Drugged Unholy has like these like searing, yearning vocals from Tompa. And then you get these like weird Brave Murder Day-isms on World Below that kind of add these new textures and stuff. And it's like, I don't know. I have to almost like take a nap after you get through those songs. Like I love the second half of the record, but I don't. It's not. I don't remember it because I almost like it's like too much after like the enjoyment of these songs. It's almost like I
well,
need to listen to them in two separate settings where I can like take a break or whatever.
yeah,
So
the Speed of Darkness is so fucking, it's so dumb with all the fills are everywhere. It's like
yeah,
the drummer just like is hitting potholes and hitting the snare every time he, you know, he's bouncing around the car or something. It's so
yeah,
ridiculous.
it's
And
wild.
you know, like the death metal Holocaust and the Satanist, and
Yeah.
like it's a great record. It's a really great record.
Yeah, so I hope there's maybe some listeners who are kind of coming to us here and maybe not knowing this record, because I think you're in for a treat when you get to this like quad of Crown songs. You'd be like, whoa. And so yeah,
It's a
and then
nice
we'll hear
43 minutes, you know.
what's that? Yeah.
It's a nice 43 minutes.
Yeah, it is. It's you know,
It
and
seems faster, but yeah.
it kind of has a Rain and Blood kind of quality to it, you know. It's
Yeah,
like
the immediacy to it. It's
yep, yep.
I don't know a ton of records that are able to play that fast, but also have memorable moments in the
Yeah,
songs.
it's so listenable. That's the crazy part, you
Yeah.
know. So, yeah, he's really kind of hitting it. I mean, and 2002 and 2003 is a pretty good apex year for him, as we'll find out throughout this episode. There's a couple other releases around this time that are kind of, it's like the second coming of Tompa in a way, is like 2002 in a cool sense. So, but let's get into it. So we're gonna hear from Chris, from Mike from Darkest Hour, and Joseph Schafer throughout this set, kind of breaking up the songs, and then we'll hear Immortalized from Ceremonial Oath's Carpet, Slit Wide Open from Blaze My Sorrows, Anger, Hate, and Fury, Devil Gate Ride from the Crown's Deathrace King, and then a trio of tunes to end things from Crowned in Terror, Under the Whip, Drugged Unholy, and World Below.
But I thought that was so cool that everything was kind of included. They include, when it came to like the early At the Gate stuff, it was a lot of punk, it was a lot of illicit, there was a lot of King Crimson, and Atheist and Morbid Angel and and everything, just throw it in there. See, we want to do something unique, and inspired by band no one listened to, and I love that. And seeing Tompa on stage, like especially with the early times of Grotesque, it was so intense, and it was kind of like it was the coolest thing you could go and see, basically, in town. And when I decided I wanted to be a singer, I was like, I wanted to make people feel the same way that I feel when I watch Tompa, that kind of thing. That was the inspiration for me. Like that's what I want to inspire or evoke in others, like this. Where I don't know, like for me it was this raw kind of energy that was so kind of punkish and cool. It was not about looking cool, being cool, or anything like that. It was just like, this is what I want to do, and you could tell. Like they went so far, and it was so intense, and it was incredible. So I really felt like of course, we wouldn't have started a band if it wasn't for those kind of early days when I went to their rehearsal room, or where I, sat in Tompa's room and just listened to music and realized that, yeah, this is actually something that you can do. This is possible.
Mm.
And also, like, in terms of the scene in Gothenburg, like, and I told the story a million times, but I mean, where we lived, like outside of Gothenburg, it was the first stop was me and Tompa. The next stop was the rest of the guys from Dark Tranquillity. The next bus stop was Anders and Peter from Tiamat and Flames, and then 2 more stops. There was Anders and Jonas, the Björler brothers from At the Gates, and then Christian Bolin, 2 stops more, and that was kind of like the whole gang. And then we met up with guys from Frölunda, which was Niklas Engelin and Jesper Strömblad and all those guys. And Tompa was always kind of like the central figure, because he brought everyone together. He made sure that we were all there. He was the guy with the cassette deck, that had specialized and made mixtapes, or brought tons of tapes, from demos to new albums. And there was always something new that he knew that no one else had listened to, because he wanted to kind of spread it, because he was so deep into tape trading. And also he had this fanzine Cascade mag for a while. So he had a lot of cool stuff that no one had heard. So that was it. Like, we sat in parks, listened to music and listened to, these, strange demos, and drank really low ABV beers. That was our upbringing. And I think his passion and this kind of charisma and way of talking about music and being so deep into it inspired everyone around him. And I mean, to this day, like, everyone who lived along that bus line, and also like all the metal guys in Sweden, have the same kind of relationship, I think, or a similar relationship to Tompa, because you kind of knew that if he was okay with it, then you're fine. He was always very encouraging, and always kept very kind of positive to help out, and to be kind of like there when you needed him. But also he was not critical, but that he knew something that maybe you didn't, so you might as well try to live up to his standards. And that was a huge kind of thing for us to live up to, and so really, like, without him, the metal scene, the Gothenburg metal scene would either not exist at all or look vastly different. So we were talking we didn't talk much about it, like during the wake that we had for him here. Just everyone I ever knew back then, everybody was in the same room. Like most of us, everybody lives around here, but there was a lot of people who moved away and moved to Stockholm and lived abroad. And then we all kind of gathered, and we didn't say anything. We just looked at each other and hugged and cried, and that was it. But it's such, and you could tell like everybody's still deeply into this because of what happened then, 35 years ago, the impact that he had on everyone's life cannot be measured. And there was no one else like him at the time and since. But at that point, he was incredibly unique in the way that he approached life and music, and that was so infectious, and led us down this path that we're all still on. I mean, his legacy obviously is way more than that, but I think for me and for my friends from that time and that area.
And I close my eyes, waves of some sign of salvation. Instead of your savior, I choose myself to suffer the sins of mankind. Immortalized. Before me, I'll outlive the earth, I'll outlive the stars, walking blind in the darkness of night. Once again I try to rip it, on the screen I burst inside, and tap the hatred out. The beast of life, the beast of it, that's my open, wounded and bleed.
right, welcome. We are joined by Mike.
Schleibaum.
There we go. Yeah, it's like a drinking game on the podcast for when I mispronounce like Swedish and Norwegian names. So I can't.
Well, this one's German, and you didn't fuck it up yet, so nobody
That's
gets a
good.
shot.
Yes,
Damn
I'm
it.
pretty excited.
I didn't
So
pour any drinks for this.
we wanted to bring in a couple of voices who worked with Tompa, but also from the different perspective, because so much of what we talked about in part one, which I know you haven't had a chance to listen to, and this will be going into part two, is about like the influence that Tompa had on what was kind of going on the other side of the Atlantic in terms of the melodic death metal, melodic hardcore merger that was sort of happening in the late 90s, early 2000s. So I guess, talk to us a little bit about how much of an influence from Tompa and At the Gates was on what you guys were starting to do when you guys were forming up and evolving towards that debut record in 2000.
I mean, this is the epic experience to try to figure out how to edit the things that you've experienced when you've been able to like be in a band and like hear a record, have it change your life, have the story of your life be meeting the people who made that record on and off throughout it, getting to tour with them, getting around it. Just like how many people get to say they get to like be with like around, let alone the experience we had with their favorite band. You know what I mean? And then how many people's favorite band really only made a couple records? I mean, in all honesty, that you deeply love, but that was all it's all it took, And so anyway, I guess the place to begin, because there is a lot of places where Thomas had a lot of influence on myself and my band Darkest Hour. But the place to start would be basically when we heard At the Gates for the first time.
Yeah, let's hear that.
We had been dabbling. I mean, back when we got into metal, we had kind of come around the corner with it in a weird way, because what we had done was we had sort of gotten into the Big Four style shit and Exodus and Pantera and everything. And then around that time, there had been this spring in the US of like whatever second generation metalcore, if you'll call it whatever, but you had the vegan straight edge came to bloom. And this is where Darkest Hour got its earliest roots. We were involved with the early vegan hardcore straight edge, sort of this metal hardcore molding that happened in the early 90s. These were the shows we were going to, these were our friends. But everybody in the scene, if you will, because this was before the internet where there was a scene, was also dabbling in trying to find the most extreme metal, black metal. It was weird. We had a lot of things that we were ethical about, but we loved to just try to find the most extreme metal stuff. And the places you could find those records were either the black metal section at the Tower Records or this crazy record store that was, pretty questionably if they were white power, if they were skinheads. Nobody really knew it up. Nobody really wanted to go there. But I'm sorry to report, occasionally we would, because it was the only place you could get some of these records, and we would get weird records from the place all the time. And once it got easier to order them, we started getting into Tower Records and having them order them for us like nerds. And there was another record store that I'll shout out called Record Convergence in Northern Virginia, which sort of saved me, because like I didn't like going to the weird Nazi black metal store at all. It was super fucking weird. And then Tower Records didn't really have anything cool, but at Tower Records I discovered In Flames, but at Record Convergence I discovered At the Gates. And the thing about it was around the same time, and the biggest part of the influence was I had always been drawn to death metal, and I had really recently discovered Carcass, who I liked, like how the vocal tonal thing it was more up in the mid range, and it cut through in the music more, and the more Chris Barnes guttural thing that I had sort of grown up on. I didn't always like it because the vocals seemed to be more in the back and they didn't seem to be as catchy. And then at this one moment when we heard Slaughter of the Soul, because we had bought it at Record Conversions, I believe, we could hear this sort of generation of, it's a modern songwriting, it's diverse chorus, whatever. So there's a lot of other things that influence, but the vocals were the biggest thing. Like as soon as you heard it, you heard this mid-range, you know, scream. I'd heard that delivery before, but not with the way that it just sat on the music and everything, the way that the vocal patterns were, the lyrics, the lyrical content. It wasn't just dark imagery. There was like message in here, and it was a dark message, but it was kind of punk, and we were confused. And later that once we got to know Tompa and everybody in that scene, all the other guys at the Gates and everybody started to realize, like, oh my God, like everybody loves everything. What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it was a shock to us because it seemed to blur the lines in a lot of ways. It made us feel like, oh my God, we could do music like this. And I remember when I heard Slaughter of the Soul, I thought it was a direct thought. This is the type of music I want to play, you know, and that's powerful. So, while there are a lot of earlier musical influences, I would say at the Gates and Thomas's vocal delivery in particular was definitely a watershed moment in my musical career, because there's been few moments like that in 30 years of doing the band. Like Darkest Hour is 30 years old. So like that experience of hearing At the Gates was easily 32 years ago.
And it's one thing we were talking about in part one a little bit. It was how Tompa's vocals were so, you know, you said like in that upper register, but you could actually hear the articulation of what he was saying in the same way Jeff Walker, you a little bit with Heartwork too. And that was probably as a punk hardcore kid who cared a little bit more about lyrics. That was probably really appealing to you
Oh,
guys.
absolutely. First of all, we totally cared about lyrics. And then there were bands that were doing guttural kind of screaming things. You sort of had to kind of learn to speak the language. And I remember playing it for people and then having people constantly say like, well, how can you tell what the hell the person's saying? But it's like, once you learn how to speak death metal, you can speak it, you know. And then there's definitely dialects you got to dig into, but like Tompa's version was catchy, man. And I think that's the thing, that it was catchy without being poppy. I mean, it's just, how do you do that? It's like the golden ticket. And it was just that whole entire record, Slaughter of the Soul, is just like an entire masterpiece, a master class in writing, vocals, vocal patterns, catchy patterns, and then memorable lyrics, you know, thoughtful, thought-provoking, dark, non bullshit death metal lyrics. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
no, it
so. I
wasn't
mean,
gore,
so
it
not
wasn't
even,
Satan, you know.
definitely not even on the vocal tonal level, but definitely even on the lyrical level, because while John is the singer of Darkest Hour and can easily take credit for 90% of the lyrics the band has had, I was heavily involved with the lyrical writing of the band up until the end of our Mark of the Judas record, which is our first full-length record. And I wrote a lot of lyrics on Mark of the Judas. And then to this day, I'm in the crucible with John as he tries to write songs. I'm the first dude to challenge him on, what's that about? What are you saying? What is this? What's that word? And so it's always meant a lot to me. And I think that, you know, Thomas and At the Gates on their records, like they fucking nailed it in the way that all the greats did. And it's like immediate influence and immediate like respect once you heard it, you know. Still in love with that record, you know.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's weird to,
and
you know,
and the other records, Terminal Spirit Disease, you know, in the newer ones, blah blah blah. But you know, we're talking about the early, you know, experience.
absolutely. I mean, I guess at the point when Slaughter of the Soul came out, did you guys have the band together in Washington, D.C., or were you still?
I'm pretty sure in '95. When did Slaughter's Soul actually come out? You got that figure in front of you?
5, yeah.
'95.
I don't know
So
what month. I'm trying to remember.
doesn't
I want
matter.
to say
Check this out. They were on tour with was it Napalm Death?
that was the Curse the Tour in
Yeah, who was the tour?
'96.
Who was
Yep.
the tour? Okay, who was that tour? Who were
That
they
was
with on tour?
well, in '95 they were with Dissection and Morbid Angel in the States, and then '96 was Curse the Tour with Napalm.
Okay, see, that's the tour. 96. Listen to this fucking bullshit. They played at the Gates, played in Washington, D.C. at this place called Jack's. It was a shithole. We boycotted it. They wanted to make local bands sell tickets and shit, which now like most everybody has to do. Who the fuck even knows how fucked local bands are? But back in the day, we used to try.
Yeah.
The hardcore bands hated this venue, everything about it. At the Gates was going to play there with Napalm Death, which by the way, we just really like kind of, you know, to paint a picture, the show was 108, Darkest Hour. Shit, I don't. Snapcase didn't play, but somebody else was on tour with 108, and maybe even, and not Next Step Up. It was. It's funny. I can remember that 108 played because they were all in the Krishna outfits, and it was wild. It was at a place called the Underground Railroad in DC. We played the same night that At the Gates played 96. It makes sense timeline wise because what had happened was we had heard that album, we loved it. We had even started a band, you know, influenced by it, but there was a lot of other stuff that was happening in America that was influencing us: Earth Crisis, Damnation, Snap, and the American metalcore stuff. So we were in love with At the Gates, but we hated the venue they were going to play. We didn't, you know, it was an expensive show in our opinion. We weren't connected to Napalm Death. We didn't know how long they were going to play. This wasn't on our radar how special it was to see that because we didn't know that they were going to fucking break up, man.
Yeah.
Why would they? They just put out the record.
I know.
You know
it
what
was
I mean?
crazy. Yeah.
So then when they broke up, we were still pissed at the show that we did the show. But back then, when you're a young band, like you get a show, it's like such a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
so a show to play to go to another show, you know, that makes perfect sense.
And it was pretty far away. We were in DC and it was out in Virginia. It was at least an hour away. Okay. And whatever. In retrospect, no excuse. We should have fucking been there. What the fuck are you talking about? We should have canceled that show. And we don't need to nobody needs to relitigate that, but whatever.
It was I was in high school going in my senior year when that show was happening in the summertime. And Chris from Decibel, who we all worked together and went to high school together in Central Michigan. Essentially, we all worked at a record store eventually together. But he was already doing the Requiem zine at the time. And he was like, hey, we got press passes to go to the show. You want to go? We can meet the band. I was like a high school kid. I was like, I'm going to meet At the Gates and Napalm Death. He's like, yeah. And so we got on their tour bus and I was just like overwhelmed because, you know, I was like 17 years old and, you know, Barney's microwaving a burrito and Martin Larson's like, hey, let's go to Wendy's. And it was just, you know, it was a gateway for me because I was like, oh, these guys are normal dudes. Like I don't have to be scared of this. It was cool. And it probably paved the way for my journalism, you know, like little side hustle thing because I was like, you know, people are people. And so I was lucky enough to have seen that show in Grand Rapids is where we went to in Michigan. So
sick.
Yeah, it was cool. And then what's really neat, and you'll hear it at the very end of the part 1 of the podcast, if you ever make it to the end, because it's fucking a 7-hour journey or whatever. But I found recently someone uploaded a YouTube video of the whole show. And it sounds great. They record it from the camcorder from 96. And there's like 2 moments in the show where Tompa goes, this one goes out to Chris and the Requiem guys. This is Raped by the Light of Christ. And I just remember sitting there being like, I just got Raped by the Light of Christ dedicated to me. My mom would be so proud right now. Like,
damn.
This is like
I want
a moment.
I want to go see that video to see how fast they play.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send you an email and stuff. But
like, do they play like fucking perfectly? Or are they insanely fast?
They were tight. They were.
I'm sure they're tight. They're Swedish. But the question is, there was back in the day where shit was haywire. They're on tour with Napalm Death. So who knows what the fuck?
I think that they sounded better recorded than most of the live death metal shows in 1996, which you will probably admit were not. People didn't know how to play or do the soundboard.
But the Swedes. I'll tell you this: it's all about how those dudes played. They were fucking like from. It was like, you know, I don't know why Americans were so. We were like sort of like Motley Crue. Like it was all about image. It's all about like shocking all with the crowd. And then these Swedish bands, man, they were quiet people. You know, it must have been wild to meet out the gates then, because getting to know them in the beginning, they were so quiet.
Very shy.
You know?
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like how, like, to get in there is just like, it's hard to explain, like, because they're so kind. Like, because when I'm trying to explain to people that are listening, like the level of super fandomness I have subjected them to, you know what I mean? This is anytime I'm punished by a fan or any kind of weird Spinal Tap situation for being in a band, it is completely because I have absolutely put somebody, probably like a dude in At the Gates, most likely in an experience where I just wouldn't give up, because they're quiet and they're into their thing and they're not wild partiers, or they're not into the social. They were not into the social stuff. But Thomas was really easy to get to know, and you know, in retrospect, like they are all actually kind of really fun and they are outgoing. It's just there was a whole layer of communication, language barrier, style, you know, even
I think Swedes are
personality.
more introverted too by nature. You know, a lot of Northern
Yeah,
Europeans
well,
are.
I've met a lot of fucking wild ass Swedes.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
true.
saying,
That's true. I
At the
just said by
Gates
nature.
was
By
never the
nature.
band that would be really getting. But you know, Thomas did have his moments.
He liked to
would
tip
like
a few
get
back.
wild.
Yeah, he liked to tip a few back.
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about what happened after that part.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine.
Do
I guess before we sort of wrap things up, is there another project in particular or another vocal performance from Tompa besides At the Gates and Dysphere that you kind of feel deserves some shine or you want to kind of articulate about? And if so, which one is it?
I do. Another band that I adore from this time period that I discovered because of Tompa is The Crown. The Crown is, I think, one of the most underrated bands from this time period.
Well, you're a thrash guy. This is like catnip for you, almost.
It is.
You know,
they're the mellow death thrash band. So they're the perfect triangulation of my interests. Right? Interestingly, the other perfect triangulation of the interests is The Haunted, which is like the band everyone else from At the Gates went to do, right? Interesting. You hear Tompa guest on the song Devil Gate Ride on the album Deathrace King, which is by The Crown. I inducted that into the Decibel Hall of Fame. And one of my supreme agonies is I'm never going to get to see them do the rap battle in Devil Gate Ride live. But after Deathrace King, The Crown does, I think, one album with Tompa, maybe two.
Crowned in Terror is the one.
Crowned in Terror. Crowned in Terror is a really good record. The song I listen to that the most is probably Under the Whip.
Yep.
But there's Cuts Satanist is spectacular. If people want a bit of fun, there's a song on Crowned in Terror called The Speed of Darkness. The guitar solo to The Speed of Darkness is the Knight Rider theme song. I believe that's how I got into The Crown. Was someone's like, did you hear Tompa sing on the song that's the Knight Rider theme song?
That's incredible. I forgot about that.
It's a fun tune. They re-recorded Crowned in Terror with The Crown's main vocalist. Unfortunately, that version is not the Tompa version. The Tompa version is the superior version.
I mean, here's my hot take, and maybe it's because I am coming at it through a Tompa lens, but Crown and Terror is my favorite Crown, and I have all their stuff in that era. That's for me the record that should have gone in the Hall of Fame, and I get why the earlier one did. I'm very biased, and that record came out when I was like peak writing for Eclipse too. So like that was a record like I spent a lot of time with. And there's some things like in, Under the Whip and Drugged Unholy where
so good.
They're doing some Brave Murder Day things mixed in with like thrash, mixed in with, and it's like that's my triangle, right? It's like you fucking put some Catatonia, like, fucking Death Doom rips mixed with thrash and have Tompa screaming like fucking catnip, man. Like the first 5 or 6 songs on that record are like perfect. It's a perfect opening. I wish I had it on vinyl just to only listen to that side. It's just like, and I like the second half, but I'm almost like so hyper focused on those first 6, and I was also hosting a radio show then. So I would play like 3 Crown songs in a row to get that like bleed. And it would always be like track 3, 4, 5, boom, which is Drugged Unholy, Under the Whip. And I can't remember right offhand, but we're playing them in part 2. So people hearing this will probably be hearing these songs as we're talking about it, You
gotta do Devil Gate Ride. But I know it's hard.
Hey, there's still time to change. We haven't recorded part 2 as we record this. So I'm still tweaking a few things,
One good thing about inducting Deathrace King is I managed to strike up a conversation with Marco Tervonen, who's the lead guitarist of The Crown. Yeah. Marco and I have not often communicated, but we got on quite well. And that was one of those interviews there were 2 hours there that didn't make it in. And this is probably like a good place to talk about this. But he and I talked a lot about how Deathrace King kind of burned their singer out in a serious way. And yeah, Crowned in Terror was good, but it was also sort of like the beginning of the end for them, because the touring grueling ground them in to dirt, right? And unlike Carcass and At the Gates, the thing they did is they didn't break up. Yeah. They just tried to find a way to make their career work without living on the road. And he and I had a long talk about how like the machine of even the underground metal industry chewed all those bands up in a serious way. And the Crown, by the way, you're right, he's a huge, like, Catatonia, Paradise Lost, that's his other thing. He's half thrash and he's half that, right? Nice. He'd love you pulling all that stuff out, right? But the Crown has, after they had a long fallow period, a tough time. But recently, in the past 10 years, they've pulled their career out of the dustbin, and I think their reunion albums are spectacular.
Okay. I've never spent much time with them. Okay.
Cobra Speed Venom that's Schafer catnip. That's a Schafer record. It's Cobra Speed Venom. But their singer, and I'm sorry I keep forgetting his name, but he sounds great. So when Mark and I were talking about, me as a singer, talking about how difficult it is to keep your voice in shape, he actually did say, he's like, so what do you think about the At the Gates reunion albums? And what can you say? Because he was in a band with Tompa, but I'm like, look, man, here's what I said to him, like, there's no World Cup for being a death metal vocalist. Going out there and doing this forever is destructive for your health if you don't rest. Mm-hmm. Right? And exhaustion isn't what ended Tompa's life. Mm-hmm. Cancer is. Fuck cancer. Right? But you can't help but think that part of someone getting it so young may have something to do with how hard he rode his body and wrote his voice. Because people don't know. Like, it is athletic to do those vocals, and it is detail oriented. And I think the poor man, he wanted to give and give and give. And I think he kept giving to the point where him giving started taking. Yep. And you just wonder if he'd conserved himself a little bit. If At the Gates had conserved themselves a little bit. There's probably going to be one more reunion album. My understanding is he cut the vocals on it the day before he went into that surgery.
Yep, but that's what we talked about. Yeah.
If he'd conserved himself a little bit, if the machinery of the industry had allowed that band to make great music and also health-oriented decisions, what would the vocal performances on those albums have sounded like? Maybe they'd be as impressive as the vocal over performances on the Crown albums. And that's one of those parallel realities we're never going to get. And as much as I love At the Gates, and I'm happy for all that we got from them, that kind of tortures me a little bit.
You heard from Joseph Schafer, and then a trio of Crown tunes, World Below, Drugged Unholy, and started with Under the Whip. Then in between that, we heard from Mike, the guitar player from Darkest Hour. And then before him, Devil Gate Ride from The Crown, Slit Wide Open from Ablaze My Sorrow, Immortalized from Ceremonial Oath, and then our esteemed colleague, friend, Chris Dick started things off for us there. So, so we moved from The Crown, this sort of furious thrash death metal, to one of the bands that was sort of already kind of in the DNA of Tompa all along, and then it finally sort of saw the light of day in the mid-90s as At the Gates was kind of still around, but a lot of these recordings come in the aftermath of Slaughter of the Soul and kind of the breakup of the band and stuff, and we're talking about Skitsystem. And when did you first encounter or hear about Skitsystem? Was it because it feels like these were kind of hard to find? I remember hearing rumors about this other band Tompa had and Adrian was in, but it wasn't like I could never find these very frequently in the 90s.
I don't know if I talked about it in the last episode or not, but I got it in 96.
Yeah, you
when I
said
was
you
working at
found some of your old
Relapse.
records, right? Okay.
Yeah, I've got
Yep.
a 10-inch and a 7-inch, I think, of them. But that's what kind of where I, probably in an interview, but even the is it Through the Red off of With Fear? That's kind of basically kind of a crust song.
Yeah, kind of. Yep. Yep.
It's got that kind of vibe. And then, there was always, t-shirts and,
I think
him
that's where
talking
I would
about other
see
bands and
Tompa
stuff.
wearing Skit System shirts and stuff. Yeah, that's where it kind of the seed planet for me, I suppose.
Yeah, and just his overall, he was into hardcore and crust and
Hmm.
every other type of kind of extreme music. So yeah, probably 96. I think is when they got on my radar.
So the band's name translates to shit system for those of you
Yes.
that are don't know, and they were formed in '94, kind of around a basic interest in anti-simics, asocial, discharge, doom, disrupt. And the original lineup was Adrian Erslanson from, who was on drums until 1997 from At the Gates, Alex Hoagland on bass, and Frederick Wallenberg on guitars. And Wallenberg seems to be kind of the heart of the band, I suppose. And
Hmm.
alongside Tompa, they were in the band until 2004. And from what I know, in talking to Daniel, to Ekeroth, and others, they were best friends. Beyond this, they were, end up doing other projects together, like the Lurking Fear that we'll talk about later in this episode, and cool stories that we kind of heard about from Ekeroth, or we will hear about from Ekeroth, but the debut and actually the first two kind of records were both recorded at the same time as At the Gates, and they essentially used studio time when At the Gates was recording during the day, and they would sort of sneak back in at night and record at night, and that's actually how the first couple skit systems were sort of recorded. So
Just saw that Studio Friedman or
yeah, I think so.
okay.
Yep, yep. So the debut 7-inch called Prophet Frenzy. There's a Swedish spelling of that, but for all intents and purposes, Prophet Frenzy was recorded, like I said, at night during the terminal spirit disease time, and it's pretty savage. This is the one, this is ultimately the best one, I think, because it's the most like in your face. It's not. It's kind of like when we were talking in part one about like those early Dysphere records before Tompa joined, where it's much more like crust and much more kind of grindy, just like punching you in the face. It's a little less catchy, perhaps,
Yeah.
so I guess it depends on what your flavor is, but um, it's pretty cool, that it's like, this savage, very immediate of all their releases. And so we'll hear trio of tunes from that debut. We'll hear the title track, the Prophet Frenzy. We'll hear When Will You Understand and All the Bastards Lie. But of course, all the spellings are in Swedish, so good luck with that. But I will, spare you the terrible butchering of Swedish words that I'm sort of known for. But then they kind of essentially did the same thing on Slaughter of the Soul with their second, I think, 7-inch and stuff. But, you know, essentially after that first record, I mean, I don't know. Do you have thoughts on that first record, those trio of tunes, like anything like singular or about that particular style of skit system versus the stuff they do a little bit later? Or
I
is
mean,
it all kind
it's
of,
all more, of the more harsh, because the whole thing with, I feel like I knew what crust was because that was more of an extreme, more of a, I guess, later on version of hardcore.
yeah,
As a kid, because I knew like Dead Kennedys and shit like that, but um, the really like the anarcho stuff, like it feels like from country to country, there was a distinct change in how barbaric it was, and I feel like Sweden almost had the most barbaric version of it, and I think the first album is kind of, that's kind of it right there.
yes,
It's like all the elements of extreme like death metal, but just much more not unhinged, but just kind of a little more barbaric and stripped down, less melody.
yeah. I was trying to think, do you know what your gateway into crust was? Must have been somebody playing me Discharge or hearing a Discharge cover,
I don't know
perhaps.
because
I'm trying to think.
that term seemed to change from who was listening. Because I
Yeah.
remember saying that term to somebody because I had that In Crust We Trust compilation from
Hmm.
I think
Yep, I've got that.
the 90s.
Yeah, it's from like
And people are like,
Grindcore
what are you
Records or
talking about? You
something.
mean anarcho? I was like, I don't know. Do I? I don't know. I'm not very well versed in this stuff. So
Yeah, no, I think I was kind of becoming aware of it from like Discharge covers. And I think the first Discharge cover I heard was on Attack of the Killer Bees from Anthrax. They did Protest and Survive. And I remember thinking it was a cool song and then figuring out it was Discharge and, having to work backwards pre-internet and be like, what is this? Who are these guys? That kind of thing. And then I think when I started getting like into Relapse stuff or Relapse catalogs, I would see all these bands with like Dis in front of them, and I was like, this has to be something,
When I was there, I was picking up all that shit. Even like the, Disc Change and like all these, Swedish metal bands that were putting together some kind of disc band.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
And I was, or like, Extreme Noise Terror did that record on Earache. The fuck was it called?
Oh yeah,
It starts off with Raping the Earth, and
yeah, it's a great record.
I can't think what the hell it's called right now. But while I was researching stuff for the show, I got on a big tangent and just listened to. It was almost 2 days straight of just listening to this kind of like crusty anarcho stuff.
Oh, nice.
Not just Skit System, but all kinds of shit. So
all kinds. Yeah. Well, and basically the story, of getting a few guests for this episode is a patron friend of ours who's also plays in a lot of classic Swedish death metal bands, Bjorn Larsson. He was attending an anti-Simics, I think, documentary release party. And he was going with Dread and Frederick Wallenberg, Dread from Edge of Sanity and Frederick Wallenberg from Skit System. And he was going to record something for our Tompa episode, but things didn't quite work out because it was quite a rowdy,
they had too much fun
gathering. Yeah, I think they were having some fun. So if he's able to lock those guys down, then you'll probably be hearing from them somewhere throughout this Skit System set. But if not, just know that we tried. So. Yeah. But basically after these first couple little like releases where they were sneaking in the studio, just kind of, cutting very quick 7 inches or whatever, Adrian kind of was starting up with the Haunted and was getting very busy. So he left and they bring in a guy named Kali Pearson and they finally actually go into a studio as a band to record for them. And they go in there with Misko from Nazem, who has since passed away, unfortunately. To record their first full length, which is Grey World, Black Thoughts, or Gra Varld Svarta Tankar, if you're trying to butcher some Swedish like I do.
if you're a Swede with a learning disability.
Yes, yeah. If you're on the spectrum of dyslexia and you want to try and speak Swedish,
notice I'm not attempting any of these.
Yeah, no.
Pronunciations.
Mark just lets me hang myself out to dry on that one. So.
Luckily, you're the educator. I don't want to try to step on your toes.
Yeah. I Googled all this stuff and translated it, so I'm hoping my translations are accurate according to Google. But yeah, so we'll hear a pair of tunes from that first actual like full length recording, No Hope, No Future, and Written in Blood, Carved in Stone. And again, not a lot to say about the songs. It's like kind of a blur. Like it's cool. There's fun things that like Tompa does vocally. Sometimes he'll like do like a little talk thing in it sometimes, or open with like a cool scream or different things. But it's really just like friends and just having fun playing like just fast, brutal, rough, D beat kind of music, And
honestly, it's listening to all this stuff. It's amazing how he has a very specific vocal style, and I think some people could probably consider it pretty grating. Just like not a super easy thing to listen to necessarily, but I'm surprised at how it works across all of these different things, these different types of music, of extreme music. Yeah. And you're not like wishing he did a different take on it or something. Like it's like a universal voice for extreme music.
Well, and he's people respected him for his singular approach as a vocalist, but also, and this is something that Mike from Darkest Hour talks a lot about, and I'm sure others, Joseph mentioned it, but just as a lyricist, that he's
absolutely
making these, people statements, like, he's standing up for stuff, like they're, anti-corporate anthems and all these other elements that are kind of, no future is all the bastards lie, when will you understand ? These are there's punk rock spirit here, and even if it's a little savage and unrefined, the heart is always there with Tompa. Like he never phoned it in, and even if it's not your flavor, like I could see somebody not really digging death metal but liking what Tompa does because they can really hear the passion, whereas they might have a bigger issue with like Chris Barnes because they're like, I can't even access this, like early Cannibal Corpse or something, because it's just like
there's
so
there's
inaccessible.
also you know, Tompa's got a. I think with the thing that's really interesting because he's a really smart guy. He's a great lyricist, but also I feel like he likes the challenge of staying within the confines of like the Lurking Fear lyrics are completely different than At the
Yeah.
Gates or Night Rage or whatever other thing he's doing. Whatever
Hmm.
project he's doing, he really, which I didn't really pay that much attention to before because when my attention gets pulled out is when things are bad, but when they're pretty awesome all the time, it's like, oh, it's cool, like whatever. Like he's always doing he's got some interesting take on whatever type of band he's in, and a good barometer for like how to do something interesting within the confines of that. And as like
Yeah.
a creative exercise, I think that's pretty. Looking back in retrospect, it's pretty awesome what he's been able to do with all of his different projects.
When you almost kind of like at a certain point took it for granted because he was just always around and he was always had his hand in all these different cookie jars, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, like,
Yeah,
oh, what's Tom up to here? Oh, he's on this. Oh, and it's almost like it takes an episode like this and putting this together for me to kind of like appreciate the totality of his uniqueness and the variety of different things that he would challenge himself with, and I think that that's endearing, and makes me
of
love
course.
him and miss him even more because I was like, oh man, he was he was still evolving, and it's hard to know what he could have continued to do, beyond
Yeah.
what we kind of got from him there.
Yeah, it
Um,
just makes the loss that the more you kind of delve into this, the loss is that much,
mhm.
harder.
Because he wasn't phoning it in. He wasn't just making the same record over and over and over again. And
And he
not
was
that I miss those people any less, but it's
sure,
like,
but no, he
when
was he was a singular voice. He was a humble, kind man. In this type of like he was a lifer in this thing too, which was is very endearing. That even as a educator, a professional, this was still a huge part of his life.
Mhm.
Um, and as somebody who's kind of I've tried to build my life upon authenticity of what I care about and believe in. I feel like he did definitely, has done that with his choice of profession outside of music, and then his what he does within music. He's never discouraging or because I watched a lot of interviews too before we did this stuff, like YouTube videos, and he is so kind to some of these people that come out with the dumbest questions and that are obviously have no idea what he's done, what his bands mean to people, what his place in the hierarchy of this this genre. And he is so kind and listens and oh, that's a good like he's just you can see the educator come out, and I think he's just that personality is just makes it all the more. We have so many shitty people in this world that we keep losing like some of the best, and
Yep.
it makes me appreciate everything he's done even more.
I think too, as a fellow educator, like you have to sometimes look for the best in a bad situation because kids don't always give you the thing you want as a teacher. And so you have to like, pull like when you have discussions in class, you have to like extract the answer out of them that they gave you and sort of build off of that. And so you maybe have a little bit more patience for dumb responses or something like that to, and that probably is part of Tompa's natural sort of, ability, but also just what he does as a profession. And so he's probably, it helps add to his level of patience. I think I have a great deal of patience I've learned through the years because of being around younger people. And you're like, okay, I could take all this seriously, or I could relax and just let it roll off me and just kind of, you know, cut through the BS to get at what does this kid actually want, like,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. And
Or even
it's,
like thinking about it like in a very again a humble way from his perspective is like or I've done this as well with interviews and stuff. It's like if anybody cares enough to reach out to me to want to do an interview with me,
Yep.
I am going to be readily available and as kind as possible.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
the
we
fact that
were there
anybody
once.
cares about what other people do is, I think that's a gift you can't get too jaded about. You know, it's like the fact that you're doing something somebody cares enough about to ask you, even if it's prompted by PR agencies, it's
Yeah.
still, you know, you still get those people to ask the great questions that are, you know, are just, you know, loving the interview. And of course you get turds, but he was magnanimous through all that stuff.
One, he comes from the zine world too, so he
Yeah.
understands like what it's like to be a young person that is, asking bands that are out of your range questions, and the intimidation of that you and Chris went through and that I went
Mhm.
through in the early years of Eclipse, and it's I don't know, it's cyclical, and so people, I don't know. That's something like Mike from Darkest Hour kind of gets into, is just like the graciousness that Tompa always kind of showed them when they were a young band on the road, making a lot of mistakes. And they toured with the Crown when he was singing with the Crown, and like early on in their career, and you know, they could have been rock stars to them, but they weren't. And in fact, they kind of tried to show them the ropes and teach them things and bail them out when they were getting into trouble and stuff, and kind of be more mentors to them. And I think that's really cool. It's the pay it forward kind of thing.
Yeah.
So,
And people that were, you know, they're obviously a fan of his previous work too.
yeah.
And anybody, just like the interview, anybody that is inspired to do something based off what you did has got to be an incredible, you know, experience. Or like, I've no, I don't think I've had anybody come up and directly say that, oh, this, you know, I saw this thing that you did and made me want to do art. But I've had good art conversations with a lot of people. But I'm trying to imagine what it feel like to have somebody come up and say that we started our band because we
Because of you.
loved what you
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
That's got to be a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. I
If you're
can't
not
imagine
jaded.
either.
Yeah.
Sure. And I've definitely had people, tell me they want to become a teacher because of my
Yeah.
classes and stuff. And that's, you take that to heart, and you hope that you inspired them in the right way, or that you're like, oh man, would I recommend going into teaching? Like, you have to kind of think like, oh man, I don't want to set this kid up to like not get a job, or, but at the same time, you're humbled by it, and you're like appreciative when they do communicate that to you.
Of
And,
course.
you know, sometimes teenagers can be turds, but then sometimes they surprise you, and with their gratitude, and they do cut through the bullshit sometimes. And so it is refreshing to kind of get that, because you don't always get that from the adult world, as much. So, um, yeah, to kind of wrap things up with Skit System here, Tompa's final record was 2001, which was One Way Trip to the Gutter, and they recorded that again at Sound Lab Studios with Misko. And before, basically Tompa's commitments to Lock Up and Night Rage and The Crown and Dysphere were kind of piling up. So he kind of left in the spring of 2004, and the current kind of Skit System has Martin Larson and Dread are in the band. Andres Axelson, his bandmate in Lurking Fear and stuff. So they're still going, I guess. I don't know what newer Skit System stuff sounds like. I didn't really get a chance to check it out, but it's kind of
I
cool.
would hope probably the same.
That's probably pretty much the same. So, but I did come across this. This is a friend of the podcast who's been on a couple of our episodes, Ian Glasper, who wrote for Terrorizer and is also in some bands himself. Um, he put out this cool collection that I found a couple things for this episode in, called Terrorized, the Collected Interviews. There's 2 volumes, and it's a bunch of his stuff for Terrorizer that he did through the years, interviews and different articles and things he wrote. And there's a little thing from issue 98 from April 2002, where he talked to Frederick from Skit System. And I thought it was kind of cool, because we'll probably never do a Skit System show, just to share a couple of cool quotes that they sort of found out. But Frederick Wallenberg starts, he says, hard, filthy shit music. I honestly try not to label music at all, but I guess it's quite obvious that most people label us punk in some way. Personally, I think we are more metal in sound than the ordinary disccore band. I love bands such as Tragedy and From Ashes Rise, but I'm also very influenced musically by bands such as Master, Death Strike, and Autopsy. That is no secret, but I also take much influence lyrically from the grim, suicidal poetry delivered by Fenrez in Darkthrone. Generally, I get influenced by all sorts of music, but speaking for the band as a whole, I guess we're mainly influenced by such masters as Motorhead, the Ramones, and Misfits. You can't beat those guys, but Autopsy are the gods, so please be sure to write that. Um, and they're talking about this Enkel record, the one-way trip to the gutter. And he says, Enkel tears along at a pace. Oh, this is Ian kind of making commentary. Says, Enkel tears along at a pace that is pure punk, yet it's blessed with its kind of thick, gnarly guitar sound you'd associate with early Entombed, and those unmistakably intense vocals of Thomas Lindberg are as distinctive as ever. Hell on earth for lovers of melody, then, but I dare say a breath of foul air for all of us. Of course, I don't understand a word he's screaming, although Fred did tell me that the album title means One Way Ticket to the Gutter. But the Swedish tongue adds a nice edge to the proceedings, and the band are kind enough to shed some insight on the lyrical concepts in the English in the booklet, too. And yeah, so just kind of a couple cool quotes about kind of who the band are and some of the things that they kind of stand for, I suppose. And so we'll hear a pair of tunes from that record. We'll hear At the Bottom of the Social Ladder and then Police State. And I really love Tompa's vocal intro in that first tune, At the Bottom of the Social Ladder. He just kind of does this like visceral, like rah, 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 kind of scream at the very beginning, and then it all like kind of kicks in. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Pure unadulterated anger, so. And then we're going to hear from Tony Foresta from Municipal Waste and Iron Reagan for the first time before we hear a song that Tompa sort of made an appearance on. It's from the band Iron Reagan. I think it's their first record called Worse Than Dead in 2013. And just a fun kind of thrash punk kind of stuff, very short tune. And Tompa kind of shows up in the second half of the tune. But this is a band I kind of discovered and kind of got into a little bit during COVID. I just remember sitting in my basement and kind of going down some YouTube kind of rabbit holes, and the videos for Miserable Failure and Fuck the Neighbors are pretty hilarious. And so I just started kind of like watching one after another and laughing and just like kind of rewatching. And they're just, it's like SOD and that kind of stuff, that kind of party thrash, but
about
it's kind of like
a Municipal Waste.
Yeah, it's so it's kind of fun there.
I think I think they did I think Iron Reagan and Poison Idea did a show in Ferndale that my friend Sean Knight, who's in Child Bite and a handful of other things, he put on with his ex-wife, and I was working the Iron Reagan merch table.
Oh, no shit. That's cool.
For them. So I was like, oh yeah, sure. Why not? Why the hell not? Because they gave me a table there to sell my crap.
Oh, sweet.
And, I ended up doing that, and I think I took over the Poison Idea table too, so I got a bunch of free merch. But I didn't get to see either band.
They're fun live. I've seen Municipal before, but I've never.
I've seen Poison Idea a couple times since, but.
Oh, have you? Okay.
Yeah. But that was that's my brush with Iron Reagan.
Your Iron Reagan fame. Yeah, cool. So cool. And then we're gonna end with a tune from The Great Deceiver, who we'll talk a lot more when we kind of come back. So we got a lot going on here. We've got Daniel kind of opening things up, Ekeroth, and then we'll hear a trio from the first Skit System 7-inch from 1995. We'll hear sorry, I'm looking for my translations. Prophet Frenzy, When Will You Understand, and All the Bastards Lie. Then from their second release, Gray World, Black Thoughts, we'll hear No Hope, No Future, and Written in Blood, Carved in Stone. Then from their 2001 release, we'll hear At the Bottom of the Social Ladder, Police State. And we'll hear from Tony Foresta throughout as well to kind of introduce us to the Iron Reagan tune, Snape Chopper. And then we'll end with The Great Deceiver's Desperate and Empty from the Jet Black Art record from 2000. Kind of shifting a little, post at the gates. You already talked a little bit about Skit System, but I'm kind of curious, being a guy that has a heavy interest in punk, and you already sort of mentioned it. What did you think of the work that he was doing in some of those projects, like your Skit Systems, Lockups, even Dysphere to some extent, like Talk about his contributions as a vocalist in those bands, I suppose.
But I think the first Skitsystem 7-inch Profithysteri, that's such a fucking amazing piece of vinyl. I thought it was absolutely fantastic when I first heard it, and I think it's recorded at the same time as Slaughter the Soul. They just went in at night, drank beer, and just plugged in. And it's slightly out of tune, and it's not. I mean, Adrian is playing drums, so it's tight. But and Tompa's vocals on this is absolutely insane. Probably because he's drunk, and he has never sang this crazy before or since. So for me, the first Skitsystem never got this good again. It's the best thing they ever did to me, and that's a fantastic 7-inch, and everybody should listen to it. And then Dysphere, I listened to the Dysphere record with Tompa is on today, because I haven't heard it in a long time, and it's pretty good, but it's also very classy. Uffe is playing guitar, and it's very well played. It's more like Motorhead D-beat, whereas the earlier Dysphere records before Tompa was in the band is more straightforward, like Skitsystem more. So
I've always heard a lot of Turbo Negro on some of those.
Yeah, it's very rocking, and so I don't know what I think about it yet, but I'm gonna give it another spin later.
Yeah, they're fun, but yeah, they're not as intense, certainly, as that other stuff.
Oh, for me, Dysphere made an album called Soul Scars, and that for me that is a perfect Dysphere album, and it's so intense and so it's like Entombed without anything death metal. It's just the simple riffs with a brutal sound. And the drummer on that one, Jallo from No Security, he's the fantastic drummer, and his drum fills, I could listen to them all day. He's also the drummer of Totalitar, which are gonna make the reunion gig in 2 weeks here in Stockholm. That's gonna be fucking amazing. Yeah, tickets sold out in a few hours.
Wow. No,
that's gonna be like 40 Americans coming.
That's like that's the Dysphere I don't know, probably because Tompa wasn't part of it, in back in the day, and it wasn't marketed very much here in the States. So I got to go back and track that one down, because I have.
But that was released on the same label as this Skitsystem 7-inch, a small Swedish label that had a lot of problem because I think the owner did many illegal things, and But then this Dysphere signed to Osmose first. Released an album there, got more attention, and then was it Relapse who did that?
Yeah, Relapse. Yep.
So they got way more attention after those early albums.
Don't see
I told him what I wanted to do as far as it goes, just to put a more like personable image about him. Everybody, he's like a metal god to so many people, but he's also like was also like a really fun, hilarious person too. So I don't know.
No, so for listeners who are kind of joining our conversation, we've got Tony Foresta from Municipal Waste and Iron Reagan and various other projects I'm sure you've been involved in through the years. Just sort of joining us as part of this tribute to Tompa and to Thomas Lindberg. And so I'll pass the mic to you. Tell us how you got to know him and some of your kind of favorite memories of him and all that kind of stuff. So go ahead. And thank you by
I
the way,
think,
welcome for being here. Appreciate
this
it.
is cool. I'm honored to be a part of this. Talk about such a great person. Um, so the story with meeting Tompa is probably the most insane like meeting of any friend I've ever had in my life, and I'm sure he would tell you the same thing. Where um, we met at the most epic party in the universe, like the most insane fucking raging party, which kind of like stemmed the band's reputation too, which is one of the things that kind of started the whole municipal waste partying bullshit, whatever you want to call it. But so this really happened. So the original drummer of Municipal Waste, I swear to God, this night is probably what got us the reunion tour, because everybody was like, why the fuck is Municipal Waste on this tour? I'm sure a lot of people said that. But those guys, I mean, they were also, before I tell the story, at the Gates, it was one of the first bigger bands to ever take us out on a tour. Um, they they gave a fuck about us being a thrash band before like it was revived or whatever you want to call it. They kind of saw what we were doing and really appreciated it. And that's everyone in the band. That's not just Tompa, but I think he had a lot to lean in on us being on that tour. That being said, so our original drummer on the Waste Them All record, this guy named Brandon Farrell. He passed away. Um, like 10 years ago now. God, there's this ancient history at this point. This story starts, man, probably like 23 years ago, 22. And it was Brandon's 18th birthday, if that tells you how insane that was. So we were opening for the Crown when Tompa was singing for the Crown. And I think Darkest Hour might have played that one too.
They were.
Actually.
Mike talked about being on that tour as well. Yeah, that's kind of where they met
Yeah.
Tompa as well. That's cool.
Yeah. So we played that show. That was actually the first time we hung out with Lamb of God too, was at that show. And I remember Chris Adler was like, holy fucking shit, like what planet are you guys from? So anyway, we're all partying and we invited them back. We invited the Crown dudes back to our friend's house for Brandon's 18th birthday party. And it eventually we ended up like completely destroying the house. Like by the time like 2 o'clock rolled around, like the cops showed up and everything was destroyed. And
Just like
it's
miserable failure video destruction kind of
like
levels. Yeah.
breathe grease level, but it wasn't like a shitload of people. It was probably like 30 of us. And it kind of just started with somebody dropped a bottle and everybody started chanting like, yeah, fuck it up, like jokingly. And then it went to like somebody like knocked into the toaster, knocked the toaster over, and then somebody's like, smash the toaster. And then like somebody like jokingly like threw the toaster across the room. And then it was quiet for a minute and everyone's like standing in the kitchen. And then you hear coffee maker, coffee maker. And everybody starts, and then this girl just like smashes the coffee maker. And then it just escalated to so many extremes where people were getting lit on fire. There was a the food full on fight. Like they were ripping everything out of the the fridge and just started throwing it around. And there was a wrestling match on the back porch. I think Tompa and my friend Howdy were wrestling in the rain. And then there was like Christmas lights around the porch, and people were grabbing them and getting electrocuted. That was just one of the fun things that they were doing.
So I got
We
to
had
know from a wrestling perspective, was this like traditional wrestling or like WWE moves that they were kind of performing?
a little bit of both, a little
Okay.
bit of both. I think it
Okay.
started with traditional wrestling, and then it was just two grown men rolling around in the wet porch because it just like finished raining. Then we had one of the girls that lived there. You okay, babe? One of the girls that lived there um had a actual like riot police shield. So that we so then we would take turns standing on the back porch holding the riot shield, and another person would be on the other side of the porch with a 40 ounce and would try to baseball throw it into the riot shield. That went on for a while, broken windows. Then it was on a second, there was a 2-story house. So the porch is kind of where a lot of people were hanging out. And then so someone took the riot shield and slid down the porch stairs on the riot shield. And then so they kept trying to do that because it was like wet out. And then somebody hit their head pretty bad going down the stairs. So they stopped doing that. Then they lit the couch on fire. This is all while chanting different stupid things. Couch, couch, couch. Couch goes on fire. They take it out the back patio and throw it off the second floor while on fire.
Oh my God.
And then they go, do it again. Everybody's do it again. They go down, get the couch while it's still on fire, carry it up the stairs, throw it off again. Brandon, our 18-year-old drummer, God, this is sketchy, but he was so drunk that he tried to stage dive off the refrigerator.
Oh my
We didn't get him drunk. He just did it on his own. So don't
Yeah,
try
yeah.
to cancel me or
God.
anything. If anyone knew Brandon, that was pretty, yeah. And
Yeah.
he tried to do this stage dive off the refrigerator in the kitchen, and then nobody caught him, and he knocked himself unconscious. And then it just a minute, not a minute, maybe 10 seconds, like nobody said anything, and then someone just starts going, paramedics, paramedics, paramedics. And then they just kind of like went into the other room, did something else. So then, yeah, so that was just parts of that. I actually read an interview with Tompa talking about that party. Might have been in Decibel. I
Okay.
think he was there. Might have asked him one of the craziest tour stories or a party story. I don't know, but he told that story. But anyway, we had like a crazy bond after that night. We were up all night hanging out, just you know, He thought we were the most insane people in the world.
Tompa sounds like he could hang with that. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
he,
it was great. And
yeah.
so they left. He left his hat there, which is kind of crazy. And then somebody else left
How
something
Darkest
there.
Hour ended up with his hat because Mike told the story.
We
He
we
has
drove
Tompa's
we
hat or
drove
something.
the hat we drove the hat up to DC the next day. I
Okay.
thought we gave it to him. We may have gave it to one of the Darkest Hour dudes.
Yeah, I think they ended up with it according to Mike, but I might be wrong in the
Okay.
details. So
Yeah, so we delivered it up there, and we saw the drummer, the drummer of the Crown, and he's just covered in mustard, still from the night before. And his hair's all fucked up. But yeah, we definitely hand delivered it up there. I thought we gave it to them, but maybe we gave it to. I might have gave it to Ryan Parrish to give to them. I didn't see Tompa then, but I saw the drummer, and but it was great. It was a great reunion. We got there late as fuck too, so. And then we just kind of kept in touch. And then, of course, we got offered that tour. And that was, for me, that was like huge because Slaughter of the Soul is like one of my favorite fucking records.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was one party story. But then we've always had, um, like that night. And there was like two other times in my life, like some of the craziest stories where me ended with being me and Tompa for some reason was just like weird. Um, I've met a lot of people touring over the years, but for some reason, me and that guy would always get in the most insane shit. Like what the last night of that at the Gates tour that where you guys met, um, was one of the worst, like drunkest, not even drunk, like just terrible experiences as far as was partying too much.
Oh
We
no.
we played at the Fonda and we all were celebrating, and I think Tompa stayed with us. He was supposed to stay with us because I don't know he's flying out the next morning or whatever. And we we went to this house. This is this is how drunk everyone was. We left the Fonda Theater to meet everyone at the Frolic Room, and I'm walking there to meet those guys, and I find this fucking wad of cash on the ground.
Shit.
And me and my friend were like, "Holy fuck!" And grab it real quick, and then we run into the bathroom. Everyone's in the bar hanging out, and I go in, I go into the bathroom. Me and my friend are like, holy shit! We just found all this money." And we open the open the envelope, not an envelope, but unfold the money, and there's a paper clip in there, and it says municipal waste on it.
Yes.
That was, I think it was our guarantee.
Oh no.
And somebody in our band was drunk and dropped it on the road in LA. And I fucking found it. Yeah, that's just kind of the perspective of how that night started. And we ended up at the Poor Kids Mansion, which is like a punk house there that's still going. And it was me, Tompa. I think this is on YouTube. I shouldn't say this, but we're all hanging out in the kitchen. Eric Larson was there. Eric Larson was driving us too. Holy fuck, what a tour.
Wow.
And then I ended up taking a bong hit. They were all encouraging me to take a bong hit. We're like cheering, yelling, almost borderline chanting. Oh, we called our group the Enchanters too, from the chanting party. The paramedic.
Yeah.
So
It's funny
those
because
dudes,
I was a camp counselor for years, and we ran an 8th grade high adventure program, and we turned everything into a chant with the kids.
it's
And it
so
was
much
just,
fun.
yeah, it's hilarious, just to chant random things and get like teenagers on board with that. So
It really
I get
gets
the
people
appeal.
riled up, actually.
Hmm. Yep.
Anyway, so I take a bong hit, which I might have been it was the last bong hit I ever took. And it was like a 3 foot bong, and I'm like, watch this. I got great lungs. And I take this thing, and I immediately regret it. And I don't know if Tompa took a bong hit or if I don't know, but both of us apparently, I don't remember anything after it, but apparently he was hammered too. Long story short, we woke up the next morning on top of each other in the van. Like we were literally sleeping like our bodies are piled up on top of each other, and we're both covered in dirt.
Oh, no.
And Eric said I was spinning so bad that I was laying next to the van. I was like holding his hand. I was like, "Don't leave me. I think I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna die." And then yeah. So I woke up and we were literally like covered in fucking dirt, like on top of each other. And that was the last day of that tour. The next morning after, then we left town, dropped him off somewhere, I don't know, and then an earthquake happened while we were leaving town.
Oh,
And that was the
geez.
last day of that at the Gates tour. The on the way home,
Yeah.
the leaving LA. Kind of cool.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that was another really fun night with him.
So it sounds like you guys just kind of at that point just kind of keep in touch, kind of almost like lifelong friends, you know?
Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah. Even the last time I saw him, he actually drank a beer with us, which is really cool. He was like on the mend and doing better. And we're really fucking happy.
Mhm.
And then, yeah,
Yeah,
that was,
obviously. Yeah. Yeah. man.
But yeah, man, we always kept in touch. Last summer we hung out and saw we played with at the gates of this festival in Norway, and me and him watched we watched the Sex Pistols with Billy Idol singing. It was so much fucking fun.
Yeah, that's the
We had such a good time.
yeah. Yeah, I forgot Billy. I was singing with him for a couple of those dates.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was yeah. Last couple of times we hung out was really, really good times. So yeah, at least I got that going on.
For sure. Well, thanks for sharing those stories. I appreciate it. So,
There's another one that I'm not going to tell, but it's literally the hardest I've ever laughed was with Tompa, and it's the banana boat story. And I'm gonna let Dave Whitty tell that story because that's better when Dave Whitty tells it. But
got it.
it's
No.
fun shit.
Yeah. Cool. No, that's awesome. No, I guess the thing, and you kind of mentioned it, and I've always been sort of curious because of the timing of you guys and when you guys came out, like, even though you guys didn't have, death vocals like Tompa sang, it seems like, you guys emerge right as like Slaughter the Soul and the Haunted and some of this kind of like thrash revival started to sort of happen where you guys kind of feeling that wave as you're starting to kind of like form Waste and stuff like that. Like, was that sort of an influence on you guys kind of starting to kind of push in that direction, or like, hey, we could bring some thrash kind of energy back because it seems like it's kind of, moving in that direction, or was it just sort of kind of coincidental?
I would say musically, no. I don't think but vocally, yes, absolutely. Yeah, he was a big influence on me. For sure. At the time though, I didn't really check out the Haunted until we were away in it. We were a few years in. But yeah, they definitely were doing some thrash riffs for sure there. But yeah, there was a lot of bands that were saying they were thrash influence, and then I'd listen to them and be like Shadows Fall is a thrash band to me. I remember the thrash cover we did. It was like Shadows Fall, and I was like, what? I like that band. I'm not dissing them, but I'm like, what? Like, I feel like they were just grasping to say anything was thrash at a point, which is weird. But um, I I think vocally, like Skit System, fucking Dysphere too. Like, I mean, especially Slaughter of Soul. For me, that was like the first death metal band, but death metal album I got into. I listened to more punk at that age. In the '90s, I was like, you know. Wasn't really super into metal. It's kind of like you get when you're that young, you kind of go through phases fast. I was
Yep.
already out of my metal stuff and more into the punk shit, but then Stardust Soul like fucking got me. That record just that one like really clicked with me and stayed with me to this day.
Well, no, it's kind of cool too because obviously Tompa always used to say he's like 51% metal, 49% punk. So you guys probably bonded over that. So
Yeah, absolutely. Me and him, yeah, like we would always just be like, what do you listen to? Especially back then, like on that tour. He got so fucking pissed because on that tour, I think we played San Antonio and the Marked Men were playing in Austin. And I was like, left the show to go see the Marked Men. And he was so jealous. He was like, "Fuck, I want to go with you so bad." But yeah, he's like, that shit, like you wouldn't think that, you know, metal dudes listen to the Marked Men or whatever, but we were fucking all about that shit. Stuff like that, like um
he had
it's cool. It
years.
was always cool to
He was
talk music with him because he's very open minded with stuff.
suppression now until it makes me grow, makes me grow. This is the fucking ground. Our extinction close at hand. Walk away, shut away in a ring towards the end, towards the end. Cain, stabbing until you bleed into the flesh that never rests. On dystopian is the lead you bleed like all the rest. Automation reigns supreme. Will it stop? Bring all your perverted skin. And as your hollow fingers turn, he's screaming in the skies. On dystopian is the lead will pay for all the lies. Automation reigns supreme. Your self-destructing love, drugging apart at the sea.
Well, this year was cool. Like Municipal Waste was able to do a couple shows with them. Oh yeah, we played Gothenburg with Dysphere one time. Actually, that was fucking awesome. I totally forgot about that. Toxic Holocaust, Rotten Sound,
Oh, wow.
Dysphere Waste in Gothenburg. Yeah,
Ooh.
that was fucking gnarly. Great night, wonderful night.
I
Yeah,
bet.
so they were great. We had good times with them. Another thing that not a lot of people knows that Tompa is on the first Iron Reagan record.
Yeah, talk about we're
On
playing that
Worse Than
song.
Dead.
So talk
Yeah.
about that. How'd that happen?
Okay, that shit's kind of funny because he hates it because I forget who the fuck was he with. I don't know. It was Nick Barker.
Oh, the
He
lockup
was on
guys, maybe?
yeah. He was on a lockup tour.
Yeah.
And I guess they were raging the night before and forgot that, and it was him and Paul Burnett and Ryan Parrish because they were in Iron Reagan at the time. This is right after they quit Darkest Hour or whatever. And so they went up there. I was on tour, I think, and they booked studio time with him, and he did his vocals, and he was so shot that he actually hates his vocal performance on it because he says he was so sick and hungover and like his voice just was all fucked up. And I think it sounds cool as shit on it because it just you can tell it's him, obviously, but he always is like, oh man, I wish I could go back and do that better for you guys. That's just because he's such a fucking sweetheart. But we were just so happy to be have him on that record too. That's why that record is one of my favorite ones I've ever done. One of the reasons why.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's a really extra raspy performance, probably because of him being like over, So
I think he was actually legitimately sick. I think he had like laryngitis thing going on that whole tour. But yeah, I don't think partying helps it either. 'Cause it's definitely a problem that I've had in the past.
So
Which is why we relate so well together, I guess.
Oh yeah, exactly. Before we go, any other sort of last memories of Tompa or like the legacy or things like as you're kind of reflecting back, in tribute to him, just something you'd want to share with people that maybe they don't know about, his character on a more personal level beyond the music.
I just think he was one of the more personable people in the metal scene that I've ever really met. Down to earth. So down to earth to the point where it was like inspiring, where it just I don't know, it was a big impact on me personally, just not only like his vocal performances or all that, but just the way he treats people, no matter what walk of life you're from. And that always stuck with me.
Yeah,
So I don't
the
know.
humbleness.
Yeah, his influence is not just music by far. He was truly a wonderful person.
Yep, indeed. Well said. So thank you, Tony. I really appreciate you doing this. I know that everybody's kind of, going through it in their own way. And some people are comfortable talking and telling stories, and some just kind of want to deal with it in private. And so It's just cool to hear those stories. I'm sure people will appreciate hearing these other side of Tompa as they kind of deal with and process kind of what this means to the metal community,
Oh
So
yeah. Well, thank you for letting me be a part of it. It's an honor.
you just heard Desperate and Empty from the Great Deceivers Jet Black Art, Snake Chopper from Iron Reagan. You also heard from the Into the Combine guys, my former students that do a metal podcast there at the very end. Then we heard a whole bunch of Skit System songs before that. Police State at the bottom of the social ladder. Written in Blood, Carved in Stone, No Hope, No Future, All the Bastards Lie, When Will You Understand, and Profit Frenzy. And if any of you can tell the difference between any of those songs, you get a bonus prize. So, I'm sure at a certain point, the songs were kind of blurring together of just Skit System, but I think you get, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of Skit System. You kind of get the basic nature of the band there. So
The records go quick.
yeah, boom, there they are. And so now we get to arrive at one of my favorite of Tompa's projects, and this is definitely one of the ones that I flew the flag for when it first came out. And then it's one of those bands that was sort of like I would like kind of forget about. And I remember we were going to a concert. I think it was going to a Deltron 3030 concert with our buddy Luke Walker, and he's a big, Swedish metal guy, loves Thomas Lindberg and all that. And I knew we were gonna, kind of start setting this episode up, and so I kind of had pulled some CDs in my car, and he was like looking at this Great Deceiver, their second record, their first full length that we're gonna talk about in a second, of Venom Will Design. He's like, "What is this?" I was like, "Wait, I never played this for you." And he's like, "No." I was like, "Really?" I said, "You love At the Gates. You love Catatonia. You love like all the," and I was like, "Oh, fuck." And so then I put it on, and he just like looked at me and was like, "What the fuck is this?" I was like, "Yeah, you're right. This is kind of like right up your alley." And I just forgot about it sometimes. There's just so much stuff when you're gateway drugging somebody into metal. And, they were kind of a band that sort of like was sometimes present, and then they would disappear for a few years, and I kind of forget about them, and then I'm like, oh, it's a new Great Deceiver release in 2007. They weren't touring a lot, and they weren't getting a lot of press, and so it was
Did they tour at all?
I mean, I think they kind of did, yeah, because actually Mike from Darkest Hour will talk about that, because he helps get them on a Converge tour, and which is cool, and that would have been a fun tour to have seen.
A lot of sense.
Yeah, but so it was one of those bands that probably doesn't get talked about as much as it maybe should. But again, Tompa has so much; it's hard to know where your focus should be sometimes, or which bands to get emphasized, and especially when you've got things like At the Gates, the Shadows so big, just from that band alone. But yeah, this tune you just heard, Desperate and Empty, it was from their debut EP called Jet Black Art, which originally came out on a kind of, I think, a small, I don't know if it was a Swedish label or not, but it was called Bridge Records before it got licensed by Trustkill. Yeah. And Trustkill is one of those labels, like, it meant a lot to probably like me and Coughlin, and it was a guy that worked with us that was a writer for Eclipse back in the day called Brian Allen. You probably were. It was like probably not as important to you, but you actually you knew some releases from that label.
I mean, it was like the next generation of the hardcore,
metallic hardcore,
kind of metal. Yeah, it was the next. After extreme metal, it was the next kind of phase of that. The kind of it was where those two, like, where the two scenes kind of came together a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. Poison the Well was on Trustkill,
Cave In, and
Cave In was more. They were never on Trustkill. They were on.
No, but that whole kind of hardcore-ish thing with Dillinger, Mathcore, like the next generation of extreme metal that kind of came in that was completely different than the death metal side.
Yeah. Well, in a lot of ways, this was also a kind of interesting release, not just because it was on Trustkill, which kind of gave it like, I don't know, it gave it like a weird street cred to a different audience, that maybe didn't know At the Gates at that point, because it's hard to say when, the hardcore kids discovered At the Gates,
Yeah, I don't know where that impetus was.
By 2000, really. I think by 2000 they would have known them, I guess. But yeah, so but again, it was kind of a cool thing because it was an acknowledgement that like Tompa was into like these other things, even if you didn't know about Skit System, you know, to be on Trustkill.
He was relevant, yeah, to the the current group of kids.
And
that's a hard thing to do.
yeah, to stay, constantly reinvent yourself, But I think in a lot of ways, Great Deceiver was his post at the Gates project, his palate cleanse, if you will, because Skit System was already in the works when At the Gates was around and functional, and the rest of those guys had run off and done the Haunted, and he was kind of like, huh, what is my next move, I suppose. And I think that this was kind of a way to zag instead of zig, and do something that was a little more unpredictable, and people wouldn't have expected him to have done something that was, I mean, there's, Metal Hammer described like early Great Deceiver as, the sound of Sepultura's Roots meets Neurosis. And I thought that was a kind of an apt description of a weird sound that they're getting, especially maybe on this first EP, Jet Black Art, which is a little more straightforward and kind of punches you in the face a little more. But, no, it's this is the only record that had a guy named Hans Nilsson on drums, and then they'll end up replacing him on the future with a guy named Kali Anderson, and they'll sort of bring in this kind of songwriting guitarist duo of Johann Osterberg and Kristen Wallen coming back. Look at that.
Both from Great Deceiver.
Yeah. Well, no, you mean from
Liars in Wait. Sorry.
Liars in Wait, yeah.
Well, so, obviously they're both in the Great Deceiver because we're talking about that.
Yeah, I was going to say
they're both in Liars in Wait.
Yeah. And so this goes back to the very beginning of part one, where we talked about Grotesque and the sort of early history, and Kristen and Tompa obviously have this relationship of being teenage friends, and it was cool. Like when At the Gates breaks up and Liars in the Wait is, I don't know when they finally fold it, but it's cool for them. 95, yeah, probably right after that that one big release that they sort of put out, which escapes me at the moment, forgetting the name of it. I can see the cover, but I can't think of it. But these guys kind of found each other and started working together. I guess, when did Diabolique come out? Was that at the same time as Great Deceiver, or like was it a little bit later that stuff starts coming out? I was trying to remember. I feel like it was late 90s, wasn't it?
96.
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that must be what Christian did right after
the first full length was 97.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. So he's already moving into a more, goth and kind of getting interested in some more indie kind of stuff by the time this band sort of formulates,
Yeah.
So but yeah, it's cool. And then also I should mention bassist Maddie Lundell as well, kind of coming in. And these early songs on the EP were pretty crusty hardcore, but by the time you get to this great debut record on Peaceville, A Venom Well Designed in 2002, you've got shoegaze, you've got goth shimmering riffs, Slow Dive, My Bloody Valentine, The Cure, and it's kind of melding with like Sodom riffing and Creator riffing, some kind of like German thrash stuff. It's very, I don't know, man. What's your take on Great Deceiver and this album in particular? Or, do you remember liking this when it came out, or what was your?
Yeah, it was. We were kind of, waiting for with bated breath anything that Lindberg would do. That was because I don't know. It was just I feel like we were kind of starved for the intensity and like what he brought to every band he was in. We were greatly, kind of like waiting for the stuff. With the first full length, not the EP, but they did some Saint Anger snare.
It's real weird. Yeah.
It's oh my god, it takes me out of a lot of stuff for that first record. Just the production is very.
Are you talking about Jet Black Art or Venom Well Designed?
Venom Well Designed.
Oh, okay, got it.
Jet Black, it's there a little bit, but I don't know. It's an EP, so I give everybody a break on an EP because it's a growing moment. But on albums, it's like it was a very interesting choice there's a lot of experimentation going on, so I wasn't too harsh about at the time. I was just like, oh, cool, it's something, another project he's doing. But it's I think I appreciate their stuff as it went on. Like when Kurt Ballou got involved with production, it was a little more to my taste. I think
Got
that
it.
that snare drum just like it threw me off for a long time.
I think it adds this like weird personality to it. Like it's off, but like that's kind of I don't know. I think also I love the hooks, the vocal hooks and the riffing because it's like almost like a I don't know. I think I told you off mic. It's like catatonia core or something like that. You know, like
Yeah,
it hits me right in like my
they're doing this weird
oh
echo thing going on. I don't know the term of what the effect is on the guitar exactly, but it's definitely like a delay kind of vibe that is very reminiscent of the Catatonia, the dan 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 dan. I liked the the monotonous riff.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's it. And so turning back to the Terrorized thing from Ian Glasper, they actually did an interview with Great Deceiver in Terrorizer issue 101 on August of 2002, and it's with Tompa, so that's pretty cool. I was happy to find that out. And Tompa basically says, he says, we decided to search for a sound that would be perfect for us, and that takes time. You can't force it. You have to be totally honest with yourself. Everyone in the band loves Celtic Frost, and they had a totally different sound for each album, but they still always sounded like Celtic Frost. Well, apart from Cold Lake, of course. We want to be able to develop a similar way by keep expanding upon our very own sound. Most bands take 4 or 5 albums before they finally stumble upon their real identity. And I had just left a long-term band at the Gates that had itself changed a lot over the years. This time I wanted to do things a little differently. And then Glasper kind of adds some commentary in between kind of Tompa, and he says, as I hinted earlier, what a sound they've uncovered. Great slabs of hardcore punk metal and even alternative rock, all hewn from the Gothenburg underground and blended into a seamless whole. When asked by a fellow scribe to describe the band, I found myself at a momentary loss for words, and then plumped for mid-period Voivod meets early Killing Joke. Perhaps I should have added, quote, at a Refuse show to that, but then even then it falls way short of actually encapsulating the daringly simple yet paradoxically complex sound that emanates from a Venom well designed. So I thought that was a pretty interesting description, and I kind of like get what he's sort of saying there. You know, it's definitely got offbeat and off kilter things that Voivod would do on like Nothing Face or Outer Limits or something like that, or Angel Rat.
Yeah, so I guess technically that'd be like mid period now.
I guess it'd be mid, yeah. In
Yeah.
2002, it seemed like maybe not so much, but yeah, and it was always tough. But I loved like a song like "Living End," the
Mhm.
chorus in that, and I would sing along with it in a way that was I did with some At the Gate songs, but this was like the most catchy kind of stuff, and I think I heard a lot of Refused on this as well, and he kind of goes on. I think I can't remember where I found it, but Tompa was friends with all those guys and Refused as well, because they were Swedes. And so I think some of the weird experimental things they did on Shape of Punk, I think inspired some of the ideas he was maybe taking into a band like Great Deceiver. Not to sound like them, but just like, hey, you can do anything you want. You can throw this and this in and kind of fuck with things. And I think that's kind of cool. And not something he did in every band, but certainly with this one, it was like a more open palette for him to kind of do some different things with.
Yeah, I think to distance himself from, what he was. I think a lot anybody that does anything creatively for a long period of time, at some point you want to kind of get away from what you've been entrenched in for a long time, and I feel like he would really went for that. Like there was a lot of he was. I think even to the very end, I think he was very interested in new music more so than I am, and was very like seeking out new things and really and supporting new things. So
Mhm.
I really appreciate what he was trying to do. I don't know how much of it sticks with me much anymore. I appreciate all the experimentation and um, it's listening to it. I'm not like put off or anything by it, but I'm not like I don't know. It's not grabbing at my heart like some of the stuff does.
Was this a record you were into a lot back in '02, or were you kind of still
I
like
had
the
I had
drum sound?
all three of the records. Is there 3 records or 4 records?
3, yeah.
I had 3
Well,
records in
4
the
with
EP.
Jet Black Art. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just
And
this was
I
like
think the what is it? The one that was on the Converge label on
oh yeah,
Banner's
Life
label.
is Wasted on the Living. Yeah.
Yeah. I like production wise, I think I appreciate that, but sometimes they're flirting with like pseudo at the gate stuff too.
Mm. Okay.
You know, like
Yeah.
at the gates through the lens of the like the riffing sometimes feels that way to me, but I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Sure. Yeah. Well, it's interesting you brought that kind of quote up about like, you know, or not the quote, but you're thinking about how Tompa's like kind of approach to experimenting and thinking kind of and listening to kind of different stuff because he has a quote in that same interview from me and Glasper. He says, "Well, when At the Gates split up, I was disillusioned with it all, but I found a new belief in the extreme metal genre. But it's true what Johan says." That the Great Deceiver aren't about metal at all. We take all the elements of what we like as individuals and we put it through our own filter. It's a very creative, inspiring environment within the band. We're free of all the boundaries. We set no limits on our sound, and that's how we make it sound just like the Great Deceiver. We've surprised people with this record, and I'm sure we'll surprise them next time too. So yeah, it was kind of.
Did you realize that Osterberg was also an editor of Cascade magazine?
Oh, was that Tompa's magazine?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's
They
why
did that together in the
they
early
go all the
90s,
way
late
back.
80s, early 90s.
Okay,
I didn't really know that until this. Started doing research.
Damn. Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't realize that. So, um yeah, no, sorry, I was looking for another quote there from that sort of terrorized thing, but it's kind of cool that I came across that. But no, I had no idea about that. I wish I knew more about like I don't know, like all the other people. Like I'm curious with the new John dissection book if they go a little bit deep into his zine days a little bit more, and I hope they do.
I would
haven't had a
think so. I
chance to
mean,
read it.
he doesn't have a ton of life to talk about. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
he died very, or killed himself very young. I've only flipped through it really quickly that book, but I'm kind of honestly like the most interested in that really early on era because he was such a little kid
Yeah.
and like doing this stuff in and what is it, Rabbits? The hell's the name of that band?
Oh, Rabbit's Curse, I believe. Something like that.
No, it's Rabbit's Carrot.
Rabbit's Carrot. That's what it was. Okay. Yep.
And just like that was so like I remember seeing that name, I was like, what in the fuck is this?
Mm-hmm.
But he looked like those pictures of him and David Vincent early on. He looks like he's 10 years old. With pictures of David Vincent and like even early dissection demos, he looks so young. And I don't know if it's if I'm like putting my my 2-year-old in that light or something, but I'm just like, God, he was so young and so into the scene. And I appreciate because, me and Chris were so into it early on too, but not that young. And he got into music really young. Like, I'm just curious to see where all that early, because I don't really know much about the early years of
Oh,
John,
same.
but-
Well, he was so private. A lot of times they were kind of a mysterious band for a long time until the end there. So, but yeah. So we'll hear a trio of tunes from Venom Well Designed, and I just give a shout out to Decibel. They had a thing called the Lazarus Pit, and Greg Pratt did.
I read
this
that recently.
album.
Yeah.
And it was just him kind of like pronouncing how the Venom Well Designed is kind of a lost masterpiece. Sounds like I'm a little bit bigger on it than you are, which is fine. But I think it was just the right place at the right time. And
oh yeah, I was a big fan at the time. I'm just being in my old age. I'm very
maybe it
critical
hasn't
of
aged
everything.
well. Yeah, but I get that, and some of that later Catatonia stuff from the like early 2000s, post Last Fair. I know you haven't globbed onto that as much in recent years as I still do. So maybe it's just like kind of a taste thing at that point,
It's
because this sort of
probably all it
has
is,
that
honestly.
vibe. I think that this has that kind of vibe to it for sure. But we hear the Living End, which we already kind of talked about. Enter the Martyrs, which you get the sort of the bottom dropping out in that melodic chorus and that kind of. I wrote, Mark, fascinating drum production from Berno Paulson. But so I would insert whatever you want to describe that, and then Arsenic Dreams, which is cool. Yeah. Cool psychedelic vocals. It's one of the reasons I like Arsenic Dream.
Yeah.
It's kind of meandering riffs, and it's definitely got some Voivod, Soundgarden kind of thick metallic kind of stuff. And you know, Tompa, when you have this open space in Great Deceiver, Tompa's vocals get to do different weird things because he's more like unrefined and savage because there's not a lot of music surrounding him. I think that was kind of one of the things I found really interesting about Great Deceiver too, is you get to like
I think
hear
in
him do
Dysphere
different
he did the
things.
same thing where there's a lot of space, and
Yeah.
he was able to really, like, they'd hold out a note and he would be able to do 4 or 5 lines that would set the tone for everything else. It was he was, I don't know, the longer we talk, the more the more bummed out I am that
Oh,
the long, like the what he gave to this type of music that we love is just kind of insane.
Yep. Yep. And I know that that's something, the last quote we'll get near the end of this episode from Joseph, he makes kind of a point of kind of saying that, and it's more philosophical, but he's sort of like, we got a lot from Tompa, but maybe that's the problem, is that he didn't save enough for himself health wise. And that may have, kind of, you never know what gets people sort of sick or recovery or whatever, but it is this idea that he was constantly doing and giving so much, and at what cost to his own sort of toll, that it took on him a little bit. And I thought that was it made me stop and kind of think when I was in conversation with Joseph. I was like, yeah, it's a really interesting point. These people, that artists that give us so much, and at a cost to themselves sometimes, and I'm not
I don't
theorizing
think
anything.
it's an interesting
but
thought for sure. I think most people that are doing that are probably, as somebody who can't sit still. I don't think he regarded anything he did.
No, I don't think so either. But it was just, just an interesting thought,
Yeah,
I guess.
yeah.
Because it's not just
his level of engagement and what he did in a very short 52 years,
yeah.
or like that's it's a lot. It's a lot to do, but I'm glad that there's people like that are so intensely creative and enthusiastic.
Yeah.
It gets us through a lot of stuff.
Oh, for sure. And again, zero regrets on anything that he ever sort of did. I think, if memory serves, I had the conversation a couple weeks ago, but if memory serves, I think what Joseph was more saying was like the constant touring and the road life and all the stuff he was involved in, all these different projects, that maybe more of that, not so much like the musician side of things where he was recording, but more just like, it's not easy making your living as a musician in an extreme metal band, you know what I mean? And it's just like, can kind of be a lonely life and kind of harsh road conditions sometimes if you want to make it your sole living. And he did to some extent. He taught as well, but he was busy, always busy, and that's good, for the spirit, I suppose. So
It depends on your spirit, but
yeah,
for me, and I think you'd probably agree that idle hands are the devil's plaything, and we like to make the best out of that. I don't know. I like to always be doing something, even if it's just thinking about another big idea. But I don't like just like vegetating and on the internet or just watching aimless television. There's always I think we both have kind of like that thing with there's always an intention to what we're consuming.
Yep. That's 100% it. And I've tried to explain that to some people who, just kind of have shows on in the background and stuff. And it's like, no, I'd rather either not watch something or watch something with intention, no, it might be a movie I'm familiar with a lot, so I can phase in and out while I'm grading papers, but I'm not just putting like reality TV on the background while I'm grading papers. I'm going to put a movie that is a comfort movie for me, Empire Strikes Back, or, something like that. It's like, I don't have to pay full attention to it. It's just kind of there,
Sure. Yeah, it's been
so
energizing you since you were a kid.
yeah, exactly. So,
But I think that the thing, anybody that can create something that demands your attention, the long length of that attention is, it depends on the person. But since I've had a son, I've had very few, I think, really engaging moments of media, like where I get to sit down and like really watch a movie and not think about anything else, to get like wrapped into something is a gift that I think makes all of this worthwhile in the long run. The like that was the magical thing about going to the theater, about going to a concert, is to just be completely wrapped up in this creative exercise.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody could do themselves a big favor and try to do that more often.
Well, I've often explained to people before that, you know, myself not being somebody that is traditionally religious in any sort of way, but I find like a lot of spiritual nourishment when I go to like a movie theater and I have like a collective experience, probably the same way people are about going to institutions of worship, I suppose. But
Sure.
you know, for me, you know, going to a concert or a festival with you guys or whatever and experiencing that is spiritual nourishment in the same way that some people get from, I guess, more traditional means. And no judgment either way, but it's just like you know, like that's my church is a movie theater or something like that. And
Well, I
I don't
think we
get to
need
do it
that.
as
If
much anymore,
you
but
either need it from, from a institutional source, like Catholicism or whatever it might be, or the creative arts is the next, is the modern version of the sense of awe that, that brings people to their knees, that makes people think that this is all the struggles are worth living because of these creative exercises that transport people.
mm-hmm. Yep. No, well said. Well said. Um, so after Venom Well Designed, Terra Incognito is probably the one I know the least. And I think it just came out in that really weird time for me in '04 when I was done at the record store, but Decibel hadn't started yet. We weren't doing a podcast. And so it was like there's a lot of records that came out in like late '03, '04, '05 that sort of I've had to rediscover and be like, oh shit, that was really good. That I think you and Chris maybe knew a little bit more on because I was so lost in the beginning of my career, starting coaching and teaching. It's like lost time. Like I don't remember things that were going on. And so I remember getting a Slimline promo of it and I had it and I just didn't listen to it that much, probably because I didn't have a gem of it and it just kind of got put in a pile.
Not a
And
great
so,
cover either, honestly.
no, and the song today is great. It's a cool song and things, but really, it's just more of the same, just a little more refined from what you hear of Venom Well Designed. But they really do kind of make more of a change when they sign, like you said before, to Death Wish, which is the Converge label, and put out the Life is Wasted on the Living, and you start to get a lot more of a different sound, I think, on this record than you heard on the previous stuff. And you said this is one that grabs you maybe the most in hindsight today. What is it about this kind of last record that they put out that you kind of dig?
I mean, it's got D beat drums.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Dysphere.
Yeah. It's my first line I wrote. Feels like Dysphere is rubbing off on this one. So yeah.
And just like the Kurt Ballou production, I've always been a fan of his production. He's got that kind of like Albini ridiculousness with phasing, like the way he dials stuff in sounds like how you wish a live show sounded. I think he's produced a lot of like even like the the Valenfire record that he did. And, I don't know. I feel like I kind of wish he would do some more extreme records outside of the handful he's done, like more traditional metal stuff. But he is in like Salem or something, so it's not great for European bands. But to have that kind of, he's a fan and trying to kind of capture the, Converge's, their whole career is kind of based on this unhinged aspect. It's like control and, uncontrol for all their music. And he's able to kind of get that with every band, get the most like kind of ferocious version of everything he records.
Yeah, no, there is this kind of it's a warm analog organic quality, but also like you said, this like and Tompa's vocal style lends itself to that style because he kind of has that weird like leopard attacking you and slashing your throat kind of like thing where he just like comes at you in a cool venomous sort of way. And I think that's perfect for Ballou, like he kind of captures some of that a little bit too. And I mean, the other thing that's really cool about this record, besides the D beat stuff, is like, there's that kind of mid '90s Victory Records kind of breakdown riffs that you'd hear on like Snapcase and Earth Crisis and stuff, gang vocals,
Yeah,
so
gang
it's
vocals
got
for sure.
a
Yeah.
lot of those kind of elements, and you hear that on the big Radiating Nothing. But then you get to the last song we're going to hear from Great Deceiver, Life Transparent, and I mean, this is like, I wrote, if only the scene had extreme music radio smash hits, because the chorus is like pop metal madness,
Yeah.
It's almost like what Kvelter talk would sort of become,
Yeah,
it's like,
that's a good insight. Yeah.
yeah, it's like the sort of format for that, like sort of like uber catchy,
I think those first two Kvelertak records were, I think I saw them 3 or 4 times that first cycle they did.
Yeah.
And just something that like they weren't singing in, English, which made it almost more interesting, that because I couldn't tell I didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah.
But the way the catchiness, but also the extremeness of the whole thing. And seeing them live, they were just like, they're like Dillinger, like spinning, everything spin around, jumping around, throwing shit around. Like it was a dangerous show to watch, And Norwegian for, I think Kvelertak was Stranglehold.
Yeah.
Roughly translated into English or something, but
yeah.
That's definitely, I totally get that too. It's a good catch.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you get to that part where, I dare you not to sing along when they start doing it's a downward spiral, like, it's just like, you're like, it's like Biohazard, but like better, it's like,
New Biohazard record's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard it or not.
Oh,
but
I'm not a hater, like,
no,
I
was not a fan of the 90s stuff as much. I thought it was kind of silly. But for a bunch of old dudes, mid 50s, those singles that I've heard so far, I was like, all right, I can get behind that. Yeah,
that's good. I mean, I liked Urban Discipline and Tales from the Hard Side. I mean, that was.
I feel like I'm right on the edge of wanting to like start to get, early New York hardcore albums.
There you go. Get some
Agnostic
Madball
Front and shit.
Yeah. Well, that agnostic stuff is great.
I've never thrown my toe I've never thrown my hat in the ring with that stuff yet, but I feel like I'm close.
Yeah, I think you like Carnivore. They're kind of coming out, coming out of that a little. Cro-Mags is really good. Agnostic Front, yeah.
I don't like Tough Guy, but I don't hate. I like the idea, but not what I usually see as Tough Guy hardcore.
Yeah, I get that. But some of that stuff, like, I like some of that Victory Records stuff, the early things. Some of it had some cool riffs and things, and I don't really. I don't know. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I think that's definitely kind of in there a bit. What other record? I made a comment when Albert posted the Decibel Top 40, link and stuff, and I kind of made the admission that Dead Guy is a band that I own their stuff, and I've always wanted to like them more because I know they're good. It's just never grabbed me as much as like maybe Cave In or Converge or Botch or some of those other bands of that era. And but I saw.
Did you watch the documentary?
I did some of it. Yeah, I haven't seen the whole thing, but I watched some on YouTube.
I'd watch the. I mean, parts. I think a lot of it comes down to taste.
Yeah,
because I honestly I don't really care that much about the music, but I really wanted to know about why people find them important. And I get it, and I like their energy, but I still don't like. I'm not a fan. I'm on the same page with you. I think I need something else needs to grab me.
I saw that Dead Guy had hit #1, so I was like, yeah, I'll put it on, and it's really good. It's like the best thing that I've heard from those guys, and it reminded me of like it's like that scene's like Surgical Steel, where you're like, huh,
yeah,
this
they haven't
is
done
like
anything
really
for 25 years or something.
Yeah, and it's like better than you would expect it. Now, is it like my favorite record of the year? No, it wouldn't be my number. But I was like, okay, I was a little cynical when I saw it at #1, but I'm really impressed, and I was like, okay, I mean, I could listen to this, a few times.
Yeah, like seeing them live at the Decibel event. Yeah, did you go to that one as well?
I was. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I forget who played what at a certain point.
Yeah, I know. It blends together.
But I went to college with Bill Saunders, who directed the documentary and cameraman, and he was at that show. And I texted. I was at one point. When I was still living down in Detroit. I was trying to get him to show that at an art house theater. I think he sent me a link or something to it. But The fact that because that's mutual friends of ours, like Jason Schramm and
Yeah.
that whole kind of crowd of that hardcore, Northern Michigan hardcore crowd that are a couple years younger than, or actually your age, I think.
I think they're
So,
right at my age. Yep.
yeah, so like a couple years younger, they're 47, 46, 7, 8 ish. I'll be 51. But it's cool to see that was like a touchstone band for those guys. It makes it like, oh, okay, I get a lot of things start to make sense, but it was just not on my radar at all. At that point, it was, it was death metal, or it was, what was the next thing?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. And when I went backwards to try and like fill in the history of some of that stuff because I felt I needed to, I picked up those Dead Guys and I liked them. I remember when Decibel inducted Dead Guy, Fixation on a Coworker and stuff. And their songs I really dig, but I don't reach for them the way I reach for like some early Cave-Ins or early Converges and stuff. Though those kind of have more staying power for me, I suppose. But I also didn't hear them when they came out, so it didn't like.
Yeah.
I don't have that personal connection as much. So I get it if you were, especially like in East Coast people and Decibels and East Coast magazine, and so like that scene mattered a lot to them. And so I respect the shit out of those guys. And
It was
like
it was a crossover thing that we didn't really, I don't know. I guess after into the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, it was like extreme metal became a much more broad. I mean, that wasn't a term before. It was like, death metal, black metal, grindcore. But things got a lot bigger, and then all this stuff kind of came together, which is interesting that all that, kind of, it can kind of, it's such a broad, but relatively, has these side rails that kind of keep it from ever being very popular. But, yeah, but like with Refused and like the people I'd never listened to Refused until, 10 years ago or something. And I was like, I get it. It's cool. But it's just not my entry point into all this. But I do have a lot of stuff based on historical importance. I don't love, but I respect.
No, I think that's fair. No, I think it's good. Context matters. It's weird that somehow, because we were hanging out in 2000 when I was like, guzzling that Refuse record. It just must have been something you and I didn't listen to much together. Maybe it was Brian or other people or something. But like even Jessica really dug that record. I remember it was kind of like one of those records you could put on for non-metal heads, and they were like, "Oh, this is really interesting,"
Yeah,
Oh, they're sampling
even though there's
Ornette Coleman or whatever.
a spasticness and a extreme vocal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But so let's kind of get into it then. We've got a trio of tunes to open things up from a Venom Well Designed, The Living End, Enter the Martyrs, and Arsenic Dreams. Then we'll hear from Mike from Darkest Hour again. Then we have Today from Terra Incognito, Jesus, from 2004. And then from the final Great Deceiver record, Life is Wasted on the Living from 2007. We've got The Big Radiating Nothing and A Life Transparent. And then we'll end with Daniel Ekeroth. I guess like when that stuff was going on in like 95, 96, like because you were in the scene already and kind of hanging out with some of those victory bands, were you guys kind of alone, or did you feel like other people were starting to pick up on the vibes of what this melodic thing that was going on over in Europe? Or did it seem like it was almost mostly about like the Snapcase and Earth Crisis kind of Victory, Hatebreed, some of that stuff that was going on? Or could you actually start to see something brewing in America? Or when did that become apparent, I guess?
Just like for this historic record, absolutely we invented the idea of merging like hardcore and Swedish style thrash melodic metal. It was 100% our idea. Like we had it.
Well, and it will be in this episode, historically documented.
So for AI to find later. But if I'll maybe subject you all to a possible other narrative of history.
That's what we do.
Well, I at the time, this, I don't know, I can't speak for outside of this budding American straight edge vegan hardcore underground metal hardcore convergent scene that was happening. Like but I can't speak for inside of it. And absolutely, like there was always this push to like become more metal, to be into these outside influences. So at the same time that we were, I mean, not at the same time, because the we were a little bit earlier because some of these guys in these bands were in other bands, but around the same time, Shadows Fall was pushing the same thing. Unearth was a little bit behind us in Massachusetts. There was a lot of Massachusetts style bands on the East Coast. There was some West Coast bands that would come in a little bit later who would kind of start to see that stuff happening. And the thing is, in the beginning, it was cool because this was the scene. These were the bands we played with. And it was funny to think that we went so many places, so much of our lives telling people we sound like a band that they've never heard of. Like, yeah, we sound a little bit like At the Gates and Flames, you know, mixed with a little, and the people get like, I never heard of those bands, but you're here in Nova Scotia, or you're here in Madison, Wisconsin, or whatever the fuck city, you know, because we were able to tour around and play these places. So I think that you could see this rising understanding of how cool it was, and we could see it because we were sort of like on the front of the wave with the surfboard catching it. So the people in the audience were sometimes in real time experiencing falling in love with the idea of this, you know, because we were going around playing, you know, kind of like sounding a little bit like that when people were kind of getting into it. And we just sort of jumped right in. It wasn't like a mission statement or anything, but it became really apparent really fast. Like we were really influenced earlier by bands like Damnation AD, Integrity, like I said, Snapcase, Earth Crisis, and then the earlier Big Four style bands. So it's like everybody was into that, and then you sort of had an understanding of these newer style of bands that you were blending in your music, and you could see everybody was getting into it at the same time, and it made it really cool. The thing that definitely stalled for us, and I think stalled for a lot of the American bands, was like the introduction of like the guitar melodies and the guitar solos and all that stuff, which At the Gates fit perfectly in because they didn't rely so heavily on needing to have all that happen. There's not as much shredding. It's more about the riffing and so I think that there was like this thing that they did that connected a lot with the bands, because while we were all emulating a lot of the beats and the styles and the riffs, we were still kind of pushing more for breakdowns and less for like solos. So there was still this weird thing that was happening that was like, while we're sort of like we're all racing to either the bottom or the top at the same time. We were trying to like figure out how to like modernize even more what we were hearing, you know. Hold on, I got this cat I gotta let in. He's going crazy in the middle of this interview.
I got some. I understand. They interrupt my podcast recordings sometimes.
No, this one is totally supposed to be here though for this one.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
mine's sitting in a chair on the other side of the computer, just chilling out. So I would pick her up, but she will thrash me.
Yeah, this one's crazy because if you don't just give her a little, you know, listeners aren't seeing this cat time, but
a little bit of love. Yeah. Nice. Metalheads and cats, man. It's a real relationship.
But if I just like give her like a little bit of attention in the middle, then she'll leave me alone the rest.
She'll leave you alone. So I guess, yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing to kind of think about because, yeah, At the Gates was so economic in their sound. They were not masturbatory with, you know, a lot of guitar soloing and things like that. And they were so straightforward and riffy that probably had more appeal to the punk hardcore kids, I suppose.
Well, I mean, I think they were too. And I mean, while we are on the topic of Tompa, like getting to know Anders from At the Gates, who's a big influence on a lot of the guitar riffing, it's like this guy he's not coming at this like, hey man, like I'm trying to write this riff that everybody's gonna think super cool or anything. No, it was this thing where they were trying to like kind of write like Slayer, you know, and they were writing like to get to you. It wasn't like there wasn't like the ego that drives like a lot of the multi-layered composed orchestrated stuff. It was more of a just a collective bludgeoning, and I'm saying it really connected, and we were able, unsuccessfully, I think at first, to try to really ingest that sound into like what we were doing, but later on, and especially on the record where we recorded in Sweden with, around all those guys, that was when we were able to fully go like, oh. And then years later, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe people even said we sounded close to At the Gates. We don't even sound anything like At the Gates. Like, with the, like, once you zoom out, you're like, oh my God. But it's good because that was what, that distortion was what we brought to the table artistically, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it was a good marketing thing to get you guys your foot in the door to do something a little bit differently too, even if you guys didn't necessarily sound like them. It was something that was appealing to a kid like me who wasn't coming through the hardcore scene, but I was coming reverse through the Swedish death metal scene. And then I got into bands like you guys and Shadows Fall and Unearth and some of these other bands because you guys were doing this death metal thing through hardcore, which, I liked Earth Crisis and Snapcase and a few of those, but it took me a while longer to get to hardcore because I was coming through the metal lens. You know what I mean?
Well, and the other thing that we all did that was the thing that we were able to do that was a little different than the Swedish bands is we were there. We showed up and played everybody's clubs. Like Shadows Fall went to the streets. Darkest Hour did. Unearth did. Bleeding Through did. Like God Forbid did. Like all these metalcore bands, we heard these music and we heard it. We blended it. We went out there and we toured on it. So we were there. We were in your face, and it, and it created events and scenes. And we went on tour with these bands too. So I think in a lot of ways, it was inevitable that we all as fans were going to hear like all this great music and not want to somehow do what everybody does, which is ingest it and try to figure out, and how do they do that?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that really stood out to me is, I graduated college in 02 and started teaching in 03, and I was teaching high school kids, and they would find out about my background and some of that, and we would have music conversations a bit, and the hardcore kids would start talking to me and stuff. And about like 03, 04, probably 05, there was a network of kids in my high school that were into what you guys were doing. And then it was creating this, it was like a whole generational split. But what it did is it got them to engage with me and ask me, like, what are other cool bands of that era? We like At the Gates, we like In Flames, we like Carcass. And all of a sudden, these metalcore kids became metalheads. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it was cool to see it as like an elder, which I really wasn't. But, I was in my mid 20s. And so I was seeing like 15-year-olds discover it through you guys and get into that sound. And that must have been cool to know that you were a gateway backwards, for hardcore kids to get into the Swedish stuff or to get into the earlier death metal stuff, and probably vice versa, getting some, kids like me into hardcore, that were coming through the death metal lens. To be that bridge must have been like kind of interesting at that time period.
Well, I mean, it's not even that it's interesting. It was like, these are our people. Like I want to say like these are our friends, but like, yo, we are those people. Like, I mean, the most magical thing about hardcore is that like when the band's done playing, they walk off the stage and then they're in the audience, like right next to you, and then they're watching the next band type thing, and that was what was so cool about being able to be where Darkest Hour was, and the opportunities we had to be around the bands and the scene when we were, to be able to kind of not only like experience it with everybody, because while everybody was getting into it with us, we were getting into more shit. We were actually getting access to some of these bands, you know what I mean? And we were getting to see more of them because we were touring, and it was just like we had this ultimate access. Like the first time, side story, but like the first time Children of Bodom ever played in North America, we were in their dressing room, shared a dressing room with them, had no idea who they were, destroyed their deli tray, played right before them, and thought we rocked them until they got on stage and just absolutely blew us away. Apart. That was when we met Alexi for the first time, and it was just like that, man. You were constantly just in this weird pole position because of what we had done in sort of the streets to try to build a band and be part of a scene that was like kind of birthing in front of us.
Try on all your
So in 2019, I got a call from At the Gates to fill in for Adrian because Adrian, his visa was being held, or his visa application was being held just before a tour they had in the U.S. with Amon Amarth. And so it was very short notice. It was a couple of days. I think I had about 24 hours to learn the set, which was a fairly short set, but still that was intense. And then the next day I flew over there and spent time. I had met the guys briefly here and there. Mostly I had toured with the Bjorler brothers in The Haunted, so I knew them, and I knew Adrian, but I didn't really know Tompa that well, and so it was really wonderful to spend time with him a couple of days. We were in Portland and Seattle. Those are the shows I ended up playing. Went for food, went record shopping, and specifically we went to a bookstore, just Tompa and I, and he was an avid reader and a very cultured man, and so he showed me some books that he thought were essential for me as a fantastical horror literature fan. He turned me on to Thomas Ligotti, which I didn't know, and I've become a huge fan of since. So I always think of Tompa whenever I read stuff by Ligotti, and I'll remember our conversations. Specifically, there was after the first show, I think, which I can't remember if that was Portland or Seattle, but there was a vegan hot dog stand outside of the venue, and so him and I were just kind of wandering out there, and he's like, "Oh man, I'd really love to have a hot dog," and I don't think he was vegan or anything, but he absolutely loved it. And there's actually a picture of us chowing down. But yeah, that was just one of those great moments where it was just like the right piece of food at the right time, and just having a blast, and just talking with him about the history of everything that he's done over his life and stuff. It was super interesting and super fun. And of course, going to record stores and digging for stuff with him and some of the other guys in the band was a lot of fun. He knew everything. That's a well-known fact. He was a Bible of music. And yeah, man, a lot of good memories. I'm really glad I got to spend those few days with him. I feel very privileged, and obviously playing with him was incredible. I think I saw him one time after that when a year or two later, At the Gates came through here in Los Angeles where I live, and I went to the show and hung out with the guys backstage and watched them play, and that was awesome. And yeah, he also did some vocals for my grindcore band Ben C for a track. I had started this series of songs throughout the pandemic, just because I had time and didn't really know what else to do. So and he was very gracious to sing on one of my songs. He didn't, he's just like, yeah, sure, send it over, and sent me back amazing vocals in his trademark style, like not long after. And yeah, so I'll cherish that forever. He's greatly missed.
I see
Yeah, this is Ian Christie from Bazillion Points and Sirius XM. It's been hard to say goodbye to Thomas Lindberg. He's been such a supportive, energetic, motivating presence in metal for 40 years. I was saying he was a great kid, a great fan, doing the Thrash and Deluge and Cascade fanzines when I first came into contact with him in the 1980s. In his very first letter, every single A handwritten on the full sheet sent from Sweden was an anarchy symbol. Then in Grotesque and At the Gates, he laid it on the line. Completely over-the-top vocal presence. These wild shrieks, but always great lyrics. And then, while not seen on stages in the States for a long time, still always this, intense presence in Lockup, Dysphere, Skitsystem. When At the Gates returned in the more cinematic form in the 21st century, Tompa was like in his third wave. He wasn't the young, crazy kid fan. He wasn't the young man, like letting it all out, leaving it all on the stage. He was this elder statesman offering encouragement to everyone. And a great, rousing frontman. Always with a book bag in one hand and a beer in the other. Generous with his time and his memories because he had lived through and seen a lot. And it just made sense that this wild-eyed, puking maniac from the late 80s, early 90s had turned into this great voice for the heritage of extreme metal. And there he was contributed a lot to the Swedish death metal book, to the Slayer mag book, Metallion. Always a big advocate of choosing death. And most importantly, great on stage. In the intense form of music, in death metal, in extreme hardcore, this kind of music with a wall of sound, he just punched right through it with personality, words and ideas that meant something, and the beautiful, beautiful voice of a beast. Very hard to accept the loss of Tompa Lindberg, one of the greatest metal singers to ever pick up a microphone.
as a guy who's written a book about, Swedish death metal and obviously forthcoming, Swedish punk and hardcore and stuff, when a band like Lurking Fear comes back out with Tomas on vocals, and they're I don't know how familiar you are with if you check them out, but they're kind of going back to like the roots of Autopsy and Repulsion and the really early sort of grimy, sloppier kind of death metal. As a death metal historian, was that something where you're like, oh, that's kind of cool that Thomas is sort of going back to that style, and working with some of these guys he used to work with in the past, or were you kind of already too far out of like some of the newer releases to care as much about some of that stuff?
I mean, two of the members gave me that record, so I have 2 copies. The first one they did, and I mean, it's perfectly fine, but it sounds modern to me. It doesn't really sound old. But those guys are, great. I mean, that's Wallenberg on guitar from Skitsystem, and it's just. But I felt like this was when Anders quit at the Gates, that they had this backup band in case at the Gates didn't continue. That's why how I saw it, because I don't think it's any worse or any better than the At the Gates reunion albums.
Sure. Yeah.
Just good old death metal, but it doesn't sound old, and that's the problem I always have when people say we're gonna go back to roots. It never sounds like the.
Yeah, it's like too well produced. Yeah. I mean, I get that part.
You can't do it now. I think. I mean, I can't do it either.
Well, and I think that's one of the things in reading your book too, it's you have a really strong voice and a strong ethos of like what your type of death metal is. And it doesn't mean that you don't like the other type of death metal, but it's just maybe not your flavor. And I always respected that, because it's like you have a very definite taste. And, like you said, death metal almost had like a 5-year window, and then that's it. You know what I mean? In terms of like the classic sound,
But my taste might have shifted a bit since then. I know. And the punk book will not be like that at all. I'm not gonna. I can feel I was a bit too opinionated because I was younger and snarkier.
Sure. We all were then. Yeah.
But,
I was in the 20s as well.
It started just as my own little project, and I was gonna write what I think. And then once it turned into a book, maybe that style is a bit doesn't work as well anymore. But I didn't took it too seriously. But then it sold well, so I had to. Some bands have been angry because I didn't like them. But it's I'm sorry.
What's the biggest opinion change you've had since the book? Just kind of out of curiosity, having read the book so many times, I'm kind of curious if you've kind of come around on some things. Or
I think mainly it's bands I really liked. I don't like as much anymore, some of them. So I won't say who.
I was gonna say I won't put you on the spot there. Okay.
But then probably
some that have like you've learned to like more from when you wrote.
Yeah, and I would say especially Norwegian black metal bands, which I fucking hated when it came out, but now I can accept a few of them.
Sure. Well, there's a pathos in some of that too. You know what I mean? Like,
I didn't like how people act back then, 92 to 90. So I left the metal scene completely for a couple of years because I was not interested in the music or there was no gigs because those bands never played live. So that was, and I was also getting too old. I turned 20 and I had other things like a girlfriend to take care of and buy an apartment and this metal fantasy world of Satan. It didn't really seem that important as it did when I was 16.
Yeah.
So I think it says more about where I was in life than the quality of the actual music.
Yeah,
so
that makes
now
sense.
I think the Mayhem Mysterious record is a fantastic record. It is really probably the best album of the 90s. I would never have thought so back then. And then I like Enslaved Eld very much. And I thought that was crap when it came out. And I was completely wrong. And I don't know why I thought that, but I was not in the right mood for it.
Sure.
First time I heard it.
Well,
we went on tour with them in 97 and they were so nice guys. So I couldn't believe.
No, they're lovely guys for sure.
Yeah, and they listen to the same kind of music like me, like King Crimson and Thundergraph Generator, and I was like, I didn't think so, but now.
Well, it's cool too. Like an album like Eld, in thinking about it, there's a sloppiness to that record that's like very organic and almost like punk based in a way, even though the songs are long and constructed, but there's this like raw, cool. It's like a bunch of punk rock kids trying to make a prog record, which I think is really cool, you know?
I didn't hear that when I first heard it. I just thought they tried to sound necro, but now I just hear, I mean, it sounds amazing. How could I thought that?
Yeah, yeah. Well, to sort of wrap things up, I suppose, as we're talking about Thomas and his impact, and we're kind of looking at his trajectory of his career, are there any other, projects that you really appreciate that Tompa did throughout his career that you wanted to sort of highlight, or any other kind of memories or about the legacy that he will have as a vocalist, as, at the gates, any of this kind of stuff? So
I remember one band he had called The Great Deceiver, that they were opening for Napalm Death, and I went down actually to him and saw them in Gothenburg, and I thought they were great. So
I love them. They're my favorite non at the gates Thomas project for sure.
That was a fantastic band that should have been more successful. And then of course when I was finishing up my book, and I did everything myself. I didn't know anything. So I must have a release party to sell a few copies, because I was so deep down there. I mean, I've sold everything I own to print it. So I must try to sell a few copies. I must make some bands reunite for that, to play a few songs at the release party. And I asked Nihilist, and Nicky was like, "Yeah, I'll do it if all the other ones do it." But there was some sort of inner fights within that band still, so it didn't happen. But I called Tompa, and he said, "You have written a book about death metal. We're gonna do it. I don't care. I'm gonna find some lineup to do it. So just don't worry, we will come." And then I didn't hear anything from him. And then it was like a week until the release party. So I called him up and, "Do you remember your promise?" And he said, yeah, we're coming. And I got only the original right guys. So it's going to be the real Grotesque. And I said, "I have the leather coat that he's wearing on the cover, that he had actually borrowed that from a mutual friend of ours. And that friend had given me that coat. So I had it. So I said, I have the coat, you can wear it on stage." And he said, "Sure, bring it," because I didn't have any cool clothes then, and I don't have any cool clothes now. So I need that. So we used it, and
that's awesome. Yeah.
It was fantastic. And that also was one of the best performances I ever seen, that they came back and did that. I mean, it's a long time ago now, but
sure.
I'm very happy to have that memory of Tompa and that night and everything around it. Fantastic.
That was A Life Transparent, The Big Radiating Nothing, Today, Arsenic Dreams, Enter the Martyrs, and we opened with The Living End from Great Deceiver there, and we just heard from Daniel Ekeroth talking about The Great Deceiver and some other kind of things. So we're hoping in this next set to hear again from Bjorn and Dread from Edge of Sanity and Frederick, because two of these guys are in the next band that we're going to be kind of talking about. So we've arrived at one of the final bands that Tompa was part of in his legacy, and it's the Lurking Fear. And this is Thomas Lindberg, Jonas Stahlhammer from God Macabre, and then later from At the Gates.
He was on the second record, but the first. I don't think he was on the first record.
What's that?
Stahlhammer.
Oh, he's not? He's not in the first one? Okay. Oh, I thought he was. And then Frederick Wallenberg on guitars, obviously from Skitsystem. And then Andreas Axelsson, better known as Dread, who had been in Dysphere and Edge of Sanity. I think he's currently in Dysphere. I don't know if he was in Dysphere when Tompa was in the band, but and then Adrian Erslansen from At the Gates and early Skitsystem. So, not a super group, but definitely like a group of friends that have played a lot of music together, that had mutual sort of connections to a lot of kind of other bands and things like that.
I think they're pretty super, Jason.
I think they are too, but I think I read in a lot of interviews they hate being called a Swedish super group, so they're kind of like
it's another media construction, but
sure. And basically they lean on H.P. Lovecraft and these Lovecraftian elements with their debut Out of the Voiceless Grave. As Thomas says, this void opened up before us and the tentacles just flew out, and so grabbed them into Lovecraftian stuff. And I think that's a cool approach. This is sort of a retro project in a lot of ways where they're kind of going back to, older bands and Autopsy and Repulsion, and even, I hear bits of Edge of Sanity and Entomb, Dismember, Grave, all that kind of stuff. It's
I think
very,
that's probably that was their MO, is to scrape the old school, the more primitive versions of death metal for sure.
sure, yeah. And I found it's in Decibel, I don't know, what issue is it? 155. It's got Wolves in the Throne Room on the cover and Nuclear Assault Hall of Fame. And it's in the upfront profiles on Lurking Fear. And Sean McComber did like a little profile on him, and it's got some good kind of Tompa quotes. And he says, we wanted to delve into the essence of death metal we all love, but we do it in a way that is urgent and sincere and relevant in 2017. Every band is the sum of its influences. The key is how you mash them together. For us, that translated to having a lot of actually pretty nerdy discussions on the best way to meld, say, a Slaughter-like riff and some insanity inspired by Possessed or early Morbid Angel. We eventually came to the conclusion that, to us, death metal is not an angry music style. It's really less about aggression than instilling the songs with a twisted madness powerful enough to unsettle and unnerve the listener. It's a pretty badass way of thinking about it. Yeah. So what's your kind of take, especially on this first Lurking Fear? Do you remember getting it? And I remember us talking about in the podcast.
I bought it I think I pre-ordered it when it, when the first, let me see what the
2017.
2017 was the first.
Yeah.
I know I do have this. I just ordered the second one. I had a promo of it, but I never had the
Isn't
actual.
That funny? I was in the
version of
same.
it.
Yeah, I had to pick up the Death Madness Horror Decay.
I love the cover of the second one. I think it's
awesome.
super cool.
Yeah.
I don't think the record's as strong as the first one, but I feel this is. It just feels like, it's like revelatory, old guys, kind of reliving their teenage years. It's almost like an alternate reality. I love that this. Sweden's always been one of those countries to me where I'm kind of envious of how many unbelievable bands can do these little side projects as like me and you getting together on a weekend to hang out.
Let's just make an
let's just do another
circa 1989 record.
Yeah. No, I think it's not one of my highest Lindberg things, but I enjoy it quite a bit.
Well, I thought it was cool too.
More fun, less heady.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess depends on how deep you want to get into the Lovecraft references. But first, for a naysayers like us, it's kind of just a fun kind of listen. But McComber kind of writes in a little bit later in it. He says, this certainly sounds like a rat-a-tat-tat on the great old one's cosmic door. You may be horrified to learn the band name originated as a nod to a certain undead beast out of Flint, Michigan. And Tompa says, basically, I was listening to Repulsion on the way to work one day, and the song Lurking Fear came on. I thought, that's a great band name. And so the idea was to intertwine his abstract poetry into the Lovecraft mythos with which Lindberg possesses a long familiarity. And he says, quote, of course, I'm a reader, and I devoured the Lovecraft stories when I was a kid. He says, quite a few bands have a Lovecraftian theme. What we are doing is less direct and obvious, I hope. At this point in my life, I need my lyrics to carry emotional weight. Artistically and intellectually, I can't write about monsters or zombies or Satan. That would just be a pose. So yes, Lovecraft imagery suits death metal well. At the same time, it can reflect the personal because of many of the things we face in our own fucked up universe can feel like they have tentacles and 1,000 eyes as well. So that's a cool way of talking about his lyrical approach and also how, the idea of how you sort of merge these things together. I always thought Morbid Angel did a really nice job in bringing Lovecraft stuff in without you having to know a lot about it, but you kind of got this unease in some of the things that they were singing about and making reference to, where it was not as like directly evil, but it was like uncomfortably weird, you know?
Yeah,
And I think
and cause, yeah, Morbid would bring in like Necronomicon stuff.
yeah.
And like Lovecraft is, it's a weird thing. Like I can't think of a whole lot of authors that kind of created a subgenre where it's about this. There's like a certain aesthetic to it that kind of like it outlasts what he actually wrote, and it's become its own thing. There's even I did a Dagon. I looked basically like I've been a Lovecraft fan for many years, and looked up like what's public domain, and it's like, oh, Dagon is public domain. Okay, so I did a book about that. Probably 5 years after that came out, this guy that was putting together this thing called the Lovecraft Encyclopedia or something had me in it because it was like every instance of Lovecraft related stuff.
Yeah. So you're part and parcel with Lurking Fear then, you know.
Yeah, so I can kind of feel where he's coming from on this, but also the repulsion factor. First quarter of next year my book will be out.
Oh, cool.
So I'll be making lots of noise about that, but you can read maybe 2 sentences about the term the Lurking Fear in the
nice
book, but 350 pages. It's going to be a behemoth.
That's sweet, man. I'm so excited for you. Yeah, that's a good one. So, yeah, and you know, basically, I remember I think they released singles first because I remember the Infernal Dread coming out and that kind of whetted the appetite. I'm not sure, you know, if it was like just a YouTube drop or something like that, but I feel like I heard it before I got out of the Voiceless Grave, and just a satisfying single. This epic propulsion. You get kind of the sort of Razor Dismember riffing with those sort of catchy vocal hooks, and you kind of get like weird Edge of Sanity elements and kind of cavernous Autopsy Doom. You know, it's all there. You know, all those kind of elements I think are really cool, and you hear them throughout all these songs. You know, Upon Black Winds with Death Engraved in Their Bones. You know, just really awesome old school death metal. Adrian's doing really good shit. You know, like he's really able to lock into the, you know, being sloppy and precise at the same time, which is really hard to pull off, you know, to not sound inorganic, you know, with how good of a drummer he is, you know, and that sort of thing. And Upon Black Winds is cool too, because it's got that great Left Hand Path kind of like ending to it where it's a little mystical and all that kind of stuff, you know. So but I agree with you. I think, you know, Death Madness, Horror Decay, not as good.
It seems more like one.
It's kind of a continuous song almost, or movements.
Yeah, the feel of it is much more like a continuous thing. The first one feels more like a early death metal record. And even with is it on Funeral? Oh yeah, on the second record, the Funeral Abyss is basically ridden with disease.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
like completely ridden with disease, but not 100%. Like it's not ASCAP, you know, hitting as a cover, but it's
that's my favorite Autopsy song. So like, you know, I don't know if you saw, but I threw it back in because I was like, you know what, I fucking have to put it in. It's short enough, but I think I originally didn't have it on, but I threw it back on today. So I was like, it needs to be there. But no, and I think the other thing that's really interesting, like, I don't know, I had a thought when I was kind of, you know, finishing up some notes today on this record. It's, you know, it's got that dissonant kind of, you know, nostalgic glory, but like, how do you see Lurking Fear in relationship to a band like Bloodbath, for example? Because they both are kind of doing same type of thing. Do you see them as companions, kind of taking the same type of approach, but from maybe different angles, or as completely sort of different?
Well, Bloodbath was one of those things where when it first started out, before Sueno was involved in a major role, he's kind of the only guy that was like, I guess not technically OG, but really close second generation.
Yeah, that's true.
But like the Catatonia guys were definitely, you know, third generation. Age-wise, as far as being part of the whole like death metal scene. Yeah. So it was more of a referential thing. Lurking Fear, it feels more of like this is real early guys trying to capture that. But ultimately it's the same kind of idea.
Yeah.
But it's like one thing is like guys that grew up with it being inspired, and then guys that grew up, doing it.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way of thinking about it, because I was trying to figure out, like, Lurking Fear doesn't get talked about the way that, like, Bloodbath does, for example, but I'm like, I see a lot there. They're kind of doing they're
It's more subtle,
approaching,
for
you know.
sure. Like the when you hear the records, it's not. I feel like Bloodbath up to a certain point. The newer records are, take them or leave them. But like the first four, I think, are pretty fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the newer stuff is fine too. I like, I'm obviously a Nick Holmes fan, so I that was his early coming back to death metal vocals on like the Arrow of Satan is Drawn, or the one before that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But it always seemed to reference something else, and this just seemed. I think Lurking Fear is referencing the spirit and not the kind of the caricature of the genre.
It's a good way of saying that. Yeah, no, I think that's maybe what I couldn't like articulate, and I was kind of trying to get that. Yeah, it's the spirit, not the. It's like the ideology, but not necessarily like copying the sort of like note for note.
Like if we started a band, today that sounded like that, what would it be like?
Yeah,
kind of thing from them. So
yep. And I thought one thing to kind of point out too that was really cool on we'll hear a trio of tunes from their second record, Funeral Abyss, Death Madness, Horror Decay, the title track, and then we'll end with Leech of Eons. And I love the sort of like dreaming in red through the colonnades vibe that's kind of going on Leech of Eons. I wish more of that was getting thrown into death metal, modern death metal. It'd be pretty cool. And there's a kind of a neat chainsaw solo dismember style in that song too. That's fun. You don't hear a lot of those anymore. And so, yeah, just kind of a nice shout out. But so we'll hear a bunch of Lurking Fear tunes here. We'll hear from Into the Combine podcast guys again. And at the very end of this set, we'll hear from Joseph Schafer. So we've got The Infernal Dread with Death Engraved in Their Bones and Upon Black Winds from the debut Out of Voiceless Grave, and then Funeral Abyss and Death Madness, Horror Decay, and Leech of Eons from their second record, Death Madness, Horror Decay from 2021.
This is Björn, aka BL from BL Metal Podcast, and I'm gonna say a few words about Tomas Lindberg. Jason and Mark approached me since they know. Well, I'm from Sweden, so it's quite natural that we had our own, how should I say, idols here in the scene, especially us that were a bit younger than like the pioneers of the Swedish death and black metal scene. To me, At the Gates were huge. I mean, the Slaughter of the Soul record, when it came out, we actually felt that it was like such an influential record so early, and it was basically a game changer for a lot of us to be able to make death metal as melodic without making it sound corny. I mean, it was so extremely well composed, and Tomas' vocals had so much angst in them, angst and fury, in a way that he didn't sound like anyone else, and he never did during his whole life or the rest of his career. And he was an icon for a lot of us youngsters. I think it was in the year 2000. I was with my high school, my senior year of high school. We went to a trip to Gothenburg to visit something. I actually can't remember what the purpose of the trip was, but I can remember walking into Dolores Records in Gothenburg, and I picked up Grå Värld Svarta Tankar with Skitsystem. Someone in the personnel there actually said, you should get this one because I asked him, oh, give me something new, fresh, cool. And that's when I first heard Skitsystem. I think I may have heard them before, but never cared much about it. And I discovered, okay, it's Tompa Lindberg singing. That's weird. I hadn't made that connection before. Anyway, so I heard that one, and then just like a couple of months later, there was this festival in Forshaga, Sweden called Dist 2000. Dist as in distortion. And there were a lot of bands playing. Mind you, extreme metal wasn't as big back then as it is now. And it was Napalm Death, Impaled Nazarene, Skitsystem, The Crown. Vader was supposed to be playing, but they cancelled for some reason. So Entombed replaced them. Nasum played. Yeah, it was a great festival. And I remember that Tompa, he called for unity between the songs. It's like he said one scene, like it was a thing. Punk and metal and everything should be like in this great big pot. And maybe that was what made me get interested in punk music as well, because prior to that I had my stints with punk years earlier, but I remember that, okay, so Skitsystem, I have to check all these other bands, and on the sleeve of that record it says something like, this is what makes Skitsystem rock. And there's a lot of bands like Motorhead and a lot of metal bands, but also a lot of punk bands. So I was doing some research with bands that I hadn't heard. So I guess you could say that Tompa made me fall in love with punk music as well. Anyway, after the show, like in the middle of the night, I was sitting with a friend, and Tompa comes out of nowhere and says, hello, you guys got any snus? Which is that tobacco that us Swedes, we put it under our lip. And yeah, sure. And he just sat down with us and talked for hours, which was quite amazing to me, because I mean he was like an idol to me. I mean, I was a late teenager and he was years older, and he had sung on legendary records with Grotesque at the Gates and also now Skitsystem. So to me that was so cool that he was just a regular guy. And then we met like a few years later. We said hello, I remember. But then in 2015, I think it was, at the Gates asked God Macabre to do some shows with them in Oslo and Karlstad. And well, I was the live bass player for God Macabre, so we hung out with the At the Gates guys a lot during these 2 days. And he was so friendly. I mean, we had no new record coming out or anything. He just wanted us to support At the Gates and bring us along, which was so fucking cool of him. And he hung out all the time, talked all the time, was so friendly, and always lifting others around him, introducing me to a lot of people. You never felt like a third wheel or anything like that. He always made sure everybody was part of everything, that is so rare, because I mean everybody knew him. Everybody. He was like a celebrity, but he didn't act like one, you know. No rock star bullshit. And then every time we met, he was always like, oh, hey man, hey Björn, how you doing? What you doing here? Blah 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 blah. Always approaching and talking. And I'm that kind of guy that if I talk to someone, like have a real great discussion with someone, and then we meet like a year later, I never take for granted that the other person remembers me, because that's like the most awkward feeling in the world, talking to someone who doesn't know who you are. So I kept a low profile, but he always came up to me, made me feel noticed, and made everyone feel noticed, introducing me to a lot of other people. Oh, this guy is this guy, blah, blah, blah. And also always supporting new music, new bands, interested in the scene. Yeah, I have nothing but great things to say about him. Always friendly. I was never like a friend, but every time I met him, we talked. And yeah, it's like the conversation just kept going through all these years about everything, basically, not just music. He's a teacher. I'm a teacher as well. He was a teacher. Yeah. Haven't really gotten used to the fact, you know. It's so sad that he's gone. And he's really missed. I mean, I think he had a lot more to give to others, both musically and in life in general. So, yeah, this one really hurts. All hail Tompa.
So we are here. This is a nice special treat. I know you guys you've been on the show with audio testimonials before, but this is the Into the Combine crew. And these are three of my former students. So introduce yourselves, guys, to Requiem fans that maybe don't know who you guys are. And maybe tell us just a little bit about the pod for people to check out that maybe haven't encountered it. I know we do have some crossover, but go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'm Jason.
I'm Stan.
I'm Shadi.
Yeah. I mean, we also do a metal podcast. I guess we've been on a long hiatus for most of the year, but our show is obviously different than Requiem. I guess we dabble a lot more in the current stuff, but then we have interviews going back with bands for more of the older stuff. Sometimes we do deep dives into discographies or older albums. So we get a little bit of both, but on our YouTube, we've got interviews. We've got at least the last couple of years, the best of the year list. So you can always go check that out. But yeah, we'll see. It's been a little slow, but we're happy to be doing this.
Actually,
These guys are. Oh, go ahead.
I didn't
Stan,
realize
sorry.
it, but we've been doing this for 10 years now.
Isn't it crazy?
This year, yeah, the last
I
month.
forgot. Yeah, we started. Yeah.
I remember running into Jason at Caribou Coffee, and we were sort of chatting a little bit, and he was like, "Yeah, I think me and Shadi and Stan, we were really digging like Requiem, and we're kind of thinking of." And I was like, "Dude, that's so amazing!" And fuck, dude, that was a decade ago. It's crazy,
Well, no, I remember. I vividly remember like learning that you guys were doing a podcast, and we were at college. I'm like, what is it? What is a podcast? I had to like look it up. Like, what is it? Like, I was like, this is so fucking cool. And it's just like, you've been doing this for a long time, veteran.
Fuck, it's 17 years. It's pretty wild, And you and me both, Stan, because Mark had to explain what a podcast was to me when he like pitched it. I was like, what are we doing? Is it a radio show? He's like, well, not really, but we're gonna do it like a radio show. So I'm like, okay, cool. So, but yeah, these are guys that we go way back. I had them my first year as a teacher in class. So, it's 23 years of legacy. And
can we stop for a second though and think of the emotional trauma that we put on this man as his first year dealing with us? Just as a side tangent, but that's crazy. I can't. I'm sorry.
Probably why I host a metal podcast now is because people like you guys just like ruining it for me. So I had to have some kind of traumatic outlet, So, but no, the reason obviously that we are here is to celebrate, the life and discography of Thomas Lindberg, who is near and dear to all of us. And I thought it would be really cool to sort of talk to you guys because when I met you guys were very much into the metallic hardcore stuff that was starting to happen, which was really cresting in 03, 04. And I used that as an outlet to sort of open up a dialogue of this kind of stuff that Mark and I and a lot of our friends were sort of into from Europe and kind of bridge that gap. And so I guess maybe talk a little bit about what Tompa meant to you guys from your generation's perspective and just the influence that he sort of had on what you guys do today, or the music that you guys ended up kind of listening to and what sort of got you to At the Gates and Tompa and some of these other things. So I'll kind of give you guys the floor for a second here. Go ahead.
I mean, it's actually pretty simple. I mean, he influenced, everything we listened to. It's just everything we grew up listening to was At the Gates ripoffs. I had nothing to take away from any of those bands, but I think it's probably reverse. You got into At the Gates and then found other things, but we got into other things and learned that it was just coming from At the Gates. So it was really cool. It was really cool finding At the Gates. I think Jason, you might have found them earlier, but I remember finding it in college days. I was like, I ran over to Shotty's room. I was like, dude, you got to hear this. You got to hear this. It sounds like the music we listened to, but this is from 96.
It was like opening the key to a chest. And being
just
what is all this? This is all stuff that I'm very familiar with, but it's like gold. It's old. So it was really, it was just crazy. That was the formula that was in everything that I was listening to.
And then piecing it together, and you're like, oh
Mhm.
yeah, okay, this makes sense. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
you think back to like to put some context to it, like we were into a lot of bands like Killswitch Engage, As You Lay Dying, like you think of bands like Unearth, or you can go more into like the death metal realm of like or the melodic death metal of like a Black Dahlia Murder. Like those we were really, really into those bands at the time. And at the time you just, you didn't know what was before it or what directly influenced it. But I was always geeking out about that stuff, and I'd be reading interviews or whatever, and you would just keep hearing those names pop up, at the gates always being a huge one. And
Mhm.
so, at those days we were downloading whatever we could and checking it all out. And yeah, just like Stan said, when you finally hear it, it was just such a quick click at, in the brain, like a light bulb going off. Same things with Stan said, where you're just like, holy shit, okay,
Yeah.
that's where all that came from. So it was really cool. And what's cool about it is sometimes you do that and it could ruin the source material or whatever, but it didn't at all. It was like such a
Oh yeah, no,
fresh,
not at
still
all.
listen. I mean, even though you would hear some riffs and be like, I feel like I've heard some of that, but hearing them do it, it was like, oh, here's the masters doing it, and
Yeah.
it still to this day has never lost its spark for me. So,
And I think
And
it's
I
actually
oh,
going
go ahead,
back
Sid. Yep.
every once in a while you put it on like Slaughter of the Soul, and then it reignites like going back to listening to that old stuff. And you have such more appreciation, even though we grew up, we know a lot of those old albums. Um, and it reignites it, like you appreciate it a lot more now that you heard the masters do it, and then you're like, okay, it's kind of a ripoff, but it's like I understand why they want to rip it off. I mean, if you're gonna rip off a band, At the Gates is the one to rip off. Like, why not? Like,
Sure. I guess as like people who were more intensely linked into that metalcore thing that was happening, was there, as you kind of have aged out of some of that stuff, I'm sure, is there a band that was doing the At the Gate stuff that you think has held up the best? Because that's a scene I'm not as intimately familiar with. And so I'm kind of curious as you look back, on your teen years and early 20s, like who sort of really got the spirit of At the Gates, or what was sort of going on with that sound maybe better than some of the others, especially for older people like myself and some of our listeners who maybe are, maybe reticent to sort of get into stuff that was, considered by some to be like, oh, well, it's metalcore, or, whatever. So kind
I
of
mean,
curious what your thoughts are.
I think the obvious one is Black Dahlia. I mean,
Mhm.
regardless of their newer stuff, you might not like it as much, but that older stuff, I personally still think it just holds up, and it's got so much of that influence in it, and
I mean,
I
they
think that's
tried,
the
you can
obvious
tell they
one.
tried to be a little bit darker with it, but it
Yeah,
still harpened so much on the At the Gates vibe that early Slaughter of the Soul had to offer. So,
but
I mean, I would say, I mean, Black Dahlia would be the easiest one that I would throw out there, without, because it's not a blatant ripoff, but you can still hear everything throughout each song that they made in the early years.
I agree. I think it's, and they have their own sound, they have their own identity. They have they threw a lot of stuff in there, and I think it holds up just because they'd always add a little bit to it. It was always fresh. They'd always throw some little spins in it, but they always had that backbone of like a At the Gates, a little bit of Carcass. That's always felt like the backbone, and then they just kind of go from there. So I feel like that's probably the number one. I mean, you could always go with like I feel like Killswitch Engage back in like that, like the early stuff, especially like the first album or so, is just taking that At the Gates sound and then mixing it with that like metallic hardcore. At the time was such a fresh idea. It was really cool to hear. I think that stuff still holds up. I'm not big on the newest kills, any of the newer stuff, so that's not probably not the best example, I guess. But it's been a while since then. I think most of those more melodic metalcore bands from those 03s, 02s, 01s, most of them, I would say I can't really name many that have held up since then.
the only other one I can think of is Unearth, though. Every time I listen to that,
Oh yeah.
it's just,
Mhm.
and I mean, they're out of that metalcore. I think I associate them more to At the Gates than the other ones, because Killswitch is very melodic, and
Hmm.
Shadows Fall is very like, I don't, they got their own thing going on, but like Unearth's kind of just doing that what At the Gates did in just a more melodic way, and that stuff still holds up. Every time I put on an Unearth album, I'm still like blown away
Oh, I
how
mean, I
good
think
it
they
is.
had one come out like 2 years ago that was
Yeah,
amazing. So, I
yeah,
mean,
it's
they're
still
still
good.
putting out good, material time they do. So
yeah, I really dug. I reviewed and then ended up interviewing them for Stings of Conscious back with Eclipse, and that was kind of a mind melter for me because that was an indication as somebody that was on the other side, as an American metal person. I had kind of given up on a lot of mainstream American metal. To be honest, the late '90s was a pretty rough time for American metal. So I had fully committed over to Europe for the most part. And so when all of a sudden it was getting filtered back through these younger bands, I was like, holy shit, we're not alone. You know, like there were, you know,
Yeah.
I thought like we were just like, you know, Mark and I and Chris and a few others, like it just, there wasn't that community of metalheads that knew the European stuff very well. There were certainly metalheads around, but a lot of time they'd be like Pantera or, you know, like Cannibal Corpse. And that's fine. I have no issues with that, but they weren't open-minded to all this cool melodic European stuff that was happening. And like when I got Unearthed, and maybe it was Mask of Judas from Darkest Hour as well, like those two records were like,
Darkest Hour is another one. Yeah.
Something's amiss here. And then it was like one after another. And I was getting service at the time from the label that Unearthed was on, which escapes me for a moment. But, you know, Trustkill and a lot of those sort of labels, Revelation, you know, that were putting out some of this metalcore stuff, you know, and I was like, shit, these guys are all listening to In Flames and At the Gates, and like they're very familiar with it. And that was cool. Like I kind of got into it for a little bit, but you know, I was probably too old, you know, and I just kind of like drifted away from it after 2 or 3 years because some of those bands just didn't hold my interest as I was kind of getting further and further into the underground stuff a little bit more. Yeah, Darkest Hour was like one that kind of I think is held up pretty well, especially those older records, you know.
I mean, I think it's so funny that you say that though, because that's, I feel like, where my musical journey kind of went. We were in America for the longest time, and then I heard these European bands, and I mean, me and Stan joke about it all the time. I mean, I've lived in Sweden and Finland for the past 10 years now because it's just saturated with amazing music. I can't, and then I'll listen to something from over here, and it's like, yeah, that's good, but like, I mean, there's a couple of gems that come out over here, but a majority of the stuff that I listen to is not from the States. So.
You think that your generation and you guys have a pretty good pulse, I think, on that, having been in the scene and talked to a lot of the younger bands, probably than what Mark and I have done. Does it feel like there's a really healthy appreciation of like the contributions of Tompa and At the Gates? Like, is it? I know it seems like it's acknowledged, but is it kind of like a plaque that people like are just, you know, very open about, you know? I guess, like, what do you think his legacy is on a lot of the stuff that you guys kind of came through?
I mean, Jason said earlier, I mean, every interview you listen to, every article you read, they are always At the Gates, At the Gates, At the Gates. I mean, yeah, it's obvious, but I think speaking to Tompa more than At the Gates as a whole, like, I think you can actually hear it in a lot of the new music I think if you listen to some of these, like Architects, I think is a good band, metalcore band. The singer, crazy, and I think that energy comes from like influences like Tompa. Like Tompa was not afraid to scream. He wasn't trying to be the most brutal vocalist ever, or you know, he's just put 100% into it all the time and just had those badass vocals. And I think it resonates in some of these younger bands. Like the vocalists are just going all out, and I think it's people like Tompa for sure that, you know, had that influence on them.
I mean, so just based off of like the scene, like, so moving down here, moving from Michigan to Atlanta, I didn't know what to expect of the metal scene down here. And I made it a point to just, you know, you look at the battle vest and you look at the patches on the battle vest, and the one that always was consistent across every vest I would see is in At the Gates patch. And then, you know, you meet metalheads down here, or I met metalheads down here, you know, through work and whatnot. And that was the one constant thing. Hey, so, you know, who are your, like, you know, top 5 bands, man? Oh, At the Gates, At the Gates, At the Gates. So it always got thrown out. So, and then, I mean, I saw them live down here. They played with Behemoth. Horrible, but yeah, but At the Gates. Oh,
and I went to that show in Michigan with Martin, right?
Yeah,
you know, we got the same one.
Yep. Yeah. The crowd for that show when At the Gates was on the stage, and the amount of electricity that Tompa had when he was up there in his late years. I mean, he wasn't a spring chicken anymore. Still sounded amazing, and I mean, just the way he commanded the crowd when he was up there, complete night and day difference than when Behemoth was on there. So, I mean, it was a static show when Behemoth was there. Everybody was watching a movie. When At the Gates was on the stage, everybody was dancing. So we were all moving. So.
from your perspective, like, what kind of direct impact did Tompa and At the Gates have on that early 2000s metalcore scene that you were probably closer to than I was? I was a fan of it, but I was from afar, you know. How would you estimate that, you know, as a younger person?
Exist without Slaughter of the Soul. Some of that's Frederick Nordstrom's production, right? Like who's the American Frederick Nordstrom at the time? Probably Adam D. Like you hear that first Killswitch Engage record. I mean, the real first one, where there's demo tracks for all of it. It's someone he's trying to emulate the sound of Slaughter of the Soul. One could argue at the beginning, the Killswitch Engage and Shadows Fall formula is, what if Slaughter in the Soul but sometimes cleans?
Yeah.
Right down to the sort of emotional, murky, abstract lyrics, right? And then as time goes on, especially Killswitch, pairs it back and makes it more straightforward. And you get the pop and specifically pop punk elements creeping into it.
Yeah.
Right? I think, you know, Trivium's the unsung like big band because unlike a lot of those bands, they're bigger in Europe than the United States. But there was way more true melodeath in them than in Killswitch Engage. For better, for worse. If you like Matt Heafy, you don't. You know, I get it. I think, you know, Ascendancy was a really important record when it dropped for my cadre. Like, and that was Ascendancy was an album that turned people's attention more toward metal and away from metalcore. I know, you know, when Trivium was on the cover of Decibel, I know everyone still makes fun of it, but like that album has a serious impact. And I hear a lot of, maybe even earlier At the Gates in that album. I hear a lot of dissection in that album. Like you could argue it's like, what if Blink 182 made a dissection record, or vice versa?
That's great. I love that idea of that. Is cool.
But
no, the reason I asked is because it's the opposite for me. Now, Mark was pretty agnostic about a lot of that stuff. There would be an occasional thing I would throw at him in like 2002 where he'd be like, yeah, that's okay. You know, I was much more gung ho about like that first wave. I mean, I reviewed Stings of Conscience for an Eclipse issue, and I was like, what is this Unearth band and who have they been listening to? And I heard Death, and I was like, holy shit, it's all there. And Shadows Fall, I really liked those first couple because, you know, but what it was is it was metalcore, hardcore people coming to me knowing I was into death metal and trying to like show me that to get me into that stuff. So it was the opposite end that you maybe kind of came through. You know what I'm saying? So like I was more highly critical. I was like, this better be heavy enough or have some like great riffs. Because if it's a little too light or it's a little too wimpy, you know what I mean? It's not going to tickle my fancy as much. So it's a completely different way. Whereas you were coming out of a not death metal towards the light in a weird way. So,
correct.
So I have different feelings about some of those records. I'm not a hater. I was pretty much out of it by 2003. You know, like I didn't mind if somebody put Shadows Fall in 2005. I wasn't angry. I wasn't buying new Shadows Fall at that point. You know, I mean, I pretty much stopped buying Arch Enemy in 05 anyway. You know, like I was just kind of moving In Flames. I was kind of done with after Reroute or whatever. And, you know, a lot of that stuff was just kind of like tiring on me. And I was looking for something different, you know, I suppose. That was also a fallow period for me. That was post record store, 03. All right. I got my teaching job and moved out of the town where the record store was, moved downstate. I didn't really have a record store down, you know, near Detroit that I went to because I was too far north of the city to like regularly visit stuff. And Mark and I hadn't started Requiem. So I wasn't getting the promos anymore from record companies because Eclipse was done. We had stopped that. So like 04 to like 06, I was cherry picking things, and I was less plugged into probably what was going on in metal than at any other part since like, pre 1992 or something. You know what I mean? So it's very weird, and that feels like that was like the heart of it. And I had students that were like, dude, we're really into Children of Bodom, and we're really into Kill Switch, and I was like, that's awesome, but I was not. You know what I mean? I was just like
totally
early teacher survival mode. That's where my concentration was. And I was sticking with the bands I knew that Mark and Chris would talk about. But because we weren't doing the podcast, so I missed that period. And it wasn't until Decibel and Choosing Death that it kind of got me back on. Like I started buying, I think that Trivium issue or Lacuna Coil was like my first issue. So it was like right in that kind of time period. And I feel like there's a certain group of bands I just sort of missed completely.
Right. The cultural force there is Ozfest.
Right? And I never have been to an Ozfest. It wasn't.
I've been to a couple.
Yeah. As you should have at the age you were at. That was perfect for you.
That's what it's for. And credit to Ozfest for bringing some real melodic death metal over. They brought the Haunted to the United States. They brought Arch Enemy over because you couldn't get Carcass. You want to see Micah Mott, you saw At the Gates, and we're back to that, right? And the big band they brought over was In Flames. And I sort of have this, when I think about metal, I sort of have this this theory of bands that have other bands' careers for them. This is the risk of breaking up too early. And
Deathrace, Inherit, Slaughter, and In Flames has the career that At the Gates should have had.
I think In Flames has the career At the Gates would have had.
Yeah.
Had they continued. And I think because after Slaughter of the Soul is the record that means the most to American melodic metalcore at the time. Mm-hmm. But the band that means the most is In Flames.
Mm-hmm.
And In Flames is the only band that has this cross-pollination of influence with what's popular in America at the time. And that includes those bands. It also includes fucking Korn and the Deftones. And I'm not an anti-Korn person necessarily. I am pro Deftones.
Requiem are pro Deftones. Yeah. And I like the first 2.5 Korns. It was a sophomore. I bought Korn before anybody else in my high school. Like, it was like, I heard Godflesh riffs. I was like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Sure. And then I went to a couple Korn shows and I was like, this is not my place. And that's okay.
No,
these are not my people. And that's fine.
I guess credit to In Flames for finding a way to unite those crowds,
mm-hmm.
And but it's not the power that At the Gates had, of the Gothenburg 3. I think there's clearly one band that had that je ne sais quoi, right? The inner flame. And that was At the Gates, especially at that moment in time. And I don't. In Flames has persevered. In Flames has survived. Commercially, they've found ways to thrive. But I don't know if they've ever burned with that intensity since. Carcass has.
Yeah.
Carcass has now done it twice.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's, that's sort of the legacy of where melodic death metal becomes metalcore. And then the full circle flip is Black Dahlia.
Yeah.
They were, and Black Dahlia took it to Warped Tour, which is even more mainstream than Ozfest was. It's insane that that band managed to basically take melodeath riffs, put slam drums under it, an even more motor mouthy singer, and play it for pop punk kids, and they loved it.
Would you say Avenged was doing those riffs? Obviously not the Tompa vocals, but were they introducing kids to that sound via a more mainstream sound, or is that, again, they're a band that passed me by? I've seen Avenged when they opened for Metallica. I didn't choose to see them. But again, they're opening for Metallica. Good on them. You know what I mean? Like, more power to you. I have people that I taught that were our friends now. They graduate in like 08, 09, and they love Avenged. I think the guitar player is fantastic, and I don't really care about any other aspect of that band. That's my take on them. Is there's a lot of talent in some of the musicianship, but that's about it for me. I don't know.
So early on, yeah, I think early on you can squarely put Avenged Sevenfold in with that sort of New England crew, right? Or at least as like a hanger-on or an imitator. Another band to consider at the time was Bleeding Through.
Yeah, they loved At the Gates. I know that. Yeah.
There's if you want like the version of what's Avenged Sevenfold sound when they really care about melodic death metal, that's Bleeding Through.
Got it.
I don't love Bleeding Through.
I don't know them that well. I just know of them more than anything. I've probably heard a song here or there, but that's about it.
They're over me like water on a duck's back. But sonically, I understand what they're doing. When it comes to Avenged Sevenfold, here's the tough thing. Unfortunately, City of Evil is a good record.
Which one's that?
That's the third album. I think it came out in 2005. And that's
again my fallow period where I just very ignorant about a lot of things in that era.
Sure. It's got like Bat Country on it was the first song. It's got Beast and the Harlot. But like, so what's crazy about that record is it's like that's them very consciously turning away from melodic metalcore and reaching for classic sounds from the 80s, but not classic capital M metal sounds from the 80s. That's the one where you really hear them trying to think about Guns N' Roses. And other things. It's actually a very adventurous record because that guy, what's his name? Sinister Gates? I don't care. What are their titles? I don't know. He is a spectacular guitarist.
Isn't one guy named like M Shadow or something like that?
That's the singer, M Shadows. Fuck that guy. He's got a terrible voice too.
Yeah, I don't like him at all.
No.
Seems a douchey.
And both times I've seen At the Gates, they were terrible.
Or Avenge, you mean?
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, now that At the Gates, just clarifying.
We're talking about At the Gates. Both At the Gates is great live. Avenged Sevenfold, every time I've seen them, have been laughably bad.
It was that good.
No. But the thing that buoyed City of Evil up, and this is also, I think, another thing that laid the ground for you to be able to talk about a Surgical Steel coming into play, was Guitar Hero.
Oh, yeah.
Of all those melodic metalcore bands, Avenged Sevenfold got the Guitar Hero bump. The same way Dragon Force, they're the biggest band that got the Guitar Hero bump.
Yeah.
And for a minute there, it was like very cool to play an instrument and be good at an instrument. And necessarily a lot of the later stage, the boss songs on those video games were often metal songs.
Rain and Blood was like
right
the end song, and like a lot of my students know Slayer, knew Slayer through Guitar Hero, and I was all right. Hey, whatever gets you in the door,
Right.
So,
and so I think Avenged Sevenfold were part of that sort of movement to try and harken back to like a golden age of hard rock. And I think out of that, some kids followed the Rain and Blood deeper, followed the Avenged Sevenfold deeper, and that's how you get people who want the Death reissue CDs, people who want the Carcass reissue CDs, people who buy Decibel magazine. And that's how you've got the marketplace necessary for people to go to members of Carcass and say, Carcass in At the Gates, and say, by the way, you could make some money if you played again. Would you be interested in that? And I think it just takes enough people coming to these musicians say, no, people actually do care what you did. Like you can play to the audiences maybe you didn't get to play to. when he broke up that first time, when no one got Heartwork and Slaughter of the Soul did not get you a headlining slot.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Yeah. No. Yeah.
So that's like the life cycle.
That was Leech of Eons, Death Madness, Horror Decay, Funeral Abyss, Upon Black Winds, With Death Engraved in Their Bones, and The Infernal Dread, along with some guest contributions commenting on stories about Tompa and all of that. So thank you for all of the people that have been contributing throughout this episode. Before we sort of get into the next little set, I forgot there was one thing I meant to sort of share, but it's kind of the most appropriate, one of the most appropriate episodes to talk about this. But Decibel did a top 30 greatest extreme vocalists of all time issue way back when with Kronos on the cover, May of 2015, and Thomas Lindberg came in at number 17, and our esteemed friend Chris Dick did the little brief little write up, but he just says, God, creator, deceiver, 3 words, screamed with 1,000 years of anguish and frustration. That's all it took for us to believe. It's as if a young Thomas Lindberg had profound issues with the deity that had supplanted the deities, oh my gosh, of his forebears and chose at the gates as his outlet. Well, grotesque preceded, but that's a story for a different day. And at the gates, Lindberg wailed, caterwailed, and howled both esoteria and heavy doses of reality. Though his voice was honed like a blade sharpened over time, Lindberg never lost the passion of his youth. For proof, listen to Order from Chaos or The Night Eternal off last year's Stupendous, At War with Reality. And so he ranked in at number 17.
What, do you have the list in front of you?
Yeah, he's in pretty good company in the top 20.
Who's in the top 10, out of curiosity?
Well, just to mention who Lindberg's kind of sitting with, he's one notch below James Hetfield, who's at 18, and then right below Lindberg is Dax Riggs and John Tardy, and then Scott Kelly. So
before him?
Yeah, before him. So yeah, and I don't know if I'd agree with that now, by any means. I don't know if they're going based on influence or
most of those lists are based on writer polls usually.
Yeah. So here's your top 10. Chuck from Death, number 10. Mike Patton at 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mike Patton at 9. He's Lemmy at 8. Diamanda Gallus at 7.
Who's that?
She's that really incredible female vocalist. She was on the Rotting Christ episode we did. She's just kind of
what does she do in a band though?
She kind of does her own stuff. She's very like avant-garde. It's almost like she's like metal's Kate Bush, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some of these, lists are made to disagree with. So,
Corthon at number 6.
Okay.
Phil Anselmo at number 5.
Okay.
Kronos at 4.
Mm-hmm.
King Diamond at 3. Peter Steele at 2. And Tom G. Warrior at 1. So
okay, I can get behind Tom as a list that's meant to make people
provoke. Mark feels provoked
things
right now. Yeah, I just provoked by accident. Sorry.
I mean that lady, I don't know who the fuck she is.
She's very talented, Mark. All right,
I'm sure, but it's in the like nobody knows who the fuck she is.
Yeah,
that's one of those moves where it's just like, okay, here, if you guys if you know, you know. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I think if you did a list now, I think Lindberg would make it much higher. But
I hope so. Yeah. And that's the kind of thing.
Is Matty Karki on there?
No, I don't think he made it. Let me look though. I'll reopen it.
LG Petrov.
Let's see. Attila's at 12. Barney's at 11.
Scott Carlson.
Let's see. David Yao at 22. Jazz Coleman from Killing Joke, 24.
See, this is too broad. Come on, guys.
David Vincent at 25.
What?
Yep. J.R. Hayes from Pig Destroyer at 27. Mike Williams from I Hate God, 28. Eckerfeld at 29. And Henry Rollins at 30. So, no.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty wide.
What year did this come out? I don't remember this issue at all.
May of 2015. It's got a Celtic Frost Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Which Celtic Frost would it have been? To Mega Therion, I imagine.
I would assume.
Yeah, to Megatherion. And yeah, Korthon on the cover with a snake kind of around him.
Okay.
And,
Was this a special issue? Like a
No, it's just issue 127. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many issues they're at right now, but there's a lot.
Yeah. It's
I mean, I'm
been a hot
drawing a
minute.
Megadeth for this month, so.
I've heard not great things about that new record, but I haven't heard it yet either.
Yeah, I've heard some. I mean, I'm not excited about Megadeth. I've been excited about Megadeth for 25 years, so. I think
like Dystopia and
Dystopia. I mean, for what in the context of when it came out, and in the Big Four, I think it was definitely I still stand by it's the best. Of the Big Four that came out then.
But it's not a record I reach for very often.
Never. So. I'm always going to listen to Rust in Peace.
Yep. So. Oh, Megadeth, interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah. So now that I've unprovoked Mark and we can kind of I mean
no I'm just it seemed like a contrarian list.
Yeah, it's very
in retrospect.
I don't remember.
It's too broad. I think
if they wanted to, I guess
is it the best vocalist in extreme music?
It says top 30 greatest extreme vocalists of all time. So I guess it's like what they do with their voice that's extreme, and if that's the case, I get, because Diamanda Gallis and like Mike Patton do some pretty fucking wild shit with their voices. So if you're judging in that capacity, okay.
Yeah, I just need like a little bit of a.
It's a weird parameter, I guess.
Yeah, you need to disseminate. What is this parameter you're talking about? What is involved in it? Because I feel I should have been more straight up extreme, but what do I know?
Albert, if you're listening, we want answers. We want answers now. We want to know what were
we need to do a revisionist of this, revisionist history of this.
What did the voting sheets look like? Is it 1 through 5, 1 out of 10? Come on, what are we doing here? Let's.
Why the fuck is Henry Rollins on there?
Yeah, I mean he's Black Flag, but yeah,
he's my least favorite Black Flag vocalist.
Okay, fair, but I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I think his solo stuff sucks.
I don't mind. I was a Rollins band fan. I think there's definitely a. I don't know. Maybe you got to be an East Coaster to enjoy more Rollins band. I'm not sure.
I mean, I think he's important in the scene, but I don't. As far as best vocalists, I don't know.
Yeah.
You did it, Albert. You got your wish.
Yeah, we're
making
having
these lists.
I hope
you made me annoyed after something that's 10 years old.
Yes. It takes a lot to get under somebody's skin after 10 years.
I know.
So. But what we're going to do now in this kind of last full set of music we're going to play is we're going to kind of offer up a trio of tunes at first with kind of guest spots, kind of like we did earlier in the episode. And we've got a couple of cool guest appearances. And I'll let kind of Mike from Darkest Hour, Mike Schleibaum. Jeez, I almost mispronounced that again.
Schleibaum.
Give all the context for how how his band got to Sweden, and Studio Friedman, and how they got Tompa and Tomas to guest on the title track, The Sadist Nation, from their third record, Hidden Hands of a Sadist Nation, and then how they got Jonas from At the Gates to do a guest solo for the Misinformation Age. Pretty wild. He kind of pointed it out in the interview. He's like, it's probably the only record ever besides At the Gates where those two guys are on the same record. And I kind of was like, you know what? You're not wrong. That's kind of interesting because they never cross over with the Haunted or anything like that. So it's kind of a weird circumstance. But, Darkest Hour were, a pretty formative band. They were a big band gateway drug for a lot of the metalcore kids. I know they were one of the first bands I sort of checked out from that scene. They were on Victory Records. The Mark of the Judas and So Sedated, So Secure were both early 2000s when I was working at the record store. And I think, Brian and Mark Coughlin and some other people, some of us were getting into kind of metalcore. I know you heard some of it, and I think probably like, some stuff maybe like Unearthed, you were like, yeah, that's kind of cool, but maybe not like what I'm going to grab, most of the time. but it was certainly a moment, and I think it felt like very validating for like all of a sudden all of these American bands to be playing a lot of this music that was near and dear to me, but I kind of just assumed would never break out in the way that they did. And it was a really if you were living in that moment and you were people like us who had just assumed that none of that stuff was ever going to make its way into any kind of mainstream status, it was kind of surreal. It was like, oh, holy shit, it's like a wave of bands coming out that have heard Carcass and In Flames and At the Gates, and you were like, huh, I thought we were the only ones that were into this kind of shit, and all of a sudden it was like, boom, here we go. And that's cool. And it's cool, like you said, that he got to not only meet his idol, but to get his idol to play on his records and to do all these really, really interesting things. And so,
well, and they were the ones that opened up the reunion shows too, right?
Yeah, they were on the Suicidal Fine Art kind of tour, that kind of famous tour. I know Municipal Waste was at some of the dates as well, and I think that's when the friendship, that they had toured before, when Tompa was singing for the Crown, and that's, as Mike's going to explain in this next kind of chunk of stuff, that's how he kind of built a friendship with Tompa, to be able to want to come and record in Sweden and go to the belly of the beast. And it's kind of funny because Victory was not a fan of this idea at first, so the band had to
I'm sure that
why are you going to Sweden and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So
and Suicide Nation and the Sadist Nation, and I mean there's
all that kind of stuff. And it's interesting. Darkest Hour played a pretty good set, even if I know you're not the biggest fan, but it sounded pretty good when we were at Beer and Metal Fest and things. But I checked out some of their newer stuff because I really haven't, stuck with the band as much because I was never fully locked into this scene. I dabbled.
Yeah, I wasn't either. Yeah.
And they've really developed kind of into a pretty mature, pretty good death metal band now. And he even says that, he goes, we were just kind of copycatting in the early years, and we didn't really, we were just kind of winging it and stuff. And he's like, we kind of had to develop our own voice out of that influence. And he's like, I think we've kind of found that. And that was cool. It was kind of a nice surprise because, again, not a band I've really kept up with, and to know that they're actually making pretty good music today. It might not be my thing, but I'm like, oh, they're getting better and better songs and things like that.
20 years.
Yeah, I mean they're OGs. I mean they were around the mid '90s. They didn't record anything, but yeah, they've been around for quite a while. And then we go to another band from Baltimore, Misery Index. I think these guys were friends with Blake from Blake Harrison.
I'm sure.
Grindy death metal stuff. Jason Netherton is in this band, who has written some cool books on music and kind of done columns in some magazines.
Extremity Retained.
Yeah,
it's a huge phone book. Yeah.
Pretty fun book that's got some kind of cool takes on stuff. But this is from their 2008 record Traders, and Tompa shows up and it's got a great song title, Ruling Class Canceled. I love that. That sentiment is pretty fun. So that's kind of how we're starting with these trio of tunes, and we'll hear from Mike a couple times, and then we get into an interesting band called Night Rage, and a little story. Did a little research, kind of interesting. But Exhumation was this pretty cool melodic death metal band that were from Thessaloniki, from Greece. I actually was in Thessaloniki.
I got two of their demos when we were doing the Requiem.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Cool. They ended up on Holy Records. It's funny. I was getting some things from Holy Records, but I don't really remember these guys in the late '90s. And I think I would have liked this stuff. That's the thing that kind of bums me out.
They're solid, but yeah,
there's
a lot going on.
Yeah. But they broke up in '98, and the guy Marios Eliopoulos was the guitar player, and he formed Night Rage after a song that was on this Exhumation kind of final record. And you kind of added in a guitar player from a band called Dream Evil, who would eventually play with one Ozzy Osbourne, Mark, and that's Gus G. And then Tomas comes in 2003, and they put out they debut record, Sweet Vengeance, on Century Media. And this must have been like the weird fallow period where I got my job teaching, because I like remember hearing about this, but I don't remember anybody really talking to me about it. You or Chris or anyone. Did you?
I bought the record because he was on it.
Okay, yeah,
I wasn't overly like enthused about it, but I think between the fact that the Lindberg was on it, and it was also like, oh, okay, I thought the name was stupid. I don't know what the name is in reference to, but the exhumation thing, because I don't know if this is the same guy or not that I was in contact with in the zine days, but I think I still have 2 of the demos. It was just cool to get something from Greece, which is your homeland.
Yeah, yep. I mean, in fact, that guy's last name, Paulos, that's my like mom's Greek, family was Paulos. So when her mom
get a hold of this guy.
Yeah, maybe we're related. Who knows?
Do you know Pete Hundy?
Yeah, do you know? Yeah, you wouldn't know that side of the family. It'd be my mom's side.
Hey, you never know. It might be notorious in Greece.
Yeah, that's true. He is a legend amongst men. So,
yes.
I mean, they bring in Per Moller Jensen, who is the second Haunted drummer too, and it's Tompa's kind of doing Slaughter the Soul style vocals. This is kind of more of that sort of style, but I actually think this is aged decent. And I think maybe when it came out in '03, there was a glut of melodic metal, and it probably was like, like it didn't stand out that much other than maybe Tompa being on it. But I think, with 20 years distance from when this record came out, I kind of glad I discovered it now because I can like almost appreciate it more. Like I ended up picking it up because I was like, this is pretty good melodic death metal, and it's kind of like a better mid-period In Flames Arch Enemy. It's like more.
It's in that melodic death metal kind of thing for sure.
I think the thing that I like about it a little bit too that I was kind of noticing is because most of the other guys are Greek, it's got this like melodic riffs that have a distinctive like Hierarchy of Lost Lovers and Dead Poems kind of rotting Christ warmth to it that makes it different from like In Flames and Dark Tranquility, clones that were sort of coming out at this time.
Yeah, there's something in the whatever it is in Greek music that makes it sound distinct, like Greek and Finland, Greece and Finland have this very unique thing where most bands have a similar vibe, which you don't get in like Sweden. There's so many different things going on, but especially Greece is so crazy with the guitar tones, like production values and stuff is very specific, and nobody like South America sounds like everybody has this slightly different thing, but man, as soon as you hear a couple minutes of this, you're like, oh my god, this is totally from Greece.
Yeah, no, it's how'd it hold up for you? Kind of curious. I know you're not the world's biggest like mellow,
better than I expected. Because I had this record, I didn't go back and listen and really research the full career. They went on longer than I expected.
Yeah,
but I remember getting this, when it came out, just because Tomas was on it. And I was like, it's pretty cool, but it's not anything I went back to.
Yeah,
it didn't like kind of warrant any extra listens, 20 years later.
I think what was kind of neat for like songs like Glow of Setting Sun and Elusive Emotions is they're a little bit more mid-paced. So you sort of get to hear Tompa do kind of like paint peeling kind of slow vocals. We talked about that at the beginning of the episode with the Sign of Cain, where like you just often didn't hear him do slow stuff, or stuff that was more mid-paced. And so, Macabre Apparition, the third song we'll sort of play here is more, like speedy, fast, if you will, kind of more traditional. What you would expect. Thrashy. Yeah, exactly. So, it's cool to sort of hear sort of the melodies and kind of slow, intense, kind of paint peeling vocals from Tompa here. But yeah, kind of fun. If you're a fan of mellow death, it's definitely solid from start to finish. There's not like it's a good listen, indeed. So, and then we're gonna end with we'll hear from Chris Dick and also the Into the Combine guys, a guy again in this sort of set. And then we'll end with one kind of interesting tune from a band out of New Hampshire called Transistor, and they were a metallic band that, I did some research and they toured with Dysphere and Converge. And that's probably where they made the Tompa connection, I'm guessing. And, he shows up on this single they put out in 2008 called Young Vampires of New Hampshire, and a tune called White Knives. And it's, he's kind of on the grand finale, and it's a sort of savage, fun, punky flavor.
He's only at the very end.
Yeah, he's just like sort of.
I had a hard time figuring out like where he was at on this because it didn't seem.
It's this moment where
obvious.
His vocals, the way they record it, it reminds me of like how they will like blow out Jacob's vocals and Converge, where it's just like it's like distorted and blown out, and it's Tompa. And it's cool because I've never heard him record it that way. Usually you use Tompa, you're like, put them out clean a little bit, or at least so people can tell. And so it was just again, there were so many of these like one-offs, but this one seemed a little different. And I was like, it's kind of a different flavor that people haven't heard from Tompa. So it'd be kind of neat to see, for people to hear him do this kind of approach and this type of a song. It's not what you expect from him, but I don't know anything else about the band other than
I couldn't find a whole lot about the band.
They were just kind of a New Hampshire, on the East Coast kind of hardcore thing. And, touring with Dysphere and Converge, they must obviously not be terrible, but I don't know anything else from them beyond that. So it's kind of a fun way to sort of, wrap things up with some of these little side things that he would do, or these guest appearances. But there's so many more beyond this. There's a ton of other bands that were in different playlists, and, so hopefully people sort of appreciate it, this variety of music. And I'm sure there's some things that maybe you haven't heard before, or some bands that will discover from this. And that's kind of the point of doing this, is a tribute, and also just kind of celebrating all of the diversity of these things that Tompa sort of did here. But cool, let's get into it. So we've got, we'll hear from Mike a couple times. We'll hear from Chris. We'll hear from the Into the Combine guys as well throughout. But we'll start with Sadist Nation and Misinformation Age from Darkest Hour. Then we'll hear Ruling Class Canceled from Misery Index, The Glow of the Setting Sun, Elusive Emotions, and Macabre Apparition from Night Rage's Sweet Vengeance. And then we'll end with White Knives from Transistor. Now is probably the best time to talk about how did the whole Hidden Hands recording in Sweden and getting Tompa to be on the with Sadist Nation, how did that all sort of come about, and what was that experience like?
Well, Darkest Hour toured with the Crown. I believe it was 2003, maybe it was 2004.
He did Crowned in Terror in 2002, so they might have been touring on that record in 2003 then, maybe?
Maybe, okay.
Yeah.
Sadist Nation, I think, came out in 2005, and it came out in probably recorded it in February of 2004. Sounds AI can find that later, but basically, we were on tour with the Crown. The Crown is an absolutely incredible band. The Crown and Terror album that Thomas sings on is absolutely fucking incredible. I just want to say, for the record, all the other Crown records, Deathrace, King, fucking sick as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Come on, this.
We're playing some Crowned and Terror stuff for sure.
Yes, this is so good, dude. So we got to do the Crowned and Terror North American tour. We were the direct support, and they had never. This is when first time we met Thomas on this tour, and we basically helped in every way possible to help them be able to finish that tour, because they were sort of ill prepared. The tour was not put together well, and they were bursting at the seams of the band as well at the same time. So it was the worst combination of everything for them, but we were there to help them in every way. I even did like a 14-hour drive for them because their driver couldn't do it. We could get to a show in the middle of the tour. That's the tour Darkest Hour got arrested on in Alabama, that we wrote about later on Sadist Nation. I mean, it was a legendary tour. And throughout the tour, we went from not knowing Thomas at all, met him for the first time at the beginning of that tour. That story's pretty funny. But then throughout the tour, we get to know him more and more, and we're finally can talk to him. We've been talking to the Crown guys too. Let me think about this. The Crown, they were none of them were living in Gothenburg. Possible Janne, the drummer, I think he was Finnish, but anyway, the Crown the only guy I believe that was actually in Gothenburg was Thomas. So we started really like bugging him because we were like, Thomas, we really want to record a record in Sweden. Because our thing was, we have recorded all of our records with my really close friend Brian McTurnan, who's an uber amazing producer and is the best fucking dude ever. And I would fucking stab someone for if they ever said he wasn't the best producer ever. But we wanted to record with someone who like knew the music we like, because Brian is not melodic death metal aficionado. We wanted to go to the source, the tap. So we said to Thomas, like, please, can you help us? Can you help us get into Studio Fredman? Because we looked at the back of all the records, you know?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, yeah.
Yep,
He's like, I can get you the phone number. I can get you the phone number. So then we kept bugging him on it. Kept bugging him. Finally, he writes it down on a piece of paper and he hands it to me. And I'm like, okay, I got this number. After a tour, after we'd gotten arrested, all this shit was fucked up. We lost our license for 5 months. We had to figure out how to write a record. We had to find a guitar player. It was like but I had this little sleep paper, right? So eventually, like 7, 8, 9 months after the tour's done, I start calling Sweden, because there's no email. You know what I mean? I just start calling this phone number and I just always get a fucking voicemail. You know, and it's just like, it's Sam, hi, it's Studio Friedman. These are our office hours. Call us back. We'll call you back. I leave a message. Victory, who's going to be paying for the record, they starting to get on me. Everybody's starting to get on my case about like whether this is a good idea, what's going to happen. Like basically nobody for Fredman will call me back. So I finally call up Thomas, which is weird because I had his number too, and I didn't like really want to call him. You know, I felt weird. And I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, we really want to come record there. And like, dude, I guess we're just like not like we have money. I mean, shit, we've got this budget. Like, we can send them the money. Like, we're an American band. How many American bands do they record? We're gonna do so much press on this record. Like, I'm just giving them the whole pitch. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I guess we're just like not cool enough, you know. But later on, after meeting Frederick and working with him and meeting all of these Swedes, I realized we were just like so far out of their orbit. It wasn't that they even had a fucking opinion. Could give a fuck. They were just, Gothenburg is here and the world revolves around it, you know? So somehow Thomas convinced Patrick, who was the studio, whatever, like, you know, secretary. I don't know what the right term would be. It wasn't a very high position.
Sure.
Finally called us back. He said, oh, you want to like record here? Like, you guys have the money? Like, went through it with him. And he said, okay, we can book this studio time. Frederick has he's got a band called Dream Evil, and I believe that's what they're called. And how the fuck did I remember that? But anyway, he had this band, a black power metal band, right? And I think that's what they're called. Because there's also Night Rage. I get them confused. They're both good bands, but I can't remember. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's Dream Evil. He's got this band. He's got him going tours, but he'll record your band. We've got this other guy from the north of Sweden who's worked on a bunch of the records. He can mix it. I'm Patrick. I can track some of it. Fine, you can come here. And we were like, okay, cool. Like, we'll send you guys a check for the payment, you know? And then it was amazing, dude. I was a bike messenger at the time, and I would work from 9 to 6, you know, 8 to 6 sometimes, you know, wake up, be in the park. They would call out the jobs on the radio, and I made killing. Okay. This is way before all the things. It was just when you were dodging cars in the street. And I would have to get up super early in the morning. I remember waking up every morning at 6 in the morning, because that was like, I guess noon or 1 or whatever the time was in Sweden, where they would like answer the phone. And I would get up and I would call Studio Fredman for an hour every morning, leave 2 or 3 messages like throughout the hour that they were supposed to have office hours. And then I'd go work all day. And the next day, wake up 6, 7 in the morning, call them. Then when the office hours were over, just sit around, wait for them to call me back. Because there was also no cell phone.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
I would go out to work and I'd come back thinking maybe they called. Maybe they called. So anyway, Thomas got him to book us there. We flew out there, but what happened was by the time we got out there, the laws had changed in Sweden where Studio Fredman was in a warehouse. There was a bakery next to it, and there was a wood shop next to it. I'll never forget the smell of fresh wood still makes me feel like I'm about to go record in Studio Fredman, man. And this certain type of bread that they were making for these pastries that they only make in Sweden in February, they're called semlas. The bakery was only making at this time. So when I smell those pastries, when I taste the semla, it just is like I'm right there back in Gothenburg, right? Because they only do it for that short period of time. But anyway, we were no longer allowed to sleep there. So we show up, and this is a big fucking problem, man. Because they ain't nowhere budget. There's no hotels happening. So we get there. I'll never forget, like, we hadn't even thought about, like, who was going to pick us up, like, from the airport. So we called Thomas. We're like, hey, we're at the airport. Like, do you know anybody who could maybe, like, pick us up and maybe take us to a hotel or something? Like, we thought we were going to go to Studio Fredman and just sleep there, but what do we do? He's like, okay, come to my house. Like, what? So he came and his family, like, it wasn't a station wagon, but it might have been a red station wagon. It was a big enough car for all of us and our gear to fit in. And he picked us up at the airport and drove us. It was snowing to his house. It was like a meager, like a house that shared, like a row house, I guess you would call it here in DC. Like it shared a house with another house and a main house. And they were in a small village outside of Gothenburg, where Thomas was raising his 2 kids who were kind of young. And Sarah, his wife, as well. Like they let us in, they let us sleep on the floor. We took over the house. The kids loved it. We had 3 more days. We thought we would be doing pre-production. We're sitting around Thomas' house. We're like, what the fuck are we gonna do? We cannot stay in this death metal legends family's house anymore. But they were cool.
Wow.
They were just not phased. And so I'll tell you guys, I'll never forget. We were just chilling in Thomas's house, and John was like asking him about like how he writes about what's his lyric writing process, because of course like he hadn't fully written all the lyrics for Sadist Nation at all because we were never prepared back then. So I remember John asking him and Thomas showing him that like what he did was, okay, and this is amazing. He had 2 tape recorders, okay, and he would play one in his house. He had this corner by the records where he had a record player and the records were set up, and he had a corner. He'd go in the middle of this corner, right? And he'd play whatever demo he had been given by the guys or whatever on this one tape recorder. He'd take the other tape recorder, and then he would like, like whisper his vocal ideas over top of the demos and make like these like whisper demos to do the patterns and the shit to give the guys. It's a fucking genius idea. But now we all have Pro Tools in our basement all day and can do anything we want. But this was cool how he did this, man. And I remember being in the corner being like, yo, this is the corner, dude. It's fucking wild. It's one of the corner where he's like, anyway, it was like that. And we eventually we reached out. We were like, man, we got to find where's the fucking punk and hardcore kids in the city. Finally, we met a group of kids through Revelation. I had been in a hardcore band who had toured Europe in '99, and I reached out to some friends who lived in far north Sweden, who gave me some friends in California, who hooked me up with some other friends who lived down the street in Gothenburg. And we met some other friends who let us move into their 1-bedroom apartment and sleep on the floor there, which sucked because it was a mile and a half away from Studio Fredman, and we had to make that journey every day. But
did you guys walk or get a ride or?
Well, we couldn't sneak on the buses because we got caught. We were so fucking obvious. We looked like idiots. And the place we stayed was called Mastuget. It's up on a big hill in Gothenburg. So yes, we would like fucking walk in the freezing cold together. It was a 45-minute walk. And the thing is, these dudes, they had this mantra, heavy metal in the morning. And Frederick would only want to work 9 to 5 because he wanted to go home to see his kids and shit. So, dude, we would have to wake up at like 7 in the morning.
The walk.
Do the walk, get there like 8, make 1, 2 eggs, really make that budget work. The guys were drinking Christmas beer because the Christmas beer was on sale because it was February. And I remember, dudes, I was straight edge and vegan or not vegan at the time, but straight edge, I think. But the other guys would have like their breakfast would be like a Christmas beer and 1 egg. And I remember Jesper from In Flames was in there because they were recording Silent Night. It wasn't Silent Night Fever, but Dimension Zero is the band. Sick ass band.
Yeah, it's a great.
They were recording in the fucking B room.
Oh,
dude. And when we got there the first day, the drummer for Dimension Zero was, I think it might have been the guy from In Flames, but I don't know. He was tracking in the B room, and when we got there, it was so intimidating because, dude, the fucker was good. We were like, whoa, this is fucking crazy. Anyway, that story got all over the place, but basically,
that's awesome. Those are good details, man.
I don't even know how we got to the end of the story, but yeah, that's how we figured out how we were going to record in Sweden.
Was it always part of the plan to have Tompa and Tomas do, guest vocals on the one song, or did that just sort of come about when you guys were staying with them, or kind of improv?
Obviously, I mean, first of all, it was like we got there, the way we sold the idea to the record label, who was like, you want to go and record in Sweden? No, why don't you just go record with Brian McTernan? I'm like, no, we want to go to Sweden. Like, why? What, to record with these guys? Man, they ain't sold no fucking records. These bands don't sell shit. Who cares about these bands? Why don't you go to this guy I got in New Jersey, or go to this guy? Like, these Swedish guys, like, why do the label did not care.
Oh.
So we told them it was a marketing angle. They could market that this was like a real blend of like the Swedish metal, the American metal, the hardcore, yada, yada, yada. They bought it. But while we're there, they're pressuring me because they're like, we need more, like, what is even the point of all this? So eventually, I don't know. I'm sure it was John, because there's no way the guys would have let me be the guy, but I definitely would have been the guy to ask Thomas to sing on the album. But he without even a hesitation, he was like, oh yeah, I'll do some guest vocals,
Yeah.
No problem. Okay, cool. And then he was in, and then we were like, okay, cool. But then the thing he did after that was fucked up is that we couldn't stop. We were like, oh, really, dude? Well, and I believe that Soilwork had just mixed a record at Fredman that had, oh, no, dude, we had to like stop recording for a day. Okay, I'm going to get this. I think it's Matthias Oakland. I don't know his name. He's a very famous guitar shredder. Maybe that's not his name, but he guest appears on a Soilwork hit fucking single. I don't know, one of these back in the day. This dude is a fucking shredding maniac, and we had to stop recording for one day because he had to come in and do his guest shit on a Soilwork song, and we got to meet Peter Witchers, who later would produce The Human Romance, a later Darkest Hour. Anyway, we punished Peter. We were like, hey man, you got to do a guest solo. You got to do a guest solo on the record. He's like, okay, cool.
What is it?
try to meet them at the local bars and shit every night. And they were cool. And they had the respect of a lot of the like Swedish dude. We went to the Arch Enemy show, and everybody hooked us up, and that was probably one of the first Arch Enemy shows that was happening down there. The Crown guys were really cool because at that point we had buddied up with all of them. They would try to, when they were in town, they would like introduce them. So then Marcus, he was going to be on the record. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then we're like, oh shit, now we got a bunch of like superheroes, you know? So we got him. I think there's one other dude from the Crown that's on there, but then I'm like, no, dude, we need the fucking man. We need to get Anders on this record, dude. Like, this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is the dude that has like changed our life. Now, keep in mind, like In Flames was a huge influence too, but
sure, yeah.
they were not in. We didn't know them. We've met them since all this madness, and they're great dudes, but they just were not in our circle, you know. And uh, uh, I was funny because I remember the end of my Jesper story about making eggs at fucking threw me off right there. Anyway, I was like, we really need Anders. So the thing that is most incredible to me is I don't really know, and the AI will have to find this for you, but I don't think there's another record that exists that's not an At the Gates record where both Thomas and Anders play on it.
Oh,
that is not Sadist Nation.
well,
like, think about it.
Hey, you're talking Anders Frieden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ceremonial Oath Carpet. That's the
What
one.
is it? They're a band before At the Gates.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, no, it was recorded in '95, Carpet, and half of the songs are sung by Anders and half are sung by Tompa.
Really?
Yeah.
The Anders. Wait, you were talking about the same Anders, the guy that plays guitar and At the Gates. He sang.
I thought you meant. That's why I asked Anders Frieden. I thought you were talking about Anders from In Flames. Okay.
Yeah. I'm confused.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
We have a lot.
Yeah. No,
okay,
you're right. Then
there's
you're
like
right.
1,000 Anders and 1,000 Thomases.
I know.
So
I know.
what I'm saying is,
Anders Bueller,
who brought you that Anders and then Thomas. I'm just saying, what's another one? My point is, they were not in a band at the time.
Oh,
I don't know what their relationship was like, but
yeah, it seems civil from what I know. I mean, obviously the Haunted was having their success and Tompa was doing his stuff, and yeah.
Either way, when he walked in and Thomas had convinced him to come down, Anders showed up with a trench coat on. He looked like the fucking Terminator, dude. He had his guitar, trench coat, and he was fucking stone cold, right? And he walked in, and we were like, "Oh my god, thank you so much, dude! It's such an honor to meet you." Of all that bullshit, you just and then just not even phased, just stone cold. And then Fredman comes in, and I now know why this happened, but at the time we were pissed. We were super we didn't know what was happening. But Frederick says, "All right, now everybody out of here. Nobody can be in here. Anders is going to record his thing, and then when he's done, you guys can hear what he does." But we're like, "Well, where is he going to do it?" And he's like, "Don't worry, I'll find a place for him." And we're like, "Yeah, but what if he does it in the middle of a verse or whatever?" He's like, "Oh, well, you'll work around it." We're like, "Well, yeah, but dude, we wanted to be in charge of we want to make sure what he lays down is cool. We want." And then Frederick's like, "Well, you don't get to do that. Like he's here and he's going to put it down."
Yeah.
And we were super fucking annoying, you know. But in retrospect, he was kind of saying, I think, you know, he was protecting Anders because he's like, "Hey, man, yo, this guy doesn't do this all the time. And he doesn't want to do it in front of you. He doesn't fucking know you guys. And he doesn't need a bunch of people up in his shit. Let me record him. And I know that he helped produce them. And he found the spot. The song is called The Misinformation Age by Darkest Hour. The song's on the Sadist Nation record, and you know it's Anders. As soon as you hear it, it sounds like him. Has a cool little harmonized little pick-tacking. Anyway, all that is from Thomas. All that was Thomas putting, that goodwill. He just saw a bunch of dudes who were really trying, and he, put his reputation on the line a little bit to say, yo, no, these guys are serious. No, you should, whatever. Yeah, they're sloppy, and yeah, they're crazy, and yeah, they're loud, and they're nuts, but yo, they're from America, and they're here. And they fucking did it, and they're touring way more than all y'all, and blah, da, 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 da. And so, really, all the guest stuff, all the other stuff, that's due all the Thomas's goodwill, but it just sort of was all piled on each other over and over again to make the worth of the experience make sense to the label so that they would continue to fun. And then the funny thing is, then they didn't want to promote everybody later because once they figured out that all these guys were on Metal Blade, they were on other labels, Nuclear Blast, they didn't want any of that heat. So then Victory didn't want to promote that anybody was on it because they didn't want to have any of those labels. So it was this whole thing where we were lucky because that's what we went out for. And we don't have a ton of guest stuff throughout the rest of our catalog, so it's cool that was our pilgrimage to Sweden, and then of course we punished them enough to get them on our record.
Yeah. No, that's great. That's really cool. That I didn't know any of that stuff. I'd forgotten that Anders is even on that record too. I'm glad you pointed that out. I'd forgotten about that solo. It's funny because I feel like that's the exact same thing that Andy LaRocque from King Diamond did for At the Gates. Is he came in, had a private room, recorded the solo for Cold, and then just like left. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe they just were like, "Let's go. We're gonna." I'd never heard that story, but that's kind of what it was like. And it wasn't. He was not. It wasn't that he was cold. I don't want to say that. It's just that he was not there to like soak up our praise. He was there to do what was the right thing, which was like, oh, these guys made a pilgrimage because of this album I wrote. And man, dude, what was his payment for that? Was like some Simpsons memorabilia we bought him.
Really?
Like no shit.
Wow. And you know what? He probably still has that. It probably means a lot more than $200 or whatever. So
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
but
let's just we'll think positive in that light. So maybe it means something to him. Who knows? It's a cool story. He's probably telling the opposite story somewhere. These American assholes gave me this Simpson shit, and they thought it was good enough for a solo.
Allow me to use this as my shout out to say, if you ever listen to Anders, he has a solo record, like a guitar solo record. It's fucking amazing. It's not, Dragon Kiss Marty Friedman, like, no, it's like got this weird sort of like almost Western score vibe. It is really cool.
Oh, like an Ennio Morricone kind of thing or something like that?
Definitely, yeah. And you can hear that sound in some of the later At the Gate stuff when they do some of that acoustic. Yeah. So it's kind of like that. People should check that out.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Shout out to Anders.
So as we sort of wrap up here in a moment, you guys obviously got a chance to play the reunion show. And I guess talk about the experience as both a band to be part of that and be present in that energy. And then obviously, I'm sure you watched the show from the sidelines yourselves. The energy at that New York show was just like insanity.
Yo, can I show you something? Like nobody is going to be able to. Hold on. I want to show you something that's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, I can't wait.
It's fucking crazy, and I can just walk over and get it. Right? That's how crazy this is. So, I mean, if you're listening at home, imagine Metalhead walking through his metal basement to show off one fucking kick drum autographed by the original, the lineup from the Suicide Final Tour. The kick drum art head from the Suicidal Final Tour. Look at that.
Yeah,
that right there.
That's beautiful. Shiny.
That thing.
All of it.
That is hanging on the wall here at Darkest Hour. Studios or whatever. This thing is this is the only drum head I have up here, by the way. No Darkest Hour. Anyway, I don't know where to begin about this tour because what the fuck? Like, I think, like I'm saying, we punished these dudes. Now, when you talk to Tony and Municipal Waste, I think they got on the tour because I think that At the Gates like thought that what they were doing was like pretty cool, right? I'm not quite sure if At the Gates thought like the style of metalcore we were doing was quite as cool. Like I don't like what I'm saying is I think we were put on the tour because I think that they really respected that we really fucking loved the band. I think Thomas really loved us. I think that the other guys, I didn't even know Adrian, like the drummer, who's a great fucking dude, at all until this tour. So like we didn't really even know the other guys, right? But somehow we were able to get that slot because I think they just really felt like they respected, like we had towed the line, like they had broken up in '95, and then we basically went around the world for like however long it was, telling everybody like, oh, we sound like this band you've never heard of, so now you should hear them too, And so to get the tour was wild, but then to experience it, like there is this video on YouTube it's actually been posted by the sound guy and the lighting guy for Darkest Hour because he was doing lights for At the Gates. It's that moment that he screams "Go" and Slaughter of the Soul. It's just like that moment in Irving Plaza. I know you were there. It was just like, what the fuck? It was magic, dude. And we got to experience that all across the country. And it was probably like in the top 5 tours I did of my entire career of this band for sure.
Sure.
And probably the most memorable side story from it is we all got our At the Gates tattoos in California. I believe Tony's got one. I'm sure all of us got Goes, but we wanted Thomas to like draw the Go.
Yeah.
And
he was super this logo,
So he was, exactly. Yeah. I'm like, yo, draw Go and we'll all get a tattoo. This is great. We love tattoos. Like, he was terrified. I'm like, no, dude, it doesn't matter if it's fucked up. It's even better, dude. Just like right Go.
Is going to be permanent.
He was just like, yeah, like, and he loves tattoos, and he doesn't want shitty tattoos. He was really into good tattoos then, And Dave Whitty, I think it was his girl at the time who gave us the tattoos. I think so. They were like, yeah, man, the more fucked up, the better, dude, whatever. And I remember him sitting there like practicing drawing Go like 4 or 5 times before he finally picked one that he felt like was good enough. You know what I mean? And I could tell, like, like I just explained some dudes who've done a lot for our band over like the many years, but asking him to draw a tattoo for me, this seemed like I don't know, dude.
Up too far.
Like, come on, man. Like, do you really want me to like draw something in that? Yeah. And it was so funny because we were like, yes, and we all like so proud of that tattoo. You know what I mean? But also, I got to play Andrew's guitar, and it was wild because it was like the most gargantuan strings, like the thickest, beefiest, no give, just the most stay in tune power chord motherfucker. And I was just like, oh my God, how does he play this thing? Like, I mean, it was just like lifting weights, and you pick up a guy's weights and they're so heavy. Like, I don't know. He had this awesome tone that was just literally almost all in his hands because he was just using a 5150 with the noise gate, dude, maybe a delay pedal. It was crazy how simple this shit was. And how good it fucking sounded. Oh my God, they sounded so perfect. So the other thing was being around them, watching them sound check, watching how simple this, like, we had tried so many things, but we had never occurred to us the problem was us, or like that, like investing in a sound person might be worth more than buying hundreds and thousands of dollars with the fucking amps and bullshit. Like, just having somebody else on your team who's out there, like, just imagine like you think you're doing something good and then you watch the masters do it. Like, you can learn from that. So we learned a lot from the tour with At the Gates, absolutely, because a lot of how our sound shifted after that was due to just that an influence. And also, on the tour, like, it was Municipal Waste, it was also Repulsion was on that tour for a part of it. They're fucking amazing. I mean, for us, we had never really, or not never, but barely had gotten the ability to be really on those death metal tours like that. And so it was really cool for us. We have been lucky to be also around like Amon Amarth before a lot of people knew them, what was happening with them. A lot of the big hitters, and for us, it was just the whole tour was just a magical learning experience, and just was over before it started, and it happened so fast.
destruction was cured by the rolling drops. And the children of the fires will resist and take. Open up the sights to watch the West again. And the children of the fires will resist and take. Open up the sights to watch the West again.
it
Well, I
was
think too, like I think just when At the Gates was on that long hiatus or broken up, for so long, being able to kind of like explore through all of his other bands and projects, like what a fun journey that was. Like we did a whole discography episode on that back a long time ago, and I think that's it just shows how such like a metal icon he is too, and just I feel like if you're a metal vocalist, you probably are aware of at least one of his projects, and they're all just his performance in all of them just elevates each one. Some of those bands have had different vocalists, and you can just see like, well,
Yeah.
look at when you had Tompa and when you didn't, but
yeah,
he's just an
just,
icon.
But I mean, just thinking of that, I mean, he got me into so many bands just because of the side projects that he did later on. I mean, I
Oh,
wouldn't
God,
have, I
yeah.
listened to Night Rage because he was in it for a couple years. So, I mean, it's just, like, I mean, during the hiatus, he exposed me to other stuff because he was just doing work with other people. So,
And I'm so glad that we got 3 albums. We missed out on that, and and it was so awesome when they came back. We got 3 albums out of it, and I thought I liked all of them, and
What was that like, I guess, because that's a cool perspective as well. Like, you guys enter At the Gates and Tompa as this is a band that put out the most important melodic death metal Swedish record and then just broke up.
Yep.
And that was it. And it
Yeah.
almost seemed like a done deal, even to people like us. And I got the opportunity to see At the Gates in '96 on the Napalm Curse the Tour.
Oh, you
So like it was, I was in high school. It was fucking nuts. But
crazy.
so for me, I was like, okay, I was at peace with that. But for you guys to then discover that they were gonna like reform and play these shows, that must have been like a really insane feeling, because to them it was like they were a dead band. You know what I mean? Like they were like in the past, and you had never been in the present with At the Gates. I'm sure that was kind of fascinating.
Me and Stan talked about it so many times how much we would have loved to time machined it back to see the big 3 perform in their heyday, because if you go to I don't know, it's not At the Gates related, but if you go to what's it called? Who am I thinking? An In Flames concert now, it's not going to be the same. It's what I'm saying. Dark Tranquility, not going to be the same. But an At the Gates show was exactly the same as it was back in the day. So I mean, that was I mean, once they announced that, I mean, we didn't know for sure that they were going to start touring, but just the fact that we were going to get new music from them was like, fuck yeah. I mean, it was so, excuse the French. I mean, I remember it was like a second chance. It was like, oh my, we're going to get to experience it again. So, and then when the concert started flowing, I knew that I was not going to miss it. So
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were so excited because it's like, one of these bands that influenced so many things that we liked were coming back. Like, I don't know if At War with Reality is that good, or if we were so pumped. I mean, I know it's good, obviously, but like that, I think it made that album so much better though, because like we got to feel like that way, we got to hear it that way,
Yeah, and the expectation put on that record, man, that's tough.
Yeah.
And we sort of talked about the advantage Carcass had is that Carcass went on Swan Song, which is a record I like and defend. But like, imagine if Carcass had broken up like right after Heartwork. And then they got out Surgical Steel. Like that would have been, people would have been like, fuck, what are these guys gonna do? But after Swan Song, they're like, hey, we'll welcome anything that's Carcass.
Right.
Whereas
At
the Gates put out Slaughter, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, how do you follow that up?
Yeah.
And I'm sure
how do you follow that up after the freaking thousands of clones? It's like I remember thinking that, like, what are they gonna do?
That's true. That's
when
a good
everyone
point.
has ripped off their riffs.
No, it's almost like they almost had to go a little bit left of center, which they sort of did with some of the songwriting on those 3 releases.
Yeah.
So I guess just real quick as we wrap up, kind of a quick speed round question for each of you guys. What's one other Tompa project that really speaks to you, I guess? And I guess I'll start with Stan. What's one that like
Crowned in Terror? You gave me that CD. Jason from Requiem, he gave us bags full of CDs. Just, hey, check this out. And Crowned in Terror was one of the first ones, and it was that one's got a special place in my heart because of that.
You know what? I think you're right. We were talking about that. I think that's the CD you gave us. And
was it Slaughter?
And I would have to agree with Stan. I mean, that one still, when I go back to it, it's just the intensity on that album. Tompa just sounds so amazing on that. I really love Dysphere as well. I mean, that one I didn't know until we dove into the discography that one has a special place in my heart. Most of them do, but I would say those two for sure.
Those two. What about you, Shadi? You got a Tompa side project?
Yeah, so I mean, I brought it up. It's the Night Rage. I mean, I obviously agree with the other two on those other two bands, but Night Rage still holds a higher place because, again, not only his work, I love everything after him in Night Rage. So it's the love of the whole band now because of him. So.
Well, it's such a really we actually just recorded a part 2 a couple days ago, and Night Rage is on. I mean, pretty much everything is on one of the 2 parts we did. And one of the things that's really cool about that style of melodic death metal is that Greek element where you hear like the Rotting Christ riffs mixed with it.
Yeah.
And that was cool because I knew Night Rage back when those records came out, but I'll be honest, I like filed it away and I had never really pulled it out. And so it was like to be able to sit with that was pretty neat. And I kind of came around on a big appreciation for all the talent in that band, you know?
Yeah.
So it's good to know because I haven't followed any of the post Tompa stuff, but that stuff's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, but it's not as good as those first two. Those
no,
first
it's
two
not.
are
It's not. Yeah,
so
but it
good.
has. You can tell that they fall into their own, and then it just turns into
Perfect. Well, gents, I do appreciate you guys coming on and doing this, and I think it's going to help enrich the episode just to get a multitude of different perspectives from different generations, because that's one of the coolest. You know, we're not just the old person podcast. We can speak to the youth. You guys are the youth out there. You know?
Not anymore.
I know you guys got fucking kids and responsibilities and shit. Yeah, that's jokes on you guys. So
yeah.
was White Knives from Transistor, Macabre Apparition, Elusive Emotions, and the Glow of the Setting Sun from Night Rage, Ruling Class Canceled from Misery Index, and then we started with Sadist Nation and Misinformation Age from The Darkest Hour. So pretty cool. I guess final question for you as we kind of say our goodbyes and stuff like that. But I guess in like doing these two shows, what was your biggest surprise maybe of a band or kind of a period of Tompa's that like jumped out the most to you as like, oh, I didn't really appreciate this maybe when it came out? Was there one in particular that kind of you were like, oh, I didn't spend enough time with this back in the day, but this really holds up well? Or were they all kind of, just fun discoveries to go back to all this? I didn't know if anything
I think to me the biggest thing that kind of it wasn't like a turning me on to something different, but to kind of reinvigorating my love of Dysphere.
Yeah, that was
I really listened to a lot of that.
Yep. That reinvigorated
and just how good those two records were, Misanthropic Generation and Live the Storm are, I think, absolutely fantastic records.
Yeah.
Like Live the Storm, I'd throw it like a, 8 out of 10 easy. Almost even more, just how good it like brought all the feelings of later Entombed that I kind of enjoyed. But then with Tompa and, you've got Tompa, you've got Ufe. There's like the garage rock aspect to it that, like stuff you'd get from, Helicopters, but more of like, harsher edge or something. But
more
that's probably the one.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No, that was going to be my answer. So good one.
Skit System's fun.
Sure.
But Dysphere was just like, I forgot how great this stuff was.
Yeah, I think like getting me to pull Great Deceiver records out again was really fun because again, like being able to share that with a couple of new people who like all this stuff. It was cool. Night Rage, again, I have a soft spot for good Swedish mellow death, or well, I guess it'd be Greek mellow death with some Swedish guys.
Melodic death metal, Jason. We can say full words here.
We can.
I just can't. I've got a hard on about people saying mellow death.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, I don't like the term.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like it's melodic. It sounds like it's neutered.
Yeah, like mellow.
Yeah.
Instead of melodic.
That's why I don't like the term.
Yeah, I get it. Mark's a purist here. I'm
an old grouchy man who really has opinions on a lot of things.
Sure. So, we're going to say our goodbyes with an exploration and tribute, and we'll hear some final thoughts from Daniel Ekeroth and Mike from Darkest Hour. But we'll kind of end with some fun covers, too, and we'll talk about those in a second. But I thought it appropriate to, kind of saving this till last as we kind of get to the end. But again, our third chair, Chris Dick, had the honor of writing the Tompa, obituary for Decibel. I thought I'd read it here and as we sort of say our goodbyes here, because I thought he did a really nice job and kind of doing that. So he says, Thomas Lindberg of Gothenburg, Sweden, passed away on September 16th, 2025, due to complications related to adenoid cystic carcinoma, a rare type of cancer that affects glandular tissues. Tompa was a month away from celebrating his 53rd birthday when he passed. We here at Decibel mourn the loss of one of extreme metal's greatest vocalists, a genuine thought leader, and our humblest emissary. Most of us didn't know Tompa outside of our relationship to the bands he was in, guessed it with, or was into. Knowing the Swede, he'd prefer it the other way, all things considered. He was one of us. He was true. No fakes, he scrawled inside Grotesque's The Black Gate is Closed 1989 demo. One of the things he enjoyed before shows was a brutal game of metal trivia with his longtime friends and bandmates in At the Gates. Stumping Tompa wasn't easy. Being on the receiving end was always worse. I remember he found it strange that I couldn't answer a Venom question. Also, who the fuck was Bitch's Sin? ? But could easily defend just about anything related to Camel up to Moon Madness. Anders Björler, who is also a big Camel fan, smirked without saying a word. When it was practical, Tompa would hang out with fans, sign stuff, and have a few beers too many after shows. He might even give his fellow metalheads a raucous salute mid-show. He was reserved but had a boisterous side, not only under the influence of alcohol and metal either. Actually, Tompa was passionate about music. This goes back to his formative years, right up to his death. Examining posts on social media about Total Metal, a limited run exhibit of Swedish metal and its collaborators by music journalist and author Ika Johansson, reveals that Tompa wasn't just sitting in his teenage bedroom in Gothenburg. He was everywhere. His fingerprints, fiery hair, and unmistakable passion roared out of Total Metal's artifacts. He was into everything from Thin Lizzy and Blue Oyster Cult to Echo and the Bunnyman and Dark Angel, and of course, Slayer and Morbid Angel. Though when pressed, his favorite albums of all time were at the very tips of the pentagram, so to speak. Killing Joke, Black Sabbath Master Reality, Accepts Restless and Wild, Slayer's Hell Awaits, and King Crimson's Red waged war for supremacy on Tompa's left hand. Digging deeper into his formative and summative loves, he was ardent about Japanese and Swedish Finnish hardcore, namely Lip Scream, Jism, Mob 47, and Rees Tit, while key platters by John Coltrane and Ornette Coleman weren't too far away. No crevice too small for Tompa's inquisitive ears. Outside of music, Tompa was an avid reader. Writing for The Devil's Mouth in February 2025, he said, quote, I love to sit down with a good novel, with the headphones on and a great record in my head. Hard to beat. Sounds like our man. He was a diehard for difficult literature, from Dostoevsky and Bruno Schultz to Ernesto Sabato and George Luis Borges, who inspired one of At the Gates' best songs, The Book of Sand. If it rang true, he devoured it. As an educator, he would challenge his students to look at the world from different perspectives. What does the world map look like to the Chinese, he posited. His students, accustomed to viewing the world as Europeans, were perplexed. His point was eloquently made. Sometimes the status quo needs a good challenge, just as Tompa did in his scathing lyrics to fan-favorite Kingdom Gone, or besieged the politics of the post-thrash era with Suicide Nation, or in the call to arms of Dysphere's An Arrogant Breed. Tompa may have passed, but his mark is eternal. Indeed, there are no doubt many books on his shelves waiting to be read and records in his sleeves begging to be heard. I'm sure his students won't forget their soft-spoken Punisher either. They're fortunate enough to have had a teacher like him. In many respects, we've also learned from Tompa. Luckily, Decibel is our report card, whether it's his feral vocals and erudite prose or his humble attitude and his wide-eyed insights. There'll never be another like him. He understood darkness and primal rage, but also valued illumination and etiquette. He was, in many respects, the quintessential Swede, though I think he'd scoff at the notion. Not sure where I got this quote from, but when asked about the meaning of life, Tompa said, trying to enjoy life with different perspectives. See the world. Mission accomplished, sir. To his bandmates, current and former, it's heartbreaking and painstaking to write this, but know that in our metal heart of hearts, we're with you. To his wife, Carlotta Lindberg Redden, family and friends, be strong and laugh. Tompa would have wanted that. Villa Ifrad, Tompa, the red in the sky is yours. So
it's I don't know if you've seen the card that Fred Etzby put up in his social media post, but there was a card sent by people that I think attended some type of memorial.
I didn't see that. No,
of him. It's a picture of, I think he got from Thomas's wife.
Oh, cool.
But it's of him like because I've never seen any photos since he like shaved his head and all that shit.
Yeah.
And he's got like, the jean jacket on, the hat, shaved head, but he's like smiling like, we've seen so many times. It was just a great like final image to see.
Well, and just the confirmation too that he did finish those vocals and will probably someday, hopefully soon, see the light of day, and that he had a chance to probably hear the album finished and things like that.
At least demoed.
That gives me
at
least the demos of it.
Yeah,
it gives me some he had a sense of closure in his life that not everybody gets, I suppose. And as sad as it is to lose somebody, he lived a rich, full life that's really incredible, and we were lucky enough to have met him and be part of his orbit and influenced by him. And like you said, almost on the same trajectory as him. He's a couple years older than us, but he was a zine guy. He was an art guy. He was he's an art guy. He was
always striving to find something interesting and new. That's a sign of a good life.
Absolutely. Yep. And I think he lived a very fulfilled life, and I'm glad he, got a family, and I'm sorry for, his wife and kids and things, but and his students. And I know as a teacher, if I was to have, disappear tragically, I'm sure, a lot of my students would be affected by that. And so it's not just the metal world, but it's, him as a person too. That's, it's very too, it's like you said, it's just a tragedy in many ways, because he's just one of the good guys,
Yeah.
more than some of the other people. So we kind of wanted to go out with some, kind of fun kind of trio of covers here. Escape from the Metallica, one of their their lesser beloved tunes, I suppose, from the early years, but still kind of fun. And they had to adopt this, it was At the Gates had to adopt Snot Rocket for copyright issues, and I think for their recording label issues, perhaps, that they could have gotten in trouble. But it was on the Metal Militia, a tribute to Metallica thing that was kind of a pretty cool comp. I remember this was kind of floating around through the record store, and it was like, oh shit, and Flames is on this, and At the Gates is on this, and it was kind of neat, kind of like that Earache Black Sabbath tribute, kind of had some legendary status as well.
It also kind of validated some of our, me and Chris coming out of the, thrash into death metal. It like validated that, all the stuff, it wasn't like a lost pursuit. Like everybody's been listening to the same stuff. We just wanted to go a little heavier.
Yeah, no, and like, hearing Tompa, kind of belch, free, in the chorus, when they're doing the sing along was always really cool. And then we get, speaking of really great comps, for me, the Satanic Slaughter ones were even bigger and more important.
Yeah,
Cradle of Filth and Dissection. I mean, you had just had this really diverse, because Slayer obviously influenced so many different subgenres that it was like a, perfect for that. But
well, I don't know I think we've kind of agreed on it, is that Slayer's the most important band that's the precursor to extreme metal.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Yeah, I think we came to that conclusion. I think we're not the first to come to that conclusion, but it's definitely like our take. It just
gets
on that.
Validated year after year. Like, it's like, holy shit, like Metallica, who cares? Metallica, whatever. Slayer. Fucking Slayer.
Yeah, fucking Slayer. For what we do, Mark, Slayer's the most important, indeed. And their cover of Captor of Sin was always, for me, the highlight, and it's just searing. I wrote, it's like a leopard ripping out your throat with that opening scream. It's unhinged Tompa.
As soon as it starts, it's like somebody electrocuted the whole band. Like they're ready just to go as soon as they hit record.
And I gotta imagine they're writing this like right in the midst of slaughter, or like they're at like their peak. It's an athlete at the peak, like Absolutely. They are. Yeah. This is Michael Jordan in like 1996. You're just like, fuck, he's unstoppable. And they're tight, they're precise, like everything about them is like savage and thrashy, and it's like such a cool Slaughter Rain connection. Like the marriage is right here. So pretty cool. And then finally Legion, which we played the original version of on our Australia thrash episode from the band Slaughterlord. And this was, I remember, around the Curse the Tour Slimline that I got when I went and saw them at that Napalm show. And I always thought it was like, ooh, for a long time you couldn't get Legion anywhere else until I think later, it showed up on remasters and stuff like that. But
I like the version that Eric put out with the documentary.
Yeah. So that was like where it kind of saw the light of day to like more people, unless you were able to get a hold of that Curse to Tour kind of thing. So
I've got 4 versions of Slaughter the Soul.
Yeah,
on CD, and also 2 versions on vinyl. So
I'd be curious what your 4th version is, because I have 3 I can think of, but I don't know what the 4th.
I think it's just an aesthetic difference to the it has slipcase.
Got it.
Instead of not a slipcase.
I have the one with the slipcase, so I don't have the non one. I've got the original one that I bought, and then I remember where I got Slaughter of the Soul. I actually bought it. That was that metal store that was in downtown Mount Pleasant for like a hot minute. That's where I got it.
Oh, it was one of the branches from the Alma, Michigan store.
Yeah,
I can't think what it's called.
That's where I got Slaughter of the Soul. I walked in there. I think I bought that and like Carnival Bazaar and Moonspell.
Something was going on with that place, man. They had like, like Carcass T-shirts and shit. Like it was nuts.
Yeah, it was awesome, and then it was gone. It was
Sound
like,
Depot.
what the fuck? Sound
right?
Depot. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Sound Depot. Fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, for you Central Michigan people, that's a shout out to you.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
it was
and
there
so,
for not next to no time at all, but
but
I spent a fair amount of money there.
I spent some high school money there. Yeah, some lawn mowing money for sure. That's where I remember buying Slaughter of the Soul. Same day as Wolfheart from Moonspell, I think, and then a couple weeks after Carnival Bazaar. So
that store felt like a little European store.
Yeah,
it was like very well stocked of specific stuff, but it was just this little corner. But it was it was interesting. I've always kind of have fond memories talking about that, but it was there so short of a period of time.
I want like
funny.
pictures of it. I'd loved like a memory lane, like to just see what the layout was and all these other things.
I got like a picture in my mind, but I don't know how accurate that is.
I know.
Usually that stuff is more accurate than like dates and times for me, but
yeah,
I feel like he was on a corner.
Yeah, it was very near a corner. I think it was near the Ward Theater.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Across the street from maybe
I don't think it was bigger than like 15 by 15 feet. It seemed tiny.
Yeah, compared to New Moon and Warehouse.
It felt like your basement if you go down the stairs and everything until you hit the bathroom. It was like not huge.
But it had a lot of stuff.
It was very nicely packed.
Well. Yeah, Sound Depot, if you're listening, like let us know. Let's take us down memory lane. Yeah, those guys are all retired and fucking old, and we don't.
One of those guys was in a documentary did about record stores that Tim O'Brien did.
Oh, okay. He was.
Early 2000s.
I love that. Closing Doors. Yeah, that's great. So
named after my comic book, still available.
It is. Yeah, that'd be something I should post that for our Patreons. Actually, like a link to that if I can find it. If it's still out there,
I think it should still be on YouTube.
Yeah, it'd be something neat they would kind of dig on. So
yeah.
And speaking of that, if you want to support what we've done and you'd like to sign up and donate some money as patrons, we do appreciate it. We put a lot of new content up there, a lot of these full video interviews you can get on there from a lot of these guys that you're hearing in these two Tompa episodes. And go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast and, sign up $5 a month, $10, whatever. If you'd like to make just a one-time PayPal donation, reach out to us via email, requiempodcast@gmail.com, and we'll send you a PayPal link that you can do. And Mark and I will, split that up between the two of us.
Yeah.
And, any feedback on this, if you liked the show, if you didn't, if you, different things, if there was a band you discovered through this, or, in particular, some of the guests that you enjoyed more than others, like that's kind of like, we don't know, it's just kind of cool when you can get some different voices besides just Mark and I to get some different perspectives. But
the only thing I got to do, I got to give Joseph Schafer a little shit. Dude, you got to get a better mic setup.
Oh, did it not sound that good?
I had to do some boosting.
Did you? Okay.
As long as I say, because he's always got good stuff to say, and he's he's got a really measured, dramatic delivery, which I enjoy. Yeah. But sometimes I don't know if he's doing it on a phone, or I think he needs a proper mic.
Got it. We'll have to mail one.
It was great. Anytime I complain is always because it was really good, but it could have been even better if.
Yeah. Well,
if you shit the bed, I'm not even going to talk about you.
Yeah, we've talked off mic about, different podcasts out there, and you're like, I wish they, you hear that stuff as the audio engineer of this, you hear things I don't even hear. And then like, once you point out to me,
thank you for calling me that, but that's very generous.
Like you've been like, yeah, I like that podcast, but like, I hear a lot of audio hiss in it. And I was like, really? And then I'll listen to an episode and I'm like, oh shit, I hear it. And then I hyper fixate it. I'm like, damn it. So these guys need better mics. So. But it's been fun, and we want to hear feedback from you. If you want to reach out to us via Instagram, we're on Instagram. We're on we're still like lingering on Metal Twitter a little bit, although I don't use it very much anymore.
I don't even know what Twitter is anymore.
It's not good, but I keep in. There's like two circles I'm sort of still in, which is like film Twitter and metal Twitter, and there's still like friends that like are good people in there, but
yeah,
you just got to block all the other weird shit out and just kind of stay away from it. And it's
I just
okay.
I think I still have a Twitter X or whatever the hell it's called now account, but I don't think I've been on since 2015.
Yeah, well, you're probably not missing much.
I just do. I mean, that's the thing with like I'm on Instagram is the only one I'm really on, but I hate myself every time I go on it.
Yeah. So, but we got to promote the podcast somehow. We also do have oh my gosh, the thing we created, I forget what it's called. Shit. It's like an alternative, a Discord. Thank you. Yeah. So if you, Discord for people, that was set up by some of our patrons and stuff like that as a place to sort of go and interact and share music and things like that. You can find us on Discord under, what are we under here? I think it's just Requiem. Yeah, if you go Requiem Metal Podcast, you just search for that, you'll find us, and you can kind of sign up to be on Discord. And again, people share lots of music and have good conversations and stuff. But
and if you're on ham radio, you can find me at soon in the distant future when the internet collapses. We'll be doing this on ham radio.
I was gonna say we'll do. We've already do like our own twisted version of an old radio show, so we'll be fine when technology collapses. We'll just kind of
do over the air. Yeah,
we'll just send out we'll pump a signal out for people to get.
Send postcards.
It'll be like pump up the volume, Christian Slater.
The U.S. version of pirate radio.
Yeah, that's it, man. Yep, we'll set a boat up in Kalkaska in the middle of the woods and do some cool shit. So
there we go.
But so it's been good. And so we're going to hear Escape from Snot Rocket, Captor of Sin, Legion from Curse the Tour, and a final closing number from At the Gates, appropriately enough to sort of end things. And we'll hear once again from Daniel Ekeroth and Mike from Darkest Hour before we head out. So, Mark, it's been a pleasure as always. And
likewise.
So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
Yeah, and I know it's, in my interactions with him that I had years later, one of the things that he and I kind of bonded over is I'm a history teacher, and just kind of being able to talk about non-music related things and what it's like to teach high school kids in the classroom. And I teach a media literacy course, he does as well, so I always felt really bonded to him just from like that sort of standpoint, in that we both shared the same passions outside of music. That was really cool. And so he's just somebody that's every single time we encountered him, he was, couldn't have been friendlier, and the impact and legacy he's going to have is phenomenal. And it's very sad, to lose him like this.
I mean, I've been a teacher for many years too.
That's right. I knew that. Yeah, that's right. But what subject do you teach? I forget.
I did maths. I did English, Swedish. Okay. I subbed in every. My main subject is maths.
Okay.
But I subbed in every other thing you can imagine. But if you work as a teacher for a year, you will have a completely different view on the world, and you will be a better person, and you will be more humble, and you will be kinder to people. And I think kindness is a thing that is getting lost nowadays. And Tompa was a kind person, and he's going to be missed because there's too many tough guys within the metal scene that are plainly assholes. And that Tompa was one of the ones to die early is such a loss. And it's so unfair. I know a lot of guys that could die before him.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think as a teacher, you learn this intense like empathy, and you see the world differently. And I think that kind of came through in his lyric writing. I think the thing I appreciate the most about those comeback, At the Gates records were maybe not the songs, but the lyrics, and, the amount of time and thought that he was putting into researching like the human condition and, like pessimism and all these different sort of feelings. And I think that he was intensely interested in how to make the world a better place, or what was broken in the world. And I think you as a teacher and me as a teacher, I look at the future generation, and it's something like, how can I make these kids care more and get them literate in media and get them to care about humanities and care about empathy and mankind? And, Yeah, I think that
the political climate here in Sweden right now is that the right-wing parties said that it's going to be harder in school, it's going to be tougher, it's going to be punishments, and the only way to make people better people is to be kind to them. And I really hate that the narrative has become like that.
Yeah.
And Tompa's legacy, that's one thing that I didn't mention. His lyrics are so much better than most metal lyrics because they are about real things, as you say, and emotions and shortcomings, and fear and I think that helps you to when you listen to music, if the music actually says something. And it's rare in metal. It's much more common in punk, even though it's a lot of terrible things and despair. At least someone is saying that this is wrong, and this, so that gives you hope.
Yeah. Yeah, I always found his stuff, they never went into the typical death metal lyrics. Any, maybe Grotesque.
Grotesque did, but
but after
it's
that,
all about painting up a cool image to represent the music, and they're perfectly fine as that. But when you're 50 years old, if you continue to do those lyrics, I think it's something is pretty silly about it.
Yeah.
But we do it with my band Tyrant, but it's just a band completely nostalgic band about this is the way this music should be done. So it's nothing serious.
Well, yeah, you guys are doing the same thing, like that Gruesome or Bloodbath or someone's doing, where it's like an ode to a style. No one I think listens to you guys or Bloodbath and thinks that that's what all you guys are thinking about all day. Is gore and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I was just reading the lyrics yesterday to to All Life Ends, and thinking about like what a such a weird song to listen to after losing Thomas, but like he had so much prescience and so much like insight as such a young person to think about the fragility of life and all these kind of different thoughts. And I was like, he was always an intellectual, I guess, is he was.
Yeah, you can tell most of those guys that actually made fanzines when they were 15 years. I mean, they were sort of grown-ups already. That takes something to be that active, and I have to do this. I have to learn how to. I want to communicate with people. I want to tell everybody about these great things, and I want to listen to it all. And
yeah,
I miss those days when you were so totally engulfed in music and discovered new things. And even if it was like brutal music about death and blah blah blah, it was very positive atmosphere. It was there was hope for the future.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
yeah, no, I
was one of those guys that really enriched you with hope, and every time you met him, it was like gave you energy. So I was a very shy person, and he was out and the kind of guy you wish you were yourself.
Yeah. Yep. Well said. So well, thank you, Daniel, once again. We appreciate you helping put this together. And I know I reached out to I was talking to actually Adrian Erlandson, and he was excited for this episode. He was like, I don't want to be part of it yet. It's just too raw, but he's like, I'm really excited to see what you guys do. And so I'm happy to be able to curate this and hope that we can do Thomas some honor by looking at his career and getting some people to remember his impact and stuff like that.
I had a similar experience like 8 years ago. The singer of my band died, Stefan Pettersson, who was in Usurpers, and he when he was sick, Wallenberg from Skitsystem was in contact with me to know what was going on with Stefan, because they grew up together, but he didn't want to interfere too much. And now when Tompa was sick, he was my contact, so I could understand what was going on. So I understand what those guys are going through, because I could never have made an interview about him for months after he died. So you must give them respect. Final thing I want to say, Tompa was born in 1972 as me, as Nicky Andersson, as Fred Estby, and the death metal scene in Sweden, it was most of the creative guys, the leaders, they were born in 72, and then was a little bit less in 71 and 73, and a lot less in 70 and 74, and then there was one guy in 69, Johnny Hedlund. So he's like born exactly when, to be in the right age for this movement. So and now we have lost one of them. And LG too was 72 and we lost him too.
Yeah, absolutely. So well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate this. I hope good luck with the slowness of the book, but I'm super excited for it when it finally comes together. We'll certainly do an episode on the Swedish punk hardcore scene when that book comes out and we have a chance to read it down the road. And again, just take care and thank you for helping fly the flag for this scene and being a curator of the history. It's certainly. Our podcast wouldn't exist without what you did and with what Albert did with Choosing Death. Those kind of gave us the idea of making something like this where we can kind of capture and contextualize the history of this very unique movement of extreme metal, and in the metal world. So appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I try to contribute. I don't know how much I know actually.
I often say the same thing sometimes. I'm like, I'm just a history teacher doing this, but I guess I figured a few things out, but I hope that some of the stuff that we do makes sense. You know what I mean?
Sometimes, a younger person comes to me and want to talk about me, about, let's say, Carnage. And I realize after 1 minute that this person knows a lot more than me about this band. So I was like, I can't help you. Like,
so what you can do is you were there when it was happening. You don't have to be encyclopedic about it, but you can kind of give the context of what it felt like, and I think that's really important too.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Is that no one is an expert. Humanity survives just if we have the capability to cooperate and help each other. So I'm just a small piece.
Well, you're like an African griot, like a storyteller that passes on a lineage and helps connect generations. I mean, that's kind of what I feel my job is as a history teacher, is to sort of connect those different generations and show them,
But I'm very happy that there's so many books about this kind of music coming out now, because when I started to write mine, there was none.
Yep.
Now there are many, and it's. I like books. I don't like information on the internet so much. I like to have a book and someone wrote this and this will be like this forever.
Sure. Yeah, and that's kind of the thesis statement of what we wanted to do is we want like these episodes, if you find it in 2025 or 2035, that it still holds up. We don't want it to just be, the new releases. Here's what's, it's like, no, we want to document sort of history, and it's an audio form. Obviously, we don't have time to write books, but it's like little mini kind of audio book that people can kind of grab onto, and it's even got a soundtrack built in, so it's kind of neat. But
it's like radio. I miss radio when there was lots of good programs on radio when I was young. So that's how I discovered Metallica and many bands. And today there's nothing.
Yeah, and that was one of the things when Mark started this podcast, because we had done, Mark and Chris had done the Requiem zine in the 90s, and then we were all part of another zine in the late 90s, early 2000s called Eclipse Magazine. And that kind of fell apart in 2003. We all, graduated college, and he was like, I had hosted radio shows in college, and he said, hey, this podcast thing, it's kind of like we could do like a radio show where we're documenting history. And I was like, all right. And again, in 2008, I didn't know what a podcast was. He had to explain it to me. And I was like, is it a radio show that we just put on the internet? And he's like, kinda, but like it's there whenever people want it. It's not like you have to tune in. I'm like, okay. And that was kind of the premise for how we sort of set this up with talk sets and music sets. And it's like, we still, we're still living in the past with how our format of this episode, but we're OGs like you in that we grew up with radio and the impact of. That's where I heard That's actually where I heard Slaughter of the Soul for the first time, was on a radio show on a Saturday night metal program. They played a At the Gate song, and I was like, whoa, so
radio is the best medium. I love it. And now podcast has replaced it for me. I never listen to music when I'm out walking. I always listen to podcasts because you also get someone's opinion or knowledge along with the music, and I love that.
Feel the pain, but my life ain't easy.
to be part of that moment that now you look at it as like, I mean, you probably knew it at the time that, you know, this band that no one thought was going to like reform. I mean, it just, you know, there's some bands where you're like, okay, they'll probably like work it out and get it together. But I had resided myself that, yeah, they, you know, Tompa was in a million different bands and the Haunted was doing their thing. And it was like, yeah, okay, you know. And then all of a sudden when Decibel announced shit at the Gates is going to reform, that was wow, this is really going to happen. And then you
I
guys
mean,
get
and
to
then
be there.
fuck it, and then when they're gonna come back and tour all the time, do the entire album, and then they were gonna like put out more records. Man, we
Yeah.
didn't fucking know if it was.
No,
We're so lucky that they even did that. But
I know.
but before you wrap it up, I have to give you like just a flash of some sick ass at the Gate stories.
No, yeah, do it. That's where we came here to
Yo,
celebrate.
Here's a
So
sick ass.
let's do it.
So,
Yep.
I don't know if you have any more important questions, but we've been
No,
yapping
no.
for a long time.
Yeah,
so I
no.
just want to make sure I throw in some sick stories we're not going to
I
get
want
to.
you to get the stories in. Yep.
Well, a really cool one was I took a bunch of the guys from Out the Gates around to the monuments and to see a bunch of shit in DC. This was later. This was on the tour. They were supporting somebody because they weren't headlining. I don't know who they were supporting, but they were playing in.
Was it when they were with Obituary?
I don't know. This was later, dude. This was like much later. And this was before they did the playthrough of Slaughter of the Soul. So,
okay. Yep.
But they were on tour, and I think it was the drink from the Midnight Yourself tour. But I took them around. We were hanging out all day. It was super cool, and I remember we were talking at some point. Someone's like, "Well, what's your favorite At the Gate song?" You know, and I'm just like, look at them. I'm like, I think it might have been Adrian, but I was like, dude, Nausea. That's the shit, dude. That's the song. Slaughter of the Soul. It's fucking bad. They all like looking at me like, man, you're fucking crazy. Like, that's the best At the Gate song. Have you even heard our other records? Like, you checked out Terminal Spirits Disease, you know what I mean? Like, even the ones, like, there's so much classic shit before that. That's your song. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you guys are never going to play it. You know, he'll never play that song. It's like, it's a ripper off the, you know, you play enough songs off that record, you know. And so we're talking about it, and then we go on the rest of our day, and then we get. I eventually driving back to the venue. Now it's like 4:00. They're like, yeah, we're gonna sound check, and I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna smoke weed with a bunch of these crew guys that I know. So I'm like smoking weed with these dudes, like while they're sound checking, not thinking about it, and then I turn around and Thomas comes out and he taps me on the shoulder. He's like, "Hey, come in for a minute." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Oh, come in here." And I'm like, "Okay." And I walk right in there, walk right on the stage, and Adrian's like, "All right." And he just counts it in. And dude, they just played Nausea for me right there. Just a one person audience, dude. And it was sick to like be like, "Thanks for driving us around." It was wild. They didn't play it at the set. They knew how to fucking play it.
Yeah.
It's not like it has a lot of parts, so maybe it was something.
It's
but
very
hey, either way,
blood. Yep.
it was so fucking sick, man. I'll never forget, like, as a fan, just there was another show where I was able to get, like, they have in-ear packs sometimes that have mixes that are happening. I was able to get an in-ear pack and watch the show with an in-ear pack, and it was like watching them 3D. It was like, that was super sick, dude.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
You know, I mean, there's probably a few like not safe for work stories that involve a lot of drinking that we can skip over. But anyway, my private concert without the gates is one of my personal favorites. You know, recently before Thomas passed away, just really recently, I was in Gothenburg and I was at the studio where they did some of the work for this record, and it was wild. Like, to be there, I had no idea that Thomas was really that sick. I had no idea they had recorded a record. I mean, it was like I had not heard a lot about Out the Gates. It sort of just disappeared while Thomas was going through treatment. So I had the experience to sort of like get all that news, and then the hear some of the album. So like that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
I gotta tell you, I've heard some of the record. It's wild. It's like being that guy that heard the one Wu-Tang record where they just made like one CD.
Disc.
And
yeah,
like I feel like I'm like that guy.
Wow.
And of course, the dude goes to pay for me, and like he doesn't have like this shit queued up right away. He's got this is like mix 13 AC. I don't know, maybe this is the right one. I don't know. So I don't know what I heard was the right one.
Sure.
But let me tell you, it undeniably sounds like At the Gates. But I didn't know at the time I would be listening to like the last record that Thomas would make, that any of that, like, because the way that it was definitely rolled out, I didn't understand how dire it was, and you know, that's not for me. Doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like, in retrospect, it probably would have hit me a lot harder hearing the music or whatever. And I think that listening to the new record when it comes out will be a really intense experience in a way that, I mean, I don't know, like how many other times in my life I've known someone intimately who's an artist who's put out a record like this in this way. So it's like, I don't know, I'm really excited for that new record, but also it's just the whole thing is just so connected with a bigger feeling that
it's heavy.
You know, the whole reason you have this entire hours of conversation about this great dude is the amount of records. I mean, there's so much we could talk about, like all the other bands he did. You know what I mean? I mean, for me, it's most important to talk about what a great guy he was, because oh man, he had this hat, dude. Okay. Fuck, I bet you I still have it somewhere. It was sick though. Okay, because he loved fucking Judas Priest, right? He had this hat when he was in The Crown. It was like this military style hat.
I remember it. I remember seeing photos of it.
It was a blue military style hat, and he would wear it. And I think it was Death Metal Holocaust when it would come on. He would put it on real low, like over his eyes, and Death Metal Holocaust. And we thought this hat was so sick. And then after we got to know him, like we would take the hat, and I would like wear the hats for a minute, and everybody was like, damn. And he thought it was so funny because back then we all wore these like mesh style trucker hats. It was really in style, right?
I remember, yeah.
And Thomas had never seen it, like he'd never really seen anybody like kind of wearing those hats, or he had, but it just wasn't maybe the style he was used to, because he was coming from where he was coming from, and he was wearing that Judas Priest style hat. And I'll never forget, like, we traded hats. Like, I have that hat, like, and it was fucked up because it had a fishing lure on it, dude. Wow. Like, it had a fishing lure, like like a clip like on the side, man. Fuck, like it's possible that Ryan, the old drummer from Darkest Hour, might have ended up with it, but we were there. We did the trade for that hat, and it was funny. It never fit any of us, so like we would try to wear it. Yeah. We would try to wear it, but if we had known how fucking legendary the hat was, man, I might need to have it. But anyway,
he wear the trucker hat though? Did he adopt the trucker hat? Because I was gonna say I remember seeing him wearing that.
He wears the trucker hat a lot. I'm not saying that he adopted it at that moment forever, but definitely we were definitely on the cusp of the Swedish metal hardcore combination as well as the convergence of the mesh hat phenomenon in America. So I'm not saying that he was influenced by us, but he was influenced along with us. Right. You know what I mean? Because they were all over. And the coolest thing, this was, pre-baby internet. So it was still like you could still find cool shit randomly places that you couldn't find. And so we were all addicted to looking for cool trucker hats at every truck stop. And Thomas got right in on the game, and he would look for the most like ignorant, dumb trucker hat. You know what I mean? And back then you couldn't just take a picture of it and text it to your friends. You'd have to actually buy it to show it off. So
yeah. So before we wrap up, you mentioned, and I was going to ask you this question anyways, but besides obviously At the Gates and maybe The Crown, is there a particular other project that Thomas did that is kind of near and dear to your heart that you always thought was like a really dynamic performance from him, or that just caught you in the right way?
Beside At the Gates and who?
The Crown, since you guys toured with them on that era. Just kind of curious if any of the other Thomas projects like really grabbed you in any way.
Well, first of all, I loved Skitsystem. Like when Thomas was like really into showing me that, because we would talk about DC hardcore all the time. And John, the singer for Darkest Hour, thought it was super rad too. We thought Skitsystem was super rad, and then I don't think Thomas ever appeared on any Dysphere. Did he? He was in Dysphere, right? Yeah.
He was in Dysphere. Yep.
Yeah.
Records.
So Dysphere also fucking him. See, look, I got answers. So yeah, Dysphere, sick as fuck. Skitsystem, sick as fuck. Also, I'm gonna go crazy left field on this, but I remember when he went out and tried to do The Great Deceiver.
Love Great Deceiver.
And there was a tour where The Great Deceiver did a tour with Converge, and I remember Thomas asking me to make a phone call to our booking agent, because at the time, the booking agent who booked Darkest Hour, booked Converge, was an old friend of mine. And Thomas was like, hey, like, I don't think anybody takes my band seriously because they think I'm a rock star. They think I'm going to want a bunch of money. Think we're going to be death metal idiots. We want to do a tour with hardcore bands, like, and so in the same way that he vouched for us in the death metal world, I hit up Converge's agent, who was our agent, was like, hey man, this is the band, you guys got to hook up. And I know that they did do the tour. I know that I was a part in some way with the pressure for him to get on the tour. So I felt like I did my role as like
cool
dude trying to give back.
That's like karma.
I know that and I know that and a few other things that happened led to a great relationship, with the dudes in Converge that he cherished and they cherished. And so it was cool that everybody could get connected. So I remember that record, The Great Deceiver, as being like a special time where, unlike some of the other records that got a little bit more notice, this one was cool because Thomas was trying to do it. A lot of people were not taking it quite that seriously, and it was a cool way that we actually had a chance to like kind of, I don't know, reach out and help out in a way that we could.
Yeah.
And then of course later he went on to do a million other fucking amazing projects, so it doesn't matter. But those are my Thomas deep picks.
Appreciate that. That's great. So, well, thank you, Mike. I hope this has been like good for you too, to be able to tell stories. That was kind of one of the reasons we wanted to do this, was to give people a chance to, it's just tough. Some people wanted to talk, that we talked to. Some people were like, I'm kind of dealing with it in private. And so I just really appreciate
it's hard.
telling stories,
you don't want to nobody wants to it's not profit, but it's like take advantage of the situation for
You know.
publicity. In a
I
way,
know.
like where I've already done that his entire career by saying like, sounds like At the Gates. Why don't I like At the Gates? Like, why not just keep it rolling? But I think the thing that is, I don't know, the thing that was most interesting about doing the interview is that I just think it's really cool to get to talk about how great of a dude this guy was and how cool of art that he made. I'm always down to talk to anyone about how sick At the Gates is. To the point where I will even weird out dudes in the band. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's how much I love the record, and that's how much I love the music. And not all music makes me, even though I've dedicated my entire life to music and creating death metal, not all music and not all death metal makes me feel the way the music these guys made me feel. So
Yeah.
I'll like always forever be thankful for the amount of inspiration and joy that I've gotten from the records that Thomas and his crew of maniacs have made, and I can only encourage people to go check out these records along with checking out my band. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
anybody who hears this that's a fellow fan of At the Gates or the style of death metal, when you see me in the streets or you see me at the Beer and Decibel Metal Festival at the fucking bar, say what's up, dude, because I also want to talk to you about death metal because I also am a super fan.
Yeah. No, well said. Well said. So thank you again, Mike. This has been awesome. And I think people are going to be really excited to get all these different voices and perspectives on people that knew him and people that talk about the influence he had and put everything in history and in tribute to what Tompa did, as an artist, and as a human being. I mean, I always kind of connected with him too when we would meet because we were both history teachers who taught high school. And so we talk about that a little bit. And it was a cool little connection we had. We both taught media literacy courses and stuff. So we kind of, could kind of have this like sidebar separate from metal, and
oh my God,
also
when we
talk
heard
about metal.
when we heard he was a teacher, we're like, whoa, what the fuck would that be like? Like, I hate school, but damn, man, what if your English teacher was Thomas? Holy fucking
I know.
shit.
I know.
That'd be wild.
Yeah,
it was a trip, man. But
that would be
I think that speaks to the duality that all of us artists in the modern age have been through, because even Thomas he wasn't just one person his whole life. He wasn't just the guy with the crazy dreads and that Slaughter of the Soul or the Blinded by Fear music video. You know what I mean? He was so many other people and so many other bands.
Yeah.
Yep. So
he took on all these personas and he could be all these, punk rock or this or that, or, even the Great Deceiver stuff where he's doing some electronic sort of stuff. He was somebody like we talked about in part one. I kind of compare him to like Bowie in that Bowie like was always listening to everybody, what everyone else was doing and trying to stay like on top of like music. You know what I mean? Like Tompa never like stopped listening to music. He was always like into checking out and discovering new things. And I think that's, the sign of like a great artist that just is constantly evolving and trying to challenge themselves as a writer and as a singer and all these kind of things. And I'm sure you feel the same way as a guitar player. You're just kind of constantly searching, so.
Yeah, man. So, well, I mean, again, all we can do is at this point is just jam some fucking At the Gates super loud or one of his many other projects or just maybe even just a playlist of all his projects.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just carry on tradition. You know what I mean? As he would have liked.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
He would have been pissed. He would have been pissed we talked about him this much, though.
well, first let me state, when I did the obituary in Decibel for Tompa, having tape traded with him and written with him, and I don't know, I guess early '92, starting in early '92,
of course.
He was always like, he was kind of like one of us, like even though he was like older and he had this sort of guiding principles or guiding light, he was, when you met him, let's say I hadn't seen him in like a couple of years, see him on tour and he'd be like, instantly welcoming, like instantly, like in the '90s, with the first time I met him, must have been on the Morbid Angel Dissection tour. He's like,
oh yeah, of course.
This is the first time I met him in person after years of letter writing. And like, the bouncer there at the Harpo's, I'm sure you played Harpo's before in Detroit. At some point, the bouncer's like, you can't go back because you don't have a pass, and Tompa's like pushes him aside and says, no, he's come with us. And for a kid, you're just like, whoa, like that's cool. And then backstage he's just like, what do you guys want, what do you need, like what can I get you? We go on in an hour. I got to get ready in like 30 minutes, so I got 30 minutes, let's shoot the shit, what are you listening to? Like it was just this like full on energy of welcoming you to his world.
For sure. And I think it was like that too, like when when he was 16, 17, he already had like a long beard and he was like leather jacket, inverted crosses, pentagrams everywhere, and like torn up jeans, and we couldn't believe it, and my parents and our family had just moved to closer to where Tompa lived, so he always would come to our new house, and it was in this part of town where there was only like this new built villas, and everybody's kind of like, who's that guy? Him and his friends and stuff, what the hell? But then like my parents met him and it's like, oh, he's the sweetest guy in the world. So like, yeah. And also like I was a bit afraid of him, when I was 14, 15. But he was always like, whenever I met him in town or we were met, it was like, hey, what's going on? And he was always kind of like, because when you're 14, at least where we live, like you try to be cool, you wanted to be tough or perceived as a tough guy or something like that. I wasn't, of course. I was a scrawny redhead, but at least I tried somehow to look cool, but he never tried to be cool or do anything like that. It was always just friendly and extremely polite and just accompanying. And I think he's the youngest of four siblings. He has older sisters, and his parents are kind of they were old back then when we were kids, but he was always kind of like this extremely welcoming. A lot of my friends always stayed at their house. They missed the bus to where they lived and stuff like that. Everybody's just it's a kind of like an open space for that, and I would never kind of criticize anyone or always try to be as friendly and and I think what struck me when I was a kid, at least, it was like he was a polite teenager. Like what the hell? No one is that like that. And then I met like Anders Evers, and it was kind of similar, very kind of brought up well and very very like a proper guy. And it's like, oh man, this kind of like the people I want to hang out with, model kind of like my life after, learn a lot. But that's something I always think about, like how Tompa treated me is how I want to treat others when I meet them, random people or old friends or whatever.
Right. So not only was he, a good human to himself and to others, I mean, he kind of, I don't know, made you feel welcome and made you feel like you were part of a greater thing. When he would talk about a band that he was fascinated with, I would be like, oh yeah, I know who that band is, and we would nerd out about it. But if there's a band that he was into that I had no idea about, that maybe not even metal, maybe Swedish hardcore or prog, he would be like, oh, I'm going to play this for you right now. Like, how do I play this, what I'm into, like right now for you? I'm like, well, I don't have a cassette. I don't have this, we can go in my car if you have a CD, go in my car and maybe listen to a CD or something, or he would play on the tour bus and you're just listening to like this new thing with him. And he was like, what do like he wanted to know what you thought, so he was interested in your opinion and what you thought about the things he was into.
Always like, we suggest a book or something like that, read it, and well, I want to talk about it afterwards, or have you heard this and that? It's like, oh yeah, okay. How do you feel about it? He wants to know, and talking about things, like taking things apart or dissecting it or stuff like that, and it's just fascinating. And
yeah, I'll send you the write up.
Oh yeah, please.
I think it's something that was really hard to write, but at the same time, I felt like I was somehow connected to this music that I've been so passionate about for
of course,
for my adult life.
Yeah. And of course, like so many of the people you've met and interviewed and talked to, like that has any relations to Tompa knew him and has nothing but great things to say about him, right?
Right, 100%. I mean, everyone's, even like Dan Svano, who was like, I didn't really know Tompa, but like the first time I met him or saw him live, I was just like, whoa, this is this is a natural force,
yeah.
Especially for Swedes, who in general, I mean, I'm sort of generalizing, are pretty reserved, and here was just this energy that was very maybe un-Swedish like.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of the appeal for me, when we started out, when I saw him first, it was kind of like this really kind of shy guy, and then on stage he was a fucking monster,
Right.
That was just cool, kind of like to channel something that's always inside you, and this kind of feeling of otherness or being cast out, because of what we were into and what we looked like and how we didn't care about being accepted by anyone else, or nobody wants to follow in their parents' footsteps or whatever. It was just, we wanted to kind of create our own kind of close-knit group of friends and our own kind of metal community, even though it was tiny, but it was still the most important thing in the world to us. And he was the front man for that, for sure.
Amazing. Well, that's it, man. I don't want to like get have too much too much of your time, but
no, that's all right.
It's fantastic, man. Thank you so much for
Hey.
for assisting with this. And again, it just felt incomplete without someone from the Gothenburg scene to kind of talk about it. And I was I know I was bugging you and I was bugging Nicholas, and I just want to make sure that you guys had a chance to be part of this, because for me, like, it would be not as, the gravity of it would be less if you guys were not, at least one person from that scene was not part of it.
No. What did Niklas say? He was too busy?
He actually, he didn't even respond.
Oh, okay. I know he's super busy. I've been bugging him for tons of stuff, like merch stuff, but it was fucking hilarious. You know Niklas. So, we were doing this for Sweden Rock magazine as well, like a similar thing. And then there's a guy who was written like similar to what you did in the, what was it, like early 2000s, like the kind of a complete guide to Gothenburg death metal. But he's did this thing, or he's doing this thing in like 8 parts or something like that. It will eventually be a huge book, but it's up until 96, I think.
Okay.
And so he do Tompa like 5 times, and me like 5 to 6 times. So he knew everything, and then he wanted to talk to Niklas as well. And Niklas' excuse was, I haven't talked Swedish in such a long time. I don't know if I can, sound like a proper Swede. And it's like, what the fuck? You're not Dolph Lundgren,
So Niklas,
Yeah, it was just shy. It's like, but I'm talking to fucking Simon. He's like one of the nicest guys in the world, and I know him really well, and I'll be there. We're doing it together. We're just gonna shoot the shit, talk, and kind of share our memories. Like, he has tons of interesting stories he could share. I don't know. My Swedish says, but what the fuck? You've been away for.
He's such a perfectionist.
Yeah.
Oh, Nicholas. At some point, when I go back to PA, I think he's still living in Pennsylvania, right?
No. He's in Calgary. He got tired of America. Yeah.
I can imagine why.
Yeah, many reasons, but
then he moved to Canada, America. Though Calgary's kind of like America, just up north.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't like the weather. There were storms and shit. It's like, oh no, okay, but you're moving way fucking north. It's gonna be cold as shit. And then it's like, yep.
Well,
that'd be nice.
Yeah. Well, cool.
I get
Well,
to
you know,
start.
like I said, you know, I just want to say thanks for,
Hey, no,
for
pleasure,
jumping
man.
on the call and talking through this
Yeah.
stuff. And, you know, like I said, we're looking forward to getting you, you know, so putting you front and center of the second part of the podcast.
Yeah.
So I get to
Cool.
record mine today.
Okay.
My testimonial, my thing, even though, you know, I wrote this huge obituary in Decibel for him, you know, now
Okay.
it's like, how do I frame this, you know?
Yeah, it's fuck. It's. I think the best part, at least the last couple of weeks, have been just coming home because it fucking sucked to be on tour.
Yeah.
And still too far away from everything. And I you know, I was texting with like a lot of friends all the time, but it wasn't the same. And then when he had this, like the funeral thing was, I was still on tour, so we played Karlstad, which is 3.5 hours away, and then I had a friend of mine from Canada. Actually, he flew from Canada and landed in Gothenburg, took my car and drove to Karlstad, watched the show, and then he drove me back because I was not ready to drive. And then the next day I went to funeral in the morning, hung out with everybody, but I couldn't. And then there was a kind of like a service afterward with, you know, drinking and stuff, but I couldn't do that, so I had to fly directly to Stockholm and do the show there. And of course, then every night we played Lie by Fear.
Mm-hmm.
And I had this horrendous speech every night, you know, but I never got to deliver it. I just couldn't. Like it was just like this build up, because we were on tour for 5 weeks and we planned it and we rehearsed every day. But that reminder that we're doing this because he can't, I think, was the worst. Like, now we can do this and we're still out here having fun, but he can't, you know, and he knew already that he could never do it again because of where the cancer had struck him. But for me, that was the hardest. Like, everything I know about this, I learned from him, and now he can't do it anymore, you know, and we do it instead. And it's like, that's not fair, you know, that didn't feel right at all. And sure, you can argue to yourself that you're like, yeah, keeping the legacy going and all that stuff, but it still doesn't feel right. And so that was super rough. And then we had to kind of finish the tour and play in Gothenburg and do the same thing, and it was fucking devastating. But then after that, just hanging out and meeting his wife and just like chilling out, knowing that she's okay. It's been rough, of course, absolutely horrible, but she's okay, you know. And meeting Anders and Jonas and Adrian has made it easier as well. Just knowing that, yeah, okay, we're moving on. I went to see The Haunted a couple of weeks ago, and just hanging out with everybody's wife and all the people around. It's just like, yeah, okay, it's you know, we're okay, you know. We can somehow move on, you know, even though it's horrible. And so, I don't know, like it's getting to a place where you can accept it maybe a little bit more.